One day.
Saviel, now you can start it.
That's so funny, huh?
Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you, Chair O'Shannon. O'Brien, sorry. I didn't have enough coffee yet. Okay, so welcome. I wanted to just go over the agenda with you all. So we're going to continue our work on the draft charter language. What was really helpful is I got to speak with all of you except Commissioner Concepcion. We weren't able to speak this week. But so the version of the draft charter that's in front of you is a synthesis of all of the comments that I received from you. It's a track change version. So you can see where the changes are, and there are a couple of places that I highlighted where we really need to have conversations. And Commissioner Concepcion, since we didn't have the benefit of your input, I'm going to pause to make sure that we hear from you as we're going through it. Okay? So again, we've got 4 items that we haven't gone over yet. That's starting with the budget process. Then we'll start going back over the beginning. And we're going till 4:30. Is that correct? Is everyone right? Okay. Because I think we said if we met in Boston, we could go to 4:30. So at 3:45, I'm going to stop wherever we are and just talk about outreach and consultation, the job descriptions, and next steps. So let's see how far we get, and then we'll see what our next steps need to be. But I think we're pretty far along, and all of those points where I said so and so has to talk to so and so, and all of that has almost virtually been done. So I think we're in good shape.
I think before we start, I just want to say I have to watch my phone, so there might be a moment where I could just step outside and come back in,
Okay.
just to handle things.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks for warning us. All right, so I'm going to ask everyone to turn to page 12. I hope it's page 12. It's the budgeting and budgeting process page. So again, I see it's different colors for different people. You've all got red. Okay, I have blue. But that's okay. It should all be there. So if you remember, one of the main things that we needed was for Sean to give us the actual schedule. So that's all in there. And what I'd like to do is just give you a couple of minutes to look through this section and look at the changes that are there. And open it up for any comments or discussion.
far do you want us to look?
For that section, okay, the budget. Anyone need more time on that section? Okay, comments or questions?
I have a word change for H.
Okay,
It reads, mid-December, the executive director provides a commission-approved budget proposal to the Executive Office of Administration and Finance. The word I would change is to be requested in the governor's budget. It's not guaranteed to be included.
And that segues to what I was gonna feedback on that. So we don't have in here a letter for when the governor submits his or her H1, like we say after passage of governor, like, do we need to put that in or no?
Where
Like when the gov submits their budget, like do we need to put, so we have a timeline when the governors, some people might want to do outreach to, it's helpful to know when the governor will be submitting because someone at this table might want to do outreach to the administrative branch. So I wonder if we should put like governor, administration submits their,
So that's I, and that's actually, I was going to recommend the change there. So rather than completed in I, it's submitted to the legislature. Which is late January. Or March for new administration.
and just on H, it's, the change would be to be requested for inclusion in the
Yes.
governor's budget.
that's important to know. So with the new administration, they'll be submitting it in March. Sean?
It's, I forget exactly what the Constitution gives. It's a few extra weeks that the new administration gets. I think this year it might spill into March.
Okay, that's helpful to know.
One of the questions I have about J is we're going to implement legislative outreach strategy, but where are we agreeing upon legislative outreach strategy and how does that happen so we don't have multiple public meetings?
So it says,
G.
in E, it says concurrent with the proposed budget, the government affairs unit with the treasurer as sponsor and in consultation with the
This
other.
is-
The G is when we have it at public meeting for all of us.
Oh, so you're asking when it's approved. So in E, it's getting prepared. And in G, it's approved.
My only concern is the timing.
No.
It seems like it's a tight timeline in terms of getting to the governor for our request. So I don't know if, how the timeline was developed or like what the thought process was. I don't know if there's some additional context to that that can be added to this, just to understand that a little bit more.
I guess we're working backwards from, we know we need to submit in a December timeframe. I communicated with department heads in September to begin developing your budget priorities, and they submitted in like early to mid-October. So, which is 2 to 3 months removed from the beginning of a fiscal year. So we kind of live in a continuous budget cycle. So there needs to be some reprieve somewhere. And in fact, right now, department heads are going through FY23, our existing budget, based on the new statute. And so this has been our historical process as well. So I didn't want to start making major modifications.
So
It
then,
is tight, I agree.
so then I'll rephrase, because if the chair and the director will be sort of leading the communications to the State House, I'm just wondering how we take that into account here, both in terms of the preparation of the chair, you know, in this, I think we mentioned it in other places that the treasurer will be responsible for prepping the chair.
Right.
And I see that we took out possibly one other commissioner. Because I do think that that would be incumbent upon the chair to at least be listening to these budget proposals to prepare for that. So again, that's just something that the chair can do, but I just want to point that out, that I do think that the chair and the executive director should be part of directing that strategy. Or,
The legislative strategy,
because I see on the one side, it's preparing the budget, the other, it's the communication strategy with the legislature. So I guess that's where I'm.
That makes sense. Especially because you'll be testifying.
Yes, ma'am.
so are you suggesting that in E, where we have the government affairs unit with the treasurer? What would we, with the treasurer as sponsor, or with the treasurer and chair as sponsors?
I think we can leave the treasurer as sponsor, but I just want to make sure that this whole sort of one voice thing and how we sort of manage the communications, because I think that it can be problematic if we're not in sync, setting up meetings and doing that kind of stuff. So that's, and again, it's in consult, but I think that I want to just.
I understand the point, I'm just trying to figure out where to put that.
I mean, this is, we can't assume, but I know when it says a government affairs unit, like in my head, and I'm assuming that includes the executive director and the chair, but maybe just, we can just write,
The chair.
executive director and chair.
Concurrent with the proposed budget, the government affairs unit, the chair and the executive director with the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that works.
I have a question for Sean. So historically, have like department heads gone to commissioners to lobby for certain things? And this is part of why we're here, like right? So that's purposely like not baked into this. So we're trying to avoid that scenario of, right? Is that what I just want to be clear that like we're trying to avoid that dynamic. It should all go through you, like you should flow through you. So that commissioners aren't being lobbied on certain things.
I don't know that I can prevent that because it's silent as to that.
Yeah.
I think this lays out the formal process, which is it identifies that the CFAO and I have a responsibility to present the commission a draft budget. Meaning if let's say a department head is unhappy with a decision that I've made, there's still a risk that they're going to go around.
Yeah, you've expressed that in the
Yep.
past.
And I guess that's something I have to manage
Okay.
as far as discouraging that, but I don't want to, the challenge I have is that I'm also mindful of the feedback I get of, I don't want to keep information from commissioners, so that's why there's actually baked in briefings here of, I meet with commissioners to understand your priorities. I meet with department heads to go over their requests. And now, based on a meeting I had on Friday, I will circle back to commissioners individually as well as department heads individually and communicate my decisions, which some may love, some may not.
Okay.
That includes commissioners too, in
Right.
fairness.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's, as Adriana in May as well, as May's our budget director, start to really scope out. Some of the decisions I made were actually just changes to things. So it's not like a clean cut this, approve that. It's massage some of these numbers too. Or even add a
Right.
seasonality to
Right.
hiring,
Right.
where we're not absorbing a salary as a full FTE. So if let's say the salary is 100,000, but I say hire them mid-year, we need to build it in the 50,000. So
You just, the passive, like, not, I don't want to say express frustration, but
Oh, yeah.
acknowledged it.
no, it's actual frustration.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's
Real, yeah. it's
like
real.
you're acknowledged it.
But can I ask you, because this is also, as I'm sort of doing my onboarding and trying to meet and hear, from people, I say to them, I get to set some budget priorities. And I give them the sort of general picture of my vision of, obviously technology is something, I think that's really important, speeding up processes, making life easier, answering the public more quickly. So how can we make you comfortable with us getting that sort of frontline feedback that doesn't interfere with your job? Can you, and this
Yeah.
is like my constant refrain, like, how can we get what we need without overstepping your bounds?
I think let's talk about it here, because I want to be responsive to that. I think it might come down into what expectations the folks walk away with at that point. Is it, well, I made a pitch, using your example, I made a pitch to the chair that I'm gonna get more technology now. And then either that doesn't, you and I may speak about it, but where it actually ends up in the budget may not be clear to the, let's say it's the CTO, right? The CTIO. He may come into the meeting with me thinking, well, I've got the chair. And I had a good meeting with Sean, so I'm gonna get all the money I wanted, and then see, wait a minute, I wanted to make 10 hires and he gave me 6. Or I wanted to go purchase a server system and I didn't get access to it. Now there's this degree of disappointment, but I talked to the chair. I'm gonna make another run at her.
Do they really think we're that important?
Of course, yeah, absolutely. But I think it might just be who walks away with what expectations.
Yeah,
So I think,
But how do we help you manage that? How do we?
I don't want to shy away from it. I really just have to manage it.
Yeah.
And frankly, if there's such a violation of that, then I just need to call it what it is and say, you can't be doing that. And I also, I guess, would ask you to be mindful of when you think it's happening to you.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
someone's kind of appealing to you for the sake of appeal, versus you just getting insight and intel into, and maybe just bring it to me and say, this came up. And I think that's where I need to not be so defensive sometimes and think, thank you for the feedback, but respectfully, I disagree. This is where I think we could land in our budget. And that's all in. Let's say we would go, if every department head request was satisfied, it would go from like a $20 million budget to a $27 million budget. Is that a reasonable year-to-year jump? And what is possible from the legislature? That's where Adriana and I are actually doing that equation right now, politically and then feasibly. And also mindful that you all gonna know from this morning, we brought on 7 investigators, 2 coordinators, and an attorney today. That's a massive, we now have passed 100 employees for this agency as of this morning. It probably
Meaning these
took
people
us,
actually have offers, they're coming on board now?
they started this morning. They're in Worcester. The reason we're not, one of the reasons we're not in Worcester today is we're using that space to onboard that many employees. It's probably taken us 4 to 5 months to bring those folks on board. So we got the money for FY23. We got part of that money in FY22. So when someone comes to me and says, I want to hire 10 people, realistically speaking, how quickly can you get those bodies in the door? And then my other pitch to our staff has been, think about I hate to say the burden, but it's true. Think about the burden you're placing on other departments. What is the impact on HR? What is the impact on IT? What is the impact on payroll? And so how do you, one of the things that Erica White said to me was, it's hard for me to forecast what I'm going to need from a budget standpoint until you tell me what you're going to improve elsewhere. That's reasonable, but that's now a kind of a hanging chad in our budget that I just need to satisfy. And the same is true for IT. I want to front load a lot of those purchases, get the equipment in, make that expenditure so that we can kind of brace for wherever the staff come in. But to your question, as far as, and actually to Commissioner Roy's question too, that's that staff level commissioner engagement, that information I don't think should be secretive. I think it should flow, but it might come down to expectations and where's the decision actually land. And it's happened before, and I don't mind information. I think it's a matter of what do we do with it once we get it.
Is there a way that you can share with us what the department heads request? Maybe you have, I don't know, I don't remember, because like, if they have needs that they're lobbying you, like, it'd be nice to know what they think their needs are. Is there a way to like, on our check-ins, like just to say, this is each department, this is an overall picture of what they're asking for?
So I think that's to me, that's the second meeting of the 2 meetings that we have.
Yeah.
It's also politically, it's smart for me to go, heads up, this is what they asked for, this is what I'm saying yes to. So danger ahead, or someone's really thrilled. Someone's going to be thrilled. And, and I think that's one good example that I've been insistent on for now, this I'm into my second fiscal year of asking for it, is workforce planning. What do we need for investigations and enforcement? What do we need for licensing specialists? What do we need for investigators? What do we need for associate enforcement counsel? YAO has a vision for ratios of managers to employees But I'd like to see the correlation between licensees and employees.
Yeah.
And so actually, I'm hoping by the December meeting, I can actually put out an RFQ for that. It's a year too late. I asked for it last fiscal year, and I'd like to get there, because that's also gonna help us build a strategy to pitch our budget. This is where we see the industry going, therefore there's a correlation between licensees and investigators. And also I think license variety is something we need to talk about too.
Yeah.
Cultivation versus labs versus retail, different investigator required for each. So.
All right, thank you.
This does
Anything?
feel like a pop quiz sometimes.
Yeah, well, it's kind of, it feels like, there's the Constitution and then there's all the case laws. So that's what this feels like. It's the charter and then there's all the discussion around what the implementation looks like. So we're trying to get the Constitution done. It's helpful to go into some of the.
Get legislative intent.
Yeah, exactly. The conference reports.
Just to Commissioner Concepcion's point, I don't know where I can, I see you on the timing crunch.
Right.
This feels a bit like
Especially with December. There's a lot of things that are happening in December.
and we haven't historically done a December meeting, so sometimes the budget decision can spill to January. I will tell you that A&F has already asked for our numbers, for our request, not our level of service, our request. We've respectfully said no, because the commission needs to actually discuss and opine on that. But, and that's early for them. They've never asked this early.
Sean, I thought I heard you say that in September you started meeting with department heads. And so this has October.
I sent them guidance in September for them to build, but the meetings don't start until October.
So this has worked in the past? This timeframe has worked?
See, that raises a little bit of concern for me, because if we, let's say hypothetically next year, let's hypothetically we go into our regular calendar, we don't have a December meeting. We only have January, and by January, the governor's already coming out with his budget. We've already missed that window. So I think we might want to consider possibly bringing some more bullet points into November. So that at least we have the conversation and a vote at November. But I know that for staff and for the work that's going on, behind the scenes, that might be a lot. So I know it's a balance, but I'm just a little bit fearful of us missing that time.
Is there a chance, just talking about everything kind of being crammed into the rest of the year, is there an opportunity to put the legislative strategy into the new calendar year? I mean, the Ways and Means stuff doesn't happen until March. The governor's office may or may not care about whatever we've given them. But to start that legislative strategy or approving one in the early part of the year, well in advance of the Ways and Means. I'm picking up from you that the end of the calendar.
I don't know if the
doesn't
legislative
seem to-
strategy is gonna take that long. I mean, it's.
Well, I think almost it might be
disagree.
needed earlier because the reason I say this is because sometimes the governor, he or she, it would, they incorporate it into their budget. So I don't want to miss that window and I don't want to wordsmith this on live TV in January either, right? So if we're approving your budget in December, so I don't know when we all agreed.
And that's important.
But we all agreed, public awareness, if we all put our heads together, we can probably get results on public awareness. So I'm afraid I don't want to miss the first bite of the apple. So is there a way for us to, the legislative strategy? I mean, I don't know, what do you think? Does it belong in December? Or are we too late? January, no, it's saying we're doing it in January, and we're going to miss that first bite of the
Can
apple.
I just define what we think legislative strategy means? Maybe I'm missing the point. I might be missing the point.
Want to explain it really? Yeah.
We vote on whatever it is, like the social equity fund. And then we have a letter that is from the commission that we can then turn to, the chair, House Ways and Means, the governor's up wherever. And we can say, the commission fully supports this and we are hoping it's reflected in your budget. And we can't support an individual piece of legislation, but we can support a concept.
Okay.
And I was just afraid if we get it too late,
But then also, I think what you're thinking about too, the strategy is that we work with Matt and the executive director to figure out who is gonna go meet.
Well, that's
who.
what I'm thinking about legislative
So that's
strategy.
the-
But you're
that's what
talking
it
about,
is.
I think, big picture messaging.
It's all, it's
I was
both,
talking
it's
about-
combined.
Yeah.
Combined.
Okay.
So one is that we bring these topics to the board meeting for the legislative process, we vote on them, and then we go behind the scenes and say, okay, who's gonna talk to who, how are we gonna, split up?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Who's gonna, so, and that way we're not stepping over each other, we know who's meeting with who, we're all. on
I'm thinking
same
of the
page.
blocking and tackling, and you're talking about a bigger messaging issue that I'm thinking about.
So I want to bring us
That's
back to
helpful,
the
thank
strategy, because I your consensus when it sounded like your proposal was to bump some of the December things into November.
Yes,
Can you-
because
can you tell me-
if you miss the governor's budget, okay, it's happened to us before where he has eliminated some of the funds that have been requested by us. But we know that it is harder after you miss that window to then reincorporate
Meaning you
what
haven't
the
held his
needs
feet to
are.
the fire before he's put something in
Right.
wet cement. Yeah.
Right, or we haven't given the right amount of time to do that, to develop the strategy, to figure out what the needs are, and to have a conversation before we're at his deadline. You don't want,
Okay.
this is from, me working at the State House, you don't want to enter into an office the week of finalization, because at that point, people have already made the decisions, it's already too late.
So
If you are given time, and Sean, you know this, you've been at the State House, I know you know this as well. It's just, if we have the time to kind of dissect this, vote on that strategy, and then use the weeks in December to, to actually do the work that needs to be done before that January deadline, that puts us in a better position.
So I'm looking at E, F, G, and H, which are all December. Which of those do you propose to move to November?
Mainly, so the public meeting is my biggest concern.
So G.
G,
So you think you would like to see the commissioners vote on the plan in November?
I would like that, if that's possible.
Sean, is that
Sean, is that
doable?
24 is not going to be possible. The meeting's Thursday.
But, well, I don't mean,
This
we're
year.
talking about for the rest of the
not
commission.
gonna get this
We're not
done.
talking about,
I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about this
Okay.
now. I know we're
For
November.
the future, because we're
I'm
not
saying,
gonna,
I'm sorry, Sean.
yeah, we're not gonna adopt.
I should have clarified
We're not-
that.
We won't.
Sean's quiet as he's having an internal heart attack.
Sorry.
But the commissioner can.
I don't mean to be
I
giving
had
a
like a
heart
mini
attack.
stroke.
If we wait too long, they're getting lobbied by a million different other agencies. And if we're the last to lobby, they're already burnt out from being lobbied, let's be honest. So let's not wait till they'll be the last to lobby. Let's try to get in the lobbying a little earlier in the process.
So it looks like,
But Sean, are you comfortable with that?
I was gonna say, it looks like
Walk us
E,
through it,
F,
'cause
and
it-
G
yeah.
would all have to bump
Yeah.
up to November.
Walk us through
And Sean, again, this isn't gonna be an approved commissioner until after the,
Because basically, we hit July 1. And I don't want to confuse matters more, but if we then spill to page 13, there's other work that goes into. So if I get a budget in July 1 that is different than the budget we requested, I then have to come back to the commission with a proposed fiscal.
You're talking
strategy.
about a mid-year issue.
I'm talking about spilling, so as the bullets continue, let's say we request 25 million and the governor or the administration and the legislature gave us 22. I've got to revise our spending plan
Right.
to come down. That's what I was going to propose as modified language later on, is that I think Q4 presents the proposed actual budget to the commissioners for approval. I was going to put a caveat that at the earliest feasible opportunity, because it might be that I've got to take a month and actually work on the budget. It might be I need to take 2 months.
Yeah.
Let's say they just take us out of the knees.
Well, you're just saying you're figuring how to whack it back and then you have
That's-
to almost rebuild some things for the following year.
Right, but I'm also thinking about those actual months. So that's in July 1. Let's be real, the legislature never really finishes the
Right.
budget on July 1.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now you may be looking at the August meeting if I can get there. We're probably looking at a September meeting more realistically with advance notice. But to get to the November budget for the next fiscal year for the commission, I'm doing that simultaneous to meeting with department heads about their next fiscal year budget.
Mhm.
So I'm saying, all this stuff you planned, cut it, but also build for your next fiscal year. I don't know how to compartmentalize those conversations from a strategic standpoint without also kind of ginning up emotions of department heads potentially of, so you're telling me that all the planning, all the hiring I was hoping to do, I can't do. Okay, well, I want to do it again next year then. Or I'm just trying to think of how those two things collide while maintaining kind of separate tracks.
I don't know if this is a stupid question. Is there an opportunity to do a public meeting sort of halfway between mid-November and mid-December that we don't
could do
take
two
up any
meetings,
licenses, where we don't
We
take,
could.
and I don't want to make your life crazy. Again, I'm really trying to see how,
Yeah.
but is there just this?
I think that's possible. I think
I like
just
it.
be mindful of
I
all
love
of
it.
it. Thanksgiving is probably your window. So I'm thinking, yes, maybe early December versus mid-December.
But we don't put any more stress on the staff except you.
Yeah,
Adriana.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
with enough notice.
But I like this is significant. You know,
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And they're all
yeah.
like burnt out by the end of like licensing to go over, this is important, if we could
Yeah.
have a
Alvin
standalone.
pie that I don't want in my house.
I think
Halloween
Are we
candy.
gonna have a standalone meeting at that time frame? I think-
No, I think that's reasonable.
So when would that be? When would that?
I want you to sort of really noodle that around, that we're not making it more crazy for you, but it might be one of those sort of opportunities to get around the open meeting, not get around, but to comply with the open meeting law and to get done both what you need to do and what we want to suss out.
So I'm looking, like, if you're looking at, I'll just use.
And I'm not
2020.
saying this year.
No, I'm saying 2023 as an
Yeah.
example. If we stick with our traditional schedule, which is also an assumption here, which is usually, I think, the second Thursday of every month. You're looking at November 9th as your public meeting. You could theoretically do the 16th, the very next week, because then you've got the 23rd as Thanksgiving. Or you could do the 30th.
After Thanksgiving,
The
that's
30th
actually,
might actually make more sense.
30th,
It's the
I
week
think, makes
after a
more
public
sense,
meeting.
because you're gonna have people taking vacation and
Sure.
personal time and,
So if we say for G at the end of November,
or beginning of December, I think we need
Yeah.
to, but that there's like a half meeting. that-
at a public
Is that
meeting
also put
devoted
on
solely to the
presentation
budget.
earlier? You know how this year we're doing the budget in December in terms of the presentation, like overall?
That's exactly what it is.
Okay, so we would put it all together.
Yeah, so some of these things would bump up.
Mhm.
I still want to just be mindful of that scenario where we don't get what we've asked for. I've got to modify the request, bring that to the commission.
I just want to give you enough time, that we're not going to make you crazy, but we can actually do this with enough time to develop that strategy.
How about if we, for EF and G, we do November/December? So that there's a little bit of flexibility in the instance that you don't get the budget that you asked for, and then say end of November, early December, there's a public meeting devoted solely to the budget.
Mhm.
Does that work? And I think there's an understanding, Sean, that people want it earlier rather than later, so if it can happen in November, that would be people's preferences, but if you're jammed up because you're still dealing with the earlier budget, then we can slip.
The other thing I would add is, so J is saying commissioners implement their legislative outreach strategy. So if this is for the budget, I would also bump that,
Mhm.
so it's December, beginning of
That's right.
December.
Definitely.
Are we essentially consolidating F, G, and H into one meeting?
Almost, yeah.
I mean, if you're doing enough prep time with each of us, I don't feel there's a need to have a meeting where you present it and then a subsequent meeting where we approve it. Can we do it all at once? They all seem to just be saying the same thing.
Could you say that again? That was,
F, G, and H sound like different meetings, but to consolidate that into either late November, early December, present us with the budget, how it aligns with your goals, and we vote on it.
and so was F always done at a public meeting, or was that done? Yeah, that's a presentation. Okay.
Well, except I think you want to, I'm not reading F as a public meeting. I'm reading F as circling back to commissioners with the draft budget, and this is based on your priorities, this is what I heard, this is where I believe it's reflected. And that could just be I don't, it's assumed as part of the process now, but I think memorializing it ensures that you get a feedback loop. That was something I heard at earlier meetings of this process, that feedback loop wasn't always
clear. You have D, which looks like the feedback loop. At least the kind of red edit that's made at the end.
True. But maybe it's because it was a red edit.
Oh, I see. And then
Maybe
the
assume that F is therefore no longer.
F is like solidified. F is like the
Yeah.
more, I get it, yeah.
Fair enough.
So do you not need F, or should, because it sounds like the way it's written, it provides a presentation to the commissioners. It sounds like it's all the commissioners at once. So it sounds like a public meeting, the way it's
And
written.
I don't think, if that's the interpretation, I don't think you need F.
But
So long as you maintain the edit that's in D.
Okay.
But I feel like the wording in F is better than what's in D, like the may brief commissioners on an individual basis. Maybe
True.
kind of I feel like if you put F, provide a presentation to commissioners on an individual basis, just add the on an individual basis to F. It's more of like a solid statement, in my opinion.
And I'm just looking at these as taking the opportunity to respond to us. I think to your point, Mr. Executive Director, about how you balance what you've heard from commissioners, what you've heard from staff. So I'm not dismissing what's in D. It's almost kind of a meeting prep for whatever happens in November, first part of December. Without maybe having all those questions of where's my money, or where's this priority, or X, Y, Z when they're public.
I think I spoke too soon also. Now I'm seeing the differences. D also incorporates not just you, Sean, but, you know, Adriana, May, treasurer. It's a little bit different. So what do you think is a better way to have the conversations with commissioners?
So I think the way I'm anticipating doing it this year is I met Friday for a while with Adriana in May, as well as Erica White from just a personnel standpoint, and started to brainstorm, but not as articulate as cut this, add this, cut this. It was more conceptual where we headed, and then planning to meet, I think tomorrow actually, to sort of go through that exercise. My plan now, and they're taking that feedback and trying to reduce it to common sense or actual, like, these are changes. To then circle back to commissioners. I like the 2x2 approach because it feels more efficient, but it also feels like I want to be careful though where I avoid serial communications with commissioners that lead to a public discussion. So, and I kind of like the idea of having that feedback loop occur earlier too. The November timeframe makes more sense.
Yeah.
Because let's say there's really strict or strong feedback in that loop that is, no, you totally missed the mark on that. I may either have to go back to the drawing board or brace myself. Or this is going to be a rough public meeting because we're philosophically misaligned. Having more time with that information, I think, allows both of us to figure out our respective next steps. So the F occurring in December, I think, is dangerous potentially.
So are there two loops with commissioners? So there's the one early, and then is there a second one individually with commissioners? So then there would be D and F?
So it's worked two ways in the past. I think that's what we're living through machinations of our budget where
Right.
in the past it was a one-on-one, perhaps even during a regularly scheduled check-in. It wasn't like a formal, Commissioner, this is about the budget. Instead it was, oh, by the way, here's where I landed on some of these numbers. Based on, frankly, feedback I've gotten here, I've started to rethink that process and say, let me formalize these meetings. Let me also bring in our CFAO and our budget director to then, if there's questions that come up.
And so people know this is their chance to give you their feedback on what they're hoping for.
They're hoping to get feedback from me first.
Right.
This is based on your priorities that you've identified to me. This is where I believe it's funded and supported. And we're also in the process right now, to be clear, we're scheduling those now. Those are getting scheduled. So if folks are looking for them, you probably may not find them. Because we're putting it all together. And actually, we talked on Friday that this is really a tight turnaround for the public meeting materials deadline, which is usually a couple weeks out from the actual public meeting. So I shouldn't say we're scrambling, but we're feverishly working on the budget.
So you have that first, so you formalize now a first meeting with them.
The first meetings have occurred.
Right. I'm just saying going forward, right? And then is there a second meeting with them to present? F talks about presenting it to them, but is that a presentation either individually or 2 by 2?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
so
not
it does
public
happen
meeting.
twice?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so it happens in D and it happens in F.
And B also, there's 3 different.
B is the first one, yeah.
Okay, I'll redraft this to. Anything else? And I got your edit on you for at the earliest feasible opportunity. Anything else on the budget and budgeting process?
Just on P, I would just characterize it as fiscal year budget as opposed to the governor's budget.
Which one, Sean?
P,
So P, you're just saying July-ish?
right, exactly.
July, August.
Which I think 21 was like December.
Didn't they just finish their budget last week?
It's been
They've
It's been
on
tardy. every
Commissioner
fiscal
Roy?
year.
Yes, this doesn't speak to filing amendments or the amendment process. So in other words, I think you were able to get, like you, was that done through an amendment?
The
Suitability, yeah.
Also the bill,
That was who was billed,
Yeah.
okay. So let's just say, like,
a supplemental.
yeah, so like, let's just say it falls short, right? We ask for 1 million and we get 250,000. Like, should we have any language that talks about as a group around having amendments, or I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there because that's another bite at the apple, so to speak.
Right, like when do we have that conversation?
Yeah.
When do we know about it?
Yeah, or something new might come up in the industry, like, oh geez, we didn't think of that, let's file an amendment.
Strictly from a budget standpoint.
I was gonna ask that, from a budget or from a policy
No, but
standpoint?
she's saying from our budget. We're talking about like
Yeah, it could be something
like,
that
you
could
know,
come up, I don't know, I can't, somebody help me, horse cannabis needs something, and we didn't think of it, and it's not in the budget, but it's real, and
And there's an opportunity.
there's opportunity. Do we talk, like, is there a timeline around, just a timeline around amendments?
I would be hesitant to formalize an informal, like typically whenever the governor files supplemental budgets, whenever the governor seems to think they're appropriate. There are some seasons to them, for instance, typically whenever he files his fiscal year budget for the next fiscal year, he normally files a supplemental for the existing fiscal year. So it's simultaneous.
Okay, maybe, budget week,
Mhm.
So you're thinking of.
I'm
how
thinking of
it's set in
budget week.
consideration, sure.
yes. Is there any, do we need to speak to it? I don't know, maybe no, I'm just throwing it out there around budget week. Like, should we go up there physically on budget week to help? Like, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there.
The way that I read this, I needed to incorporate that.
Budget
I'll tell you
week.
why I'm saying that.
Okay.
Because M and N reference as the House and Senate's budget.
Yeah.
But also J, now we're saying December through June about the implementation of the legislative
Right.
outreach strategy.
Right.
Right.
So and maybe.
So it's included.
So that's why I read
Baked
it.
in there.
So it's like that
Okay.
legislative strategy is months long
Okay.
because of the
Okay.
long
I
budget
just want to miss
process.
an opportunity, like.
But if it's not
No,
clear,
but-
maybe we need to
But I
add
think what
something.
you're saying is if we voted on a set of priorities and now there's something new that we hadn't anticipated in the fall, winter.
Mhm.
I mean,
And you also brought up something that does come up. There are other vehicles where you can
Subs
also
and-
get
yeah.
money from that. So that is something that's
I
not.
just don't want to miss opportunities that we can advocate on behalf of the commission, that's all.
but let me just sort of think this through in terms of, we determine the strategy, we have the message, we know what we're looking for. And then how do we, if there's a curveball, right? How do we establish what our voice is? So do we need an
happens
emergency
really
meeting? Do we,
fast.
you know what I mean? And, you know, and so I kind of ask your guidance on that because, and maybe 4 agree and 1 don't, you know what I mean? I just want to be mindful of how do we all work together to make sure that we are on the same side, that we're messaging. And again, obviously people can go and say, nobody else agrees with me. I'm here on my, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's an opportunity, but I want to make you not crazy.
We could fold something into, I think, the anticipated strategy that anticipates the need for flexibility. So, and I think, for instance, let's say, like, I'm just using round numbers, 20 million for fiscal 23, our fiscal 24 request is 27, but the governor gives us 25.
Right.
The House comes out and gives us 25. Something in the strategy should say, anything that's consistent with this budget request is permissible as far as seeking an amendment, right? So therefore, I could, and I think strategy-wise, this would be deployed a little bit, is the logical place to start with seeking an amendment would be the jurisdictional chair. So the Cannabis Policy Chair approached them and said, would you be willing to restore our budget to our request? To me, the commission has adopted policy. You voted for a budget request that is anything outside of that, that's going to be, now I'm going to look for 30 million. I don't have the commission support for that. I wouldn't be comfortable asking for that. And if I felt I needed it, I would want to come back to the commission and say,
Right.
are you comfortable with swinging for these fences? And so I think,
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that if something is so
Find us.
far afield of what we've already adopted and agreed to, it feels like we might need an additional meeting to do something like
Right.
that. And again, you can do that within a week's time or a week and a half's time
Yeah.
to get something like that done.
So is that something that, like, do you want to modify E where it says prepare budgetary legislative outreach strategy, including?
I mean, or option for meeting or something like that, because the reality of it is how this stuff happens is so quick.
Right.
And Sean, because Sean is our ED and comes from the State House, like, it's also different. You know, I keep saying that, you know, these positions this is for folks coming after us, right? But like, Sean, you're really connected, so you know this stuff moves quickly. Roy, you're having a conversation quickly. So this stuff is really fast. So I think we also have to be realistic of how it happens. You know, because you're right, some of us may not agree on what the amendment is or, you know, what it
There's
is.
also a notice and component that's important too, because sometimes we're not even aware of the opportunity and it sort of just misses us
That's my
because.
point.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
And maybe
Like,
that's
what I'm
all
trying to
government
say.
affairs. Maybe
That's what I'm saying, Sean
Yeah.
knows more sometimes than
Exactly.
we do at what's happening at the State House.
Yeah.
So is
But
this something
but I think
that
as
we?
Ava, I think, pointed out, or Sean pointed out, is that we kind of are inclusive of
That's the
these.
question. Is it
you know,
embedded already in here?
I think
or
it's
is there
already embedded,
something
but I
that-
think we just need to acknowledge if something does happen at the last minute, it's not necessarily the voice of the.
Put that in the shop because you do with it.
Yeah.
I would just, some kind of escape clause or answer. I also, just looking at this, some of the things that, you know, we talked about April, May, June, when other people are doing work, why do we need to have that in our, if there's a way to tighten that up? Because that's not driven, this is our government's charter, that's not driven by us, it's just an external calendar that we need to be mindful of. But again, not to make this document longer, but, you know, M might be, you know, April through June, House, Senate, Conference Committee meet and passes general appropriation. But some type of, just to what we've been talking
Yeah,
Uh,
that
Mm-hmm.
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 makes
some type of
sense.
asterisk for the executive director to look for opportunities for appropriate legislative
Remedy or response.
word.
and I think we should also look a bit at our history. We've generally gotten our requests. I mean, we've been successful.
But that's what scares me. You know, I'm like.
Yeah,
you
and
know,
I'm thinking about that because what Commissioner Marco just said is,
And not public
Yeah.
awareness. Yeah,
That's right. That's right, that's true. Yeah.
in
That's,
but also some of the process is just uniquely informal, and I don't know how to characterize the call so-and-so in so-and-so's office and make quiet ask for.
Yeah.
One way to look at, because I'm trying to be mindful of sort of whoever gets this in any capacity, whether it be as a commissioner or as me, or whoever gets this next kind of knows, okay, this is what this means. So I'm looking at E, which is the development of the legislative outreach strategy. And I'm thinking about hanging something on the end of it that just says that anticipates the budgetary life cycle, which means that what happens when the House budget comes out? What's your legislative strategy? What happens when the Senate budget comes out? What's your legislative strategy? When the conference committee is formed, what's your legislative strategy? That says, and I think I'm thinking about how I would interpret this now, which is helpful in the sense of there will now be a template, as far as I'm concerned, as far as what that strategy is, that will say, commissioners, here's the proposed FY24 budget. Alongside it is the legislative outreach strategy, which says if the House budget should come out, or if the governor's budget should come out less than the commission's request, the executive director and commissioners are authorized to seek support for commission budget at and up to and at this request. House, Senate, and then further saying authorized to seek an appropriate amendment. And that I'd probably want to actually isolate to say the executive director and the government affairs staff are authorized to seek an amendment. Because I think what you don't want is commissioners running to different people, and now you've got 3 amendments in.
That's what I did last year because there's no policy. So I did that last year. We we didn't discuss public awareness. I'm just trying to learn from like the past. So we weren't unified as a group to advocate for public awareness. I went on a mission to try to advocate, and I had a rep file an amendment and a senator file an amendment to try to get us the funds. I think if we were more unified and organized with a cohesive message, we would get the funds. That's all I'm trying to say.
Sean, you just said something about the executive director and government affairs authorized to seek amendments. Is that something in here, or that's something in a legislative strategy?
I think that's for the strategy.
Okay, so the proposal then is for E to just add, it says, develop legislative outreach strategy, and to add that anticipates the budgetary life cycle.
I think so.
And that gives you what you
Broad
need.
enough, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
And
but
that's
it kind of
each
covers
phase
it.
of the process.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I did work with Matt though, for the record. I did work with Matt.
I think we sort of go down, but I think that part of what
it
we're doing,
covers
I
it.
think part of what we're doing here is also just coming to a meeting of the minds that then becomes the
Right.
culture.
Yeah,
and how we
exactly.
do
We're actually
this.
talking about it.
Yeah.
I think so.
So I'm less worried about the Is and Ts as I am that we,
The overall.
we understand
it.
Yeah.
All right, anything else on the budget? Great. All right, let's go to accountability, checks and balances. And this is developed by the general counsel before the last meeting, gave us some information, which is back in your packet again, so that you have it to look at. And this was also reviewed by Sean and by the chief people officer.
And if I can say this yellow thing, I actually did reach out to like the T and other places to see if they had any, no, I spoke to the PR guy. He goes, no, nope. So, okay.
So we can either remove it, but I also thought it could also refer to the charter,
Mhm.
right? So it could also be something of, let's see, where did I put that?
Convince yourself, convince yourselves.
No, but some of the conversations that I had with you, in some of the one-on-one conversations, some people said I self-policed myself.
Mhm.
I had to make sure that I did it this way and I forgot. And so I wonder, I mean, we could either just take it out, or we could put something that, people will kind of work to.
Yeah. If I could just pose is that they're accountable to their, I'm just trying to think if this is where she talked about doing some continuous learning. Well, that's down here, that's professional development. But I'm telling, I thought that we talked about sort of enhanced ethics training.
That's in professional development
Okay.
also.
That I think covers a
Okay.
lot of what, and this is what I was sort of going back and forth with Christine on, is that I think that if we do that and that we fully understand, because I can tell you, it's really easy to not fully understand. You think you know, so I think that in and of itself is the part of self-policing, that we understand what our responsibilities are under both the ethics and the enhanced ethics. I think that kind of covers that.
Okay.
And does anybody else, I don't know if anybody else has any other,
There is the enhanced code of ethics, that's from the chief people officer.
Oh, did we talk about that? So the enhanced ethics we take on our own every year, right? And then the enhanced code we get when we get onboarded, correct? Do we need like this, like an ethics training once a year, just so, because I forgot what I read a year and a half
Can I
ago.
suggest, this is what I was saying to Christine, is I think on an annual basis, whether it's us all together or whether it's her kind of doing a refresher,
Yeah,
but I think that it's helpful to do on an annual basis, and I don't know what
I
other
And
people.
that's actually
Yeah.
in here now,
Yeah.
under
Yeah.
professional development.
yeah, even like disclosures, right? We could all use those, like, right? That's
Yeah.
something we all deal with. So like, it would be good once a year to have a little refresher, like
I'm gonna
half
say
day.
there's some things that even like, I mean, I think we've talked about this last time, the 30A kind of quick thing that Sean gave us, but I think there's stuff that we should be having kind of refreshers, even once a year, like dynamics. I think we're gonna learn how to do it again or something like that, the 30A. This up here was Christine, we were here like 2 weeks ago in the office. She was trying to break down how she sees the reg process, and it was great. Just cause like,
Oh,
but that being said, it's like, there's things that, we have to,
yeah.
do every year.
Yeah, it's giving me a little like,
Concentric circles and.
Can I ask you, because this is a little, we've never talked about, particularly C,
The 30A.
for removal of a commissioner. Could you please take a few minutes to look at that? And there's a question there. In the highlighted part. So we need to talk about that.
So which, I mean, obviously, we're reading this whole thing, are we looking?
Right. So in F, it says the chair and the executive director, or just the executive director, will decide whether or not to notify the appointing authority. And then there are questions. So what if it's the chair and the executive director? What if they disagree? And so in Christine's memo, she says on page 3, if you have her memo in your package, it says, to be determined whether the chair or executive director must be unanimous in the decision of whether to notify the appointing authority. Under section 76J, the executive director as administrative head has statutory obligations to ensure that the commission complies with commission laws and policies and other state laws regarding conditions of employment. So I think that's Christine saying, you could justify it just being the executive director, but I think that's a discussion that we have to have. There is also some questions about, should that be the decision of one person? Should it be multiple people? So, so I'd like to open the floor to that discussion.
I have a question. Disciplinary action for a commissioner. What is the definition of that? Is there more than just removal? Like, is there other actions, Sean, that can
So
be
that's
taken?
interesting, because that was on E, the idea of having disciplinary action, but the chief
I don't know
people
what that
officer didn't know what it meant.
I don't know what it means.
So
either.
it doesn't sound like there is such a thing. That's
Okay.
why I took it out. That was the chief people officer saying, what is this?
Take your notes on.
But I think there was a sense that there should be something short of removal if someone can
Censure?
fix
I don't
their behavior.
Or just like you're, I mean, just like you're supposed to do with an HR director is mediate. I mean, it feels like there may be an opportunity for mediation. Again, because we're this sort of weird hybrid of employee but non-employee, so employees are allowed, I'm trying to think of where it is that they can.
File a complaint.
Address, no, but I'm just saying, address their, somebody on the staff thinks that I've yelled at them and they make a complaint to the HR director. How do we deal with that?
Right, but that's probably not gonna go to removal, right? That's it.
No, but my point is, I'm thinking of, say I slapped them when I yelled at them. Okay, that could be, my point is that it feels like there needs to be some sort of, as with any other HR issue, and Sean, I want you to weigh in on this, but some sort of escalating, it's one, someone took a bribe, boom, that's, don't pass go, don't, you know what I mean?
Right,
So
but
that's.
what happens with any, like we've referenced the employee handbook.
Mhm.
And what happens with a non-commissioner person hitting another
Written
employee?
warnings.
Like there
No,
must
you
be.
lay hands on someone.
You're fired, you're arrested, actually.
Gone.
That's all about it.
Yumming. Let's go with the yumming
You're in jail.
or disrespectfulness, something like that. Because I think that, I think it's real. People feel it.
Right. So what happens? Like, what's the
If it's
process
two
now?
employees, so it's depending on where they sit in the agency. So if it's manager to employee, if it's peer to peer, I think obviously that's all an HR matter, probably gets investigated in an informal, like an internal way. So I don't want to overuse or conflate the word investigation, because investigation can be outside. You can bring in a law firm to investigate. Investigation can be internal, where HR will sit with both employees, get their versions of the story, perhaps sit with other employees that may have witnessed the incident, perhaps sit with managers to understand what's their relationship, and then ultimately come to a resolution. The resolution could be letter of warning. We have kind of a stepped up disciplinary process. It could be letter of warning, it could be a suspension, paid, unpaid. So we kind of have the traditional employee toolbook or toolkit that we can use. And we've had to, historically. There have been instances where also these two folks are just, it's not quite like a timeout, but it's more, you're not working on the same projects for a little bit. So we'll manage them based on what the managers or the staff will think, but also close it with, are folks comfortable with how this was resolved? Do you feel like you can continue working with that person? We've also done outside law firm investigations that were a little more complicated and sensitive, so.
And is there, I just one more question, sorry to not get you, is there, if something happened of that nature with the commissioners, would that be the same process through HR or is it different?
I guess my hope is that it could be a similar process. The complicating factor, frankly, is the commissioner. What happens when the commissioner says, oh, you can't touch me? Yeah, I yelled at him. What are you gonna do about it?
That's my point. I mean, not to sound like a jerk, but does the commission have the authority to do that to commissioners? And I could make an argument, no,
You could.
Right.
because we don't report to, we report to our appointing authority. So how can you do that? Like, it really have to come from the appointing authority.
But if it's me as a commissioner beefing with the staff, then I think that's a little different too, because I'm beefing with the staff. If I'm beefing with you and I, shit, we can go at it all day, but me and the staff, like, I would feel accountable to the agency and the staffer. Me and you, all us as commissioners.
So the warning would be before we go to your appointing authority.
But this is the exact conversation. This is what I think we're hoping to get at here is, and I think what I'm asking this group is, if there were to be a complaint about anyone here or any future conduct, what are your expectations for me?
Yeah.
And then what are frankly my obligations to our agency? Because I also have, in that scenario, a staff member saying to me, I feel like this is an unsafe work environment. I feel like,
Right.
and that staff member has rights.
Right.
The agency has obligations. And so I don't think, to me, it rises to the level of, to continue the example, I yelled at an employee. I'm not running to your appointing authority and saying,
Right.
he or she yelled at them.
Right.
Because the appointing authority is going to say to me, show me where in chapter 10, section 76,
Yeah,
that's malfeasance, that's
Right.
gross misconduct.
Right.
But I also think, is there a series of conduct that stacked together rises to,
That level.
and one of the things I want to pose to the group is, to me, it's not that I want to make sure that you as commissioners are also insulated from me just saying, you know what, I've got an axe to grind. I'm going to your appointing authority. Like, that's not leverage I
well,
should
you
be
had
exercising.
mentioned that yourself, and you're a very self-aware human being, and I applaud you for that. But that's also, one of the issues that also sort of comes into bear here is if you don't, or the executive director, not you.
That's right.
And you have actually raised that before a beef and,
Yep.
so how do you do that? Taking your own sort of,
I think that's where you just have a prescribed process
Mhm.
where, I think before there's any notice to an appointing authority, it needs to be supported by an actual investigation.
Mhm.
I think therefore that creates this paper trail
Yeah.
where, and also in the context of an investigation, both parties are often notified of the existence of an investigation. That you are going to be investigated, you perhaps might be interviewed, and again, investigation can be both very formal, conducted by an outside investigator, informal, conducted by our staff.
Mhm.
I think here would be frankly, the chief people officer's discretion.
Yeah.
And that's the chief people officer has an open invitation. If anyone complains about me, you investigate it.
Yeah.
But she reports to me, so there's an awkwardness there. But she has my blessing as you run it down. If I did something wrong, you need to find that out, hold me accountable, and report to the commissioners. She has a direct line to you in that instance.
So I have a question because here it's only B at the conclusion of the investigation that the chief people officer, chair, executive director, and general counsel determine if the investigated commissioner and all other commissioners should be notified. It sounds like what you're saying is at the outset of an investigation, a commissioner should be notified.
So here, I think we're in the context of an investigation. I guess what I'm saying is, if it's a situation where, I think it needs to be scenario agnostic of, I get into an argument or there's a sustained pattern of behavior that I object to, I raise it for my manager who brings it to the chief people officer, and that sustained pattern of behavior is inflicted, for lack of a better term, by this commissioner. That investigation likely will go to the commissioner saying, what happened? Can you explain to me what happened? If it's something instead that is we need to look into it, then I think you want to shield that investigation. So I don't think you want to say as a definitive, yes, they will absolutely be notified at the beginning. But I think the general assumption is that based on circumstances will dictate.
But there's nothing here that says that the commissioner will be notified. It's like, it's a determination that will be determined at there's nothing that says that the commissioner who has had a complaint launched against them will have some sort of notification about the issue.
but it feels like it almost should be the former, which is an attempt to mediate.
Depending upon what it is.
Yeah.
But it's also, that goes back to how can you remedy or make any sort of corrective action
If you don't
if you don't know about it?
Yeah.
I mean, he says the commissioner's conduct is an issue will be notified in writing.
But that's after.
So after, not
After the fact.
yeah. We're saying when the allegation is launched,
Well, we know if it's launched
Yeah.
against us.
Can we say if appropriate, the commissioner will be notified? Because again, if it's like
Yeah, bribery.
egregious,
right?
I mean, we
And
should
there's-
know whether it's big or small, right? Like, we should know.
Because six doesn't say, at least at the very beginning, that this is only for removal purposes. This is saying for a complaint or allegation. So I just feel like this is something that could be raised to the level of, notifying, appointing authorities. At one point, you want to know that it's happening.
This is our any commissioner, livelihood and reputation at some point, you want to know before, it's like, trains way down the track. You
Just
know?
go, oh, wow.
Right,
Yeah.
you can go to
Livelihood and
mediation.
reputation.
Are there circumstances where a commissioner shouldn't be notified that an investigation is happening?
That's a good question.
I feel like the bribery ones, let's be real, that's a criminal investigation. That's not a personnel
Yeah,
investigation.
that's like the
We'd be-
Attorney General's office.
We'd be participating in that, but I wouldn't be conducting that.
So then it's okay for the chief people officer then to inform, to notify the commissioner?
I would actually, if there were an allegation that came in from let's say a staff member got wind of, this commissioner took a bribe. I don't think I'm going to that commissioner. I think I'm probably going to interview that staff member and say, what information do you have? How did you come to it? Okay, and then I'd probably go, I'm not even going to the chief people officer, I'm probably going to the GC and saying, we need to probably reach out to the Attorney General's office here. Like that, I think that takes the
Okay,
whole,
so
not a
that's
personal
not
matter.
here. So
Criminal behavior.
right,
I
so,
think that goes.
Criminal behavior.
so my question here then, is there any reason for the chief people officer not to inform, notify the commissioner that she's initiating an investigation because of a complaint?
I honestly don't have enough familiarity with what an HR investigation would entail to say definitively. Like, I can say to myself, I wouldn't have a problem with notification, but there might be a scenario.
We can ask her, I mean, or we can
I
say.
think you might
if-
want to ask her just.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds, because we're gonna get feedback from people, so it sounds, is everyone okay if in this next version, version 7, it says, and the chief people officer will notify the commissioner against whom the complaint is lodged, something like
I
that?
feel like we're missing parts of this though, because the
Okay.
investigation itself, you know, I know it varies, but during that investigation, I would assume the commissioner will also be a part of that investigation. So we're separating notification from it's just, I'm just thinking about the reality of this. And it's not, it doesn't, the way this is written does not sort of align with the reality of investigations either.
Was there any language like this, Bruce, in the gaming commission? Do you recall?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Commissioner Concepcion, can you go a little further on what you were saying? You were saying that this doesn't align with how an investigation would
I
happen.
I know we want to talk fresh. We don't want to, bring up old things, but we've gone through something similar where there was an investigation. The person involved in the investigation was also a part of the investigation itself. Like there are questions, there's interactions, and that's just how generally
You
speaking.
get interviewed, right?
Exactly. So when I'm reading B, it doesn't,
It's too soon.
it's conflicting. It's like you're talking about the chief people officer notifying, or, if determining whether or not the investigative commissioner will be notified or not, when in fact, the reality is they most likely will already be notified with an investigation.
So it sounds like there needs to be a different A, which is notification. And then there's the investigation. And then at the conclusion,
And I'm not saying that always happens or that will always happen, but I'm just saying, even, working at the DA's office, when someone's being investigated, there's questions that happen for the person being investigated.
and so what happens at the conclusion? I'm just looking at it's not a matter of should the investigating commissioner be notified. What happens at the end of an investigation? Or is that, is it just that the chief people officer notifies
Well,
the chair,
at the end of-
executive director, and general counsel of the results, period? And then based on the result, then it goes to C.
I'm not sure.
There might be a question as to whether or not other commissioners should be notified. I think out of respect for the commissioner under investigation, there should not be the investigation should be tight as far as who knows.
Right.
So, but let's say that investigation, because I think this might be I'm thinking of the maturity of this agency. Let's say there's things that the commission has voted on historically of subcommittees or something like that, where the commission may say, based on that conduct, I think it's time for you to come off that subcommittee. Or there might be opportunities where the commission can dictate some of the implementation of those findings if they're aware, but if they're in the dark. But that, I think, is a determination that should be made after an investigation, not during or before. And I guess,
And is that determination about the other commissioners, but the executive director, chair, and general counsel will be informed of the results, and a determination made about whether the other commissioners should be?
that's right.
Well, is there a way to say, like, the commissioner under investigation should be advised of the results of the investigation? The chief people officer will then conduct an initial analysis to determine if the investigated, like, somewhere the commissioner needs to be advised of before, like, the chief people officer determines that it rises to a level when you want to know, like, people have the right to defend themselves
So
or.
at the conclusion of the investigation, the investigative commissioner is
Should be
advised
advised
of the results.
Do you agree
of
with that? Like, when you want to know the
Oh, yeah.
results of the investigation,
And then-
whether it exonerates you or
Yeah.
finds you guilty?
And then it's in addition, the chief people officer notifies the chair, the executive director, and the general counsel of the results and determines if all the other
Because
commissioners
the other
should
one's
be.
saying the other people find out first, then
Right.
the person under investigation finds out last.
I'm sorry, Susan, you were saying add the investigative commissioner to that list of people? Is that what you were just?
So it goes, at the conclusion of the investigation, the investigative commissioner is advised of the results of the investigation. In addition, the chief people officer notifies the chair, executive director, and general counsel of the results and determines if all other commissioners should be notified. Does that make sense?
Everybody else.
What is the trigger notifying the other commissioners?
Chief people officer
Determination
determination.
that gets made.
Okay.
I mean, I suppose if it was, there was no credence to the
Mhm,
claim, then just let it go, right? For example.
Do you want to, I don't want to overcomplicate this, but we're talking about protecting a commissioner that's under investigation.
Yeah.
We haven't talked at all about the person that lodged the complaint and how they're informed of anything. So I think they're entitled to some feedback here as well.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Because that's one of the things, like, if we're investigating conduct, one of the things that comes out of that is these are the steps we're going to take as an agency to insulate either the agency or that individual from that conduct.
So at the conclusion of the investigation, the investigative commissioner and the complainant are advised of the results of the investigation.
And in the past, I know that I've been informed so that I may then inform. So.
So it's
there's a
passive,
kind of a-
so who does it is.
I hate to call it a strategy, but there's a meeting of the minds to say, okay, now that this investigation has in fact concluded, where do we need to go next? And always in that is the parties that were subject to it. So the complainant, perhaps the commissioner, I don't want to say perhaps, let's say the commissioner was the complainant. There might be two staff members. Well, we determine, okay, we've got to report out. But then in reporting out, what are we doing? So the report out is both the findings of the investigation, but also and based on these findings, these are the steps we're taking. And it might even be again, strategy sounds like the wrong word, but we're telling this person first, and we're telling this person second, put in a tight sequence. So
Isn't that stuff that would be, how would that be mirrored if it wasn't a commissioner? If you're strictly following the employee handbook?
So the scenario I think I just gave was let's say it's two staff members that were, one complained about the other, and then of course in response, the other one complained about that. So now we've got mutual complaints. We investigate that.
Yeah.
The findings, and let's say we did use an outside law firm in that instance. The findings get reported most likely to the chief people officer, who then consults with me and says, these are the findings. There might be an executive summary of those findings. I may then want to meet with the law firm and say, okay, give me a bit of a download here. I may also post the law firm based on these findings, what do we do? What can we do? Is there an option A, B, and C? Is there some sort of hybrid? And then we make a determination to how to report that out to those principal complainants or those staff members. But that again, the strategist feels like that approach is, I think we should tell this person first and this person second, but we should tell them kind of consecutively, so that way someone doesn't feel left out. But we're actually putting this person's 51% responsible for these, and this person's 49%. So we're going to tell this person, and you are not to speak to them, you are not to interact, you are not to retaliate.
So
We'll follow the letter or something.
yeah, advise the results of the investigation and actions to be taken as a result. Is that what you're doing at that point?
Because that kind of cascades to C a little bit.
But that's really about, okay,
And action can be to inform the appointing authority.
so we don't need actions to be taken at that notification
Yeah.
point of the investigation.
Well, this is where it's generally, this is a curiosity, and I don't have an answer necessarily. I don't know what other action this agency can take against a
That's
commissioner.
exactly.
Right.
And I can't say to a commissioner, I'm logging you off of all of our systems. You have a right to be on those systems. So I think it's, now granted, we can then reflect, I don't want to make that blanket statement, but there's just, I can't say you're suspended without pay for the next 2 weeks.
Right.
I could to a staff member.
Right.
Or you're suspended with pay during the course of this investigation. I can't say that. That might be a situation where someone, let's say we had 2 staff members and there was just severe bullying was alleged. I might say, I need to investigate this, but I also need the space to investigate it. During the pending this investigation, you're out with pay. You're not in our offices, you're not logged into our systems, you're out.
To a commissioner.
No, that's to a staff.
To a commissioner.
I can't do that to a commissioner.
So what happens, I mean, it's interesting, so the chief people officer determines if the investigated commissioner should be subject to disciplinary action.
My question.
Well, they
And so
can't
is that-
subject them
is
to
that-
disciplinary action. The only thing we can.
But you can say, she can say, they should be subject to disciplinary action, and therefore we're informed of the appointing authority, right? It doesn't have to be what that disciplinary action is, it just could be, because this would, in
You're right.
a usual workplace, this would be subject to disciplinary action. And the only thing that we can do, I mean, on the other hand, you would hope that someone would have a discussion with the commissioner during the
But
investigation
what
part
would be
that
done if
says.
the executive director were the problem?
Abusive
How-
or aggressive.
Yeah. If you, so how is that handled?
So the chief people officer has any green light she needs to work with the commission to investigate it,
Meaning they
to
say,
report. I would say it probably starts with the chair.
yeah, I mean, no, that was what.
Yeah, no, but I think it also includes the entirety of the commission.
Yeah.
Yep. Without, and she has that directive.
I think, I understand what you're saying in terms of the limited authority that you have, in terms of what you can do if a commissioner does something and steps out of line. I feel like this could be fleshed out a little bit more though, because there's still a control over staff and resources. There's still limitations that can be sort of implemented so that the rest of the workforce is protected. That is, separate and aside from what the appointing authority has authority over. Maybe that's something that, maybe our general counsel can kind of think of a little bit more, but I think that there's a way to implement some things here that does not rise to that same level, that you're not restricted from. Like you can still do some things within your own.
Like in
role.
other words, you are no longer, do not communicate with that person during this investigation type of thing? Is that what you mean?
Or creating sort of those
Like
barriers.
a barrier.
But it feels like this is more mediation. You know what I mean? It feels like almost like I'm thinking like proactively, having us do ethics training, having us, maybe making sure that we sort of understand best behavior with staff. I don't know what that is.
It's also non-staff though, chair too. It's kind of like, let's just. We act out sometimes. There's no doubt about it. I'm gonna just say for myself, but I can't speak for anybody else. And there's certain things that we do that can be out of line at times. And staff will get offended, leadership team gets offended, or whatever word you want to use. But they're in a position where it's like, who's gonna go call my 3 appointing authorities and say, Nudi's is being a jerk? You know, Sean can tell me, because we've built that relationship, Nudi, you're being a jerk, you know?
But see, this is what I'm saying, is that we've got to go from jerk level, which
Well,
is
I'm
making
using
someone
jerk. I'm
uncomfortable.
using jerk in a nice way,
Mhm.
but that's what I'm saying, like, there are those scenarios. And I think that that's what we're really, for me, I think that's where I'm seeing what we're kind of talking about, because that is a reality. And, I mean, listen, I'm open to mediation, like, if I've offended a staff, or if I said something, you know, is out of line, like, I'm willing to do that mediation, but somebody needs to call me on it first before they do a whole investigation and go to my appointing authorities for me, you know, saying something, yelling, acting, but this is like, this stuff is real, like, it happens, you know, especially in the heat of the moment sometimes and things like that. So I think for me, that's what I see within all of this. I know we've had bigger issues, but I think this is also the one where this is also like self-policing at the same time. So.
This has been something though, so one is I'm kind of relieved to be at this phase. This is something I've actually struggled with at this agency. And it's a delicate balance. I think it's really wanting to be mindful and respectful of your roles as commissioners, your roles as appointed individuals with an accountability, a statutory accountability. But then knowing that we've also got to manage the agency, and that there are meaningful engagements between commissioners and staff where I can govern the staff perspective. But then when I get staff coming saying, what are you going to do? I also am mindful that there's not a hell of a lot I can do.
Right.
And so I walk this line as far as the staff level of engagement with commissioners. And I think what I don't want to do is continue to count on a strong personal relationship to say, Commissioner, heads up.
But this is where I see is the HR director's role here, no?
Agreed.
Yeah, agree.
But then the HR director has the same authority limitations that I do of enforceability. So one of the things I've toyed with is just if there's kind of that, because not everything rises to the level of an appointing authority alert. But is there, again, that kind of stacking of behavior where Commissioner, we talked about this, Commissioner, we talked about this, we talked about this, we talked about this. Is every time like a letter to a file that it hits a critical mass and it's, Commissioner, it's like, this is, 10 demerits. Next one, I've got to fire off a letter to your appointing authority. But then the response is going to be, with what authority? This is I've actually spoken to appointing authorities historically to say, what does this statute mean to you? What do you expect from me? And it's not clear. They don't even know.
But I think that's not a dumb thing to sort of renew that conversation every time you do have a new appointing authority. Probably is a conversation worth having. I mean, I've had to have it with my appointing authority. What do you want? What do you expect? Good
example is I reached out to the Attorney General's office, but made it clear when I did that I'm not calling about your appointee. I need some legal advice here. I don't know what this statute means for what obligation or burden it creates for me. I've had that conversation with our law firm to say, you know what, we pay you as a law firm. You interpret this statute for me. And every time we just come up with option A, option B, option C, which means that there is no one option, that there is no one sort of, even like what is gross misconduct? There is no legal definition to gross misconduct. It's sort of taken in its totality, is it gross misconduct? The rest of the stuff is kind of, and even like putting that statute next to itself is gross misconduct is one criteria for removal. So is not just charge of a felony, but conviction of a felony.
It is, it's conviction,
So you've got to be charged and convicted
Yeah.
to then be removed. But then put that next to gross misconduct. And you're thinking, to me, there's an even threshold, which means conviction of a felony gross misconduct It's not gross misconduct or it's, so it's gotta, that's a high
Is there-
bar.
What's
Yeah,
this
I'm curious.
tribunal stuff?
Yeah.
You had mentioned is there a tribunal
Well,
mechanism?
There is no, that's the
You guys
other,
know about this?
It's on the whiteboard.
you would not have a tribunal, you would have one appointment. But for
Yeah.
Commissioner Steffens and Camargo, it's appointing authority is actually 3 people.
Fine.
So you have a notice, not only an opportunity to be, you have a notice, the notice requirement, but then you have an opportunity to be heard. So basically, it's each appointing authority sitting in some sort of, what a
Tribunal.
bizarre execution of, and one would hope that at that point, there's sort of a political pressure point that gives in, but again, if there is a future tense commission 15 years from now that says, in a very defiant way, you can't touch me. I'm not gonna show up to work. I'm not gonna do any of the work that's required of me. If I do show up, I'm gonna just be like a tornado through the office. Like, there might be an opportunity where that future tense commissioner arrives here and just says, yeah, no one can touch me. I've got a 5-year term. I'll see you in 5 years.
Could I ask you, Sean, Commissioner Concepcion asked the question, what can the executive director do to protect staff from commissioners to create
Sure.
those boundaries? And I'm wondering if in the past you've had that conversation with the general counsel about what, we understand that they're untouchable for
Sure.
you, but are there things that
So
you
this-
can do?
Yeah, this has come up, once, and I was actually very delicate about it because my concern was that I didn't want the staff to interpret it as punishment for them. I'm taking you off of this. You are no longer to interact with that commissioner, you're no longer to interact with that staff or that program. But it's in my job description that I have to. So why am I being punished because of someone else's behavior? And if it responds, then there was alternative work to be done. So it's just a matter of reassigning things. But that was the hesitation of my reaction was implementation of the corrective measure actually was a detriment to the employee. So that's
Complicated stuff.
I know Commissioner Camargo's keeping kind of a list we should include annual training or training for commissioner on respectful workplace and whatever our
Yeah.
employee handbook is.
Yep.
Looking at the next page,
each month.
C and D.
Paper
seem-
training,
C and
commissioner
D
training,
seem
you know.
flipped.
Wait, which, are you on 6 or are you
I'm
on?
on 6. I think
Okay.
C and D should be flipped.
The chair keeps saying mediation, but maybe there's something to that. Like if in that instance, that gray area, maybe Susan's on retainer and it establishes.
Well, she is on retainer.
Establishes that a mediation
We need to keep.
to Commissioner Concepcion's point, to insulate those boundaries, maybe you do need a mediator while the investigation, that's not the investigation itself, that's just while the investigation is going on, you have a mediator on retainer that establishes the boundaries so the investigation can conduct itself. Does that sound
You
reasonable?
can also have an ombuds office. I mean, that's typical.
Talk with you.
You have an ombuds person, it's an internal person
It's Sean.
that,
It's Sean.
yeah, that sort of has
Other
that
duties outside.
independence. But a lot, that's what, as you get bigger and bigger, there are over 100 people and that's what, so someone would go to the ombuds and say, this is going on, and the ombuds job is then to figure out what's possible. And it could be before or after a complaint is filed. But sometimes it's, someone just talks to someone and gives them some strategies for managing, or ombuds people are trained in mediation.
We've had, again, staff to staff, not commissioner level, just employee disputes, and that resulted in informal brief, but investigations nonetheless, where the first question, and I get informed but not intimately involved, I get reported out as far as what the findings were, but if I do end up meeting with the staff prior to the investigation even commencing, often what I'll say is, do you feel like you can continue functioning in the role as you occupy it? or do you need to be reassigned?
Mhm.
But it's the employee's choice and decision. That way it's not punishment or punitive for, I raised a concern, now there's agency retaliation against me for raising the concern. But it's also a documented, on this day, you told me you can continue serving in that function, in that capacity. I gave you the opportunity to be reassigned, you elected not to be. And it's just really this conversation was had, this opportunity was provided. But again, that's really the employee's choice. So in the commissioner dynamic, I think it's just, and also bearing in mind too, which is a little probably complicating factor, is the level of employees you do interact with. There's senior level employees there, and I think this agency, I think, has the structure is just bizarre. And we're trying to manage it through a very traditional process that just doesn't lend itself to it. So
That's a really good way.
Can we go to F about deciding to notify an appointing authority or authorities? How should that work?
I don't think it should be one, because future commissioners and executive director, if there's a rub, that's a lot of power for one person to determine someone's life, livelihood, and reputation. I think it should be two, and then maybe a tiebreaker.
Well,
I
here
don't
you
think it
also
should be
have,
all
if they
in one.
disagree, then,
It shouldn't revert to one person.
well, maybe it's
It should have a third.
the secretary.
Is it the commissioner or the general counsel?
But I think it's a lot of power for one person. I think it needs to be checks and balances of that power with three. Like if it's a tie, then who is the third to break the tie?
Who do you propose?
HR? Or maybe an outside counsel. I don't know. HR is in the house or out of the house.
I think that's a weird position for HR, if they're conducting,
Oh, got it.
want sort of an independent.
Yeah, I was thinking you need a tiebreaker. I don't know what it should be.
I don't think we have an, I'd like to think about this, because I don't know what it is, unless you have some thoughts, Sean, because I know that you have, you have had to, when things were really bad, you have had to go to people, but there were multiple and there were investigations.
And it's not an easy thing to do.
No.
That's a lot of weight for any one
Yeah.
person to carry.
That's what I'm saying.
And I've been sensitive to, and this is, I'm trying to divorce myself from this process
Right.
personally.
Right.
I guess that's maybe an arrogant way to say I trust myself to make the right
That's
decision.
right.
But I don't know who
Future
the next
people.
person is, and I
Right.
don't trust them therefore.
Yeah.
That's right. That's what I'm
Just to be fair to them. I mean, they might be, I don't know where they're coming from, but
I hate them. No.
yeah.
You're
that's-
right. That's my point.
Just that anonymous, I'm hoping there's the reasonable person standard that would apply to them, but who knows? And then who knows who future commissioners are? I would be hesitant to giving a second commissioner the vote, because now there's two commissioners that have the potential to override what might be an administrative decision. So I think you want to be careful there. Plus, you make an earlier determination as to whether or not other commissioners should be informed. And if you now get to this juncture and realize we haven't informed other commissioners, we've elected not to inform other commissioners, we now have to bring a second commissioner in, brief them on the entirety of the events. And
Right.
potentially all the while, we have to keep in mind that there's nothing guaranteeing that the harm has stopped. You can, again, I can say to the commissioner, this behavior needs to cease, you are actively under investigation, we need to look into it, but there's nothing guaranteeing that the harm is actually stopped. The longer you run that out. So I would just be mindful of that. I'm not sure.
This is an independent person comes in, reviews the file.
You might
I have a
need,
question.
to bring in your outside counsel.
Do we have a labor attorney on retainer?
We do, yeah.
So a labor attorney.
See, and again, I've observed this in other quasi-independent commissions, and there was a very high level disagreement at very high level staff. And they had to bring in
I
outside
think you
labor
do.
council to do that.
And I mean, in
Neutral
fairness,
party.
I've leaned on them historically
Yeah,
heavily.
yeah. But what do you
So
think of
much so
that?
that I've said, I don't work with one of your partners, I work with your managing partner.
Yeah.
And that's
Who-
the
who's
relation.
it? Who's it?
Morgan Brown and Joy is
Mhm.
our outside counsel.
Mhm.
Jackie Kugel is our managing partner. And she is, I mean, and again, that's not to suggest that she's going to be in that capacity in durability in some durable way in perpetuity, but
No, but this
not
is
every
what I,
investigation goes to outside counsel. Let's keep that
no,
in
but this
mind.
is what I think that when you have the conflict between the chair and the executive director or the chair and the secretary, and there's not agreement, right? I think that I think that is appropriate.
I do too.
Does that make sense to everybody?
It's us taking it from a neutral third
I
party.
just saw it very intimately happen at another place, and they needed to bring someone from the outside in because it was just too high level, too fraught, too many different, you know, like the HR director bailed because she didn't want to deal with, you know what I mean? And it was her supervisor, you know, so.
I mean, it makes sense because you're not bringing in someone who works for Sean
That's right.
and you're
Same
not,
here.
right?
That's
And you're
right.
not bringing
Right.
I think
in
that's
another
That's a very
commissioner.
good point,
Right.
Susan. Yeah.
Okay.
Can we take a pause, because I'd like to run to the ladies' room, and I'd
Yeah,
like to know
I was
what
gonna,
people would like to do in terms of lunch break. Saviel, you okay over there?
I would like a break.
Thank you.
Yeah.
By the way, give me like a little eyebrow, you know?
Can I just ask, does anyone have anything else on number 6, or can we take a break and then move to?
Well, I just want to ask what people want to do in terms of their lunch break too, or what you want to do for a lunch break.
Okay,
What do you
And
want?
Eva steps out for a second, so we may want to.
Yeah.
We're not good. All right, why don't we take a bio break and then we'll come back. All right, let's just take another look at accountability. Any other comments on 6 or 1 through 5?
What are we doing for F? Or just putting it as a,
We're going to say it's the chair and executive director, and
outside counsel?
if they disagree, it'll be outside
Yep.
counsel.
Whew, that took a lot, but I think that's good.
I think I wanted to throw something out there, and you guys can tell me what you think about this, because there's sort of an after piece to this. You know, you've notified the appointing authority after finding, you know, cause, the investigation's concluded, but there's still the possibility that the appointing authority decides to take no action. So then, this is where my mind was sort of going through before I got up. At that point, under the law, for the chair's authority and the executive director's role in terms of the administrative capacity, there might be some room to sort of place some limitations on staff resources and interactions there that sort of surrounds that commissioner. So it's a thought that I had.
I think it's a very good thought, but I'm not sure we can prevent someone, if it's been brought to the authority says, yep, that's my guy, that's my gal. I don't know if you can put, this is where I think it comes back to the mediation and the HR, that you have to figure out how they function and get trained to either stop the behavior or to work around, because I don't think that keeping them from, you know, in essence, what we're saying is, we have no authority to pull you off, but we do have authority to say you can't do your job. And I worry a little bit about that. And think about, just, I mean, you know what I'm saying, just, I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just saying, how do we get to that point where we've raised and HR'd and brought it, and then the appointing authority says, nope, I'm good.
So I went back to the roles and responsibilities, and that's where I was pulling from.
Okay.
Where you, roles and responsibilities on page 3. Specifically around the commission chair and your ability to kind of control the affairs, the work and the project among the commissioners. And that's what I was deriving that from.
Okay.
Because there is something there, that, you know, just the way that I'm reading it, and I could be wrong, there's room for that here.
Not to be fresh, but is this a Marjorie Taylor Greene? We can't get rid of you
That's what came to my mind. You can't be on any committees. You can't be on,
Mhm.
you're not gonna be on.
I'm just saying
any
if there,
groups
if there's
or-
an action that has, and maybe this would never happen, but if there's a commissioner that has done something to the extent that there's a determination, there's a notification to the appointing authority, clearly this person or individual has committed some sort of action that has risen to that level. And then the appointing authority decides, that's nice. Then what happens?
What
Just what,
I think happens is I think it just has to clarify what the chair's role is to assign work and staff. Because then it's up to the chair and the executive director to determine how that works going forward. And so it goes back to the language that we're clarifying here. And again, Marjorie Taylor Greene is sort of a bad example, but it actually is a kind of, I think, gets to what you're saying is that we can't remove you, but we're going to limit the damage that you can possibly do. But ultimately, it's up to,
It kind of puts that commissioner in a box though,
Mhm.
of you will do your core functions
Mhm.
and no further damage.
Yeah.
In other words, so let's say there was an issue where it was a staff interaction that ran afoul.
Mhm.
And the investigation commenced, that there were findings, legitimate findings that were upheld or sustained in some way, rose to the level of appointing authority notice. The appointing authority says, looks at the statute and says, this is going to be a hassle to remove this person. Calls politely and says, I think you should probably step down. No, I won't. Okay. The appointing authority reaches it back out and says, look, they've got a year left on their term. They didn't want to step down. They're your problem. And at that point, that commissioner comes to me and says, I want to start a working group on X and Y and Z. My answer might be, I'm sorry, but I can't let you lead a project leading staff.
how would we
So
wordsmith her
here,
thought?
I have something.
Okay.
If the appointing authority decides against removal, the chair and executive director will consider work assignments of the investigating commissioner to be protective of staff and other commissioners.
Yeah, I think there's sort of a joint effort
I
there.
think that,
Yeah, okay.
And it's mindful too, that it's not just the staff day, it might be also the commissioner to commissioner dynamics. as well. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you for pointing that out.
Great, now you're the principal, Shannon.
I'm just saying, I was thinking about like the alternative. Imagine that. Imagine we went through all of this. We all know that it's
No, you're absolutely
crazy. And then now we're, all right, everyone,
It's possible.
back
It's
to,
completely
That was
possible.
definitely conceivable that could happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it could be for 3 years, it could be for 6 months, and you could
Right.
wind up with somebody back.
But we're not preventing them from acting on licenses, we're not preventing them from being in public meetings. It's the other work that sort of fills
You're
in.
neutering them, for lack of a
You can put
better
them in your
term.
box, yeah, I think.
You
that's-
can't have
They're
a
on
committee.
corners, they're on
That's
corners.
basically what they've done to a congresswoman. It's like, you can't have a committee, you can be a congresswoman, you
Right.
can vote, but we're
Right.
stripping you of all of those other.
and it's things that are within your authority. It's things that are there.
That's right.
So it's
Right.
not going
He
beyond.
okays working groups anyway, right? So that's already in your,
That's what I'm saying. I
Yeah.
think it's
And
the
it's
other
a-
stuff.
It's a way to protect the people around that person.
yeah.
But it still allows you to function
You
as
still
a.
need each. I think we've covered it.
Before removal, you think H is repetitive?
Yeah.
Because, but what if they decided not to what if the chief people officer determines not to inform the other commissioners?
Well, we've covered the second part because we have that up in D. So that part has to be covered up.
Which part?
The
D.
second half of, the second sentence in H, we cover up in D.
They've got that in B and D.
Okay.
No.
So you think we don't
Probably
need,
take it out,
okay.
all 3 points.
Are you talking about the chair is subject of the investigation and the secretary is designated that part, or the whole of H?
Well, I was looking at all of H, but certainly the second part of
Yeah,
H
and
we
for some
covered.
reason, the chief people officer put that in all three places in her comments. That's why it's there.
But when will we be notified about the removal? Like, so, sorry, I mean, is that already, I feel like there's nothing before that.
Yeah, I think that it's possible if the chief people officer determines that all other commissioners should be notified at the conclusion of the investigation.
But that's not for the
But I
removal.
don't think there it is there for the removal.
So I think the H applies to removals.
That's how I read it. You can tell me if you
Yeah.
see something different.
No, I guess seeing it that way,
I can just make, I can clarify that.
Because I'm reading it like stages.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Clarify that.
And
Okay.
I also think that the language that comes off repetitive, that if the chair is subject to the investigation, then the secretary is designated, that language, I think is deliberate. Because it's also talking, those are all the actions.
Mhm.
I think that's there on purpose.
yeah, I think it's just, in each instance, it should be clarified that the secretary falls into that role.
All right, good work. Professional development had been in this section, but when it shaped up this way, it seemed like it was better as its own section, so I pulled that one out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, okay, yeah, so take a look at that. You know, there's the enhanced ethics training annually that we spoke of earlier.
The only other thing is it's not just it's recuse or file disclosures. Because this is also,
Okay.
there is a difference.
And or file disclosures.
Yeah. I mean, again, people tend to recuse,
Mhm.
but technically you don't have to if it's not a direct.
Is it possible that we can put, we're all asking for this once a year, enhanced training. Can we put that, like commission will run, organize, or whatever, once annual training for commissioners? Because we're all kind of asking for it. Is there a way to like,
That's what it says.
but is that on your own, asynchronous, synchronous, is it, what is it? Like, here's you go, you're on your own, read it
Do you want to
again.
leave it to the chair, the executive director to organize it by, what do you?
I mean, am I misreading? Like, we are all kind of asking for, bring us back together and let's go over this again. And this is, here's the link, go read it on your own. Like, it can be either or, you know.
Mhm.
So what if we just say commissioners will participate in a commission-provided enhanced ethics training
Yeah.
annually?
Yes. That's,
Okay. Yep, that's good, I like that.
No, that's why I read it anyway, so that makes sense. That's helpful.
Anything else on professional development?
Just going back to the list of, trainings, and maybe we can pull this all into two, but, 30A training, employee handbook training.
We talk about the other one, which is, I put the J process, but it's like what is it?
The what process?
I'm calling it in my own head.
The judicial?
Yeah. What do we- Look at Sean's face. He's like, what does, what's the court adjudicatory? There you go. Sean's like, who gave Nudie
Get the
marker to have us?
marker.
This entire whiteboard is giving me anxiety.
The next meeting, this is gonna be
I
down.
complained about like a poster not being used earlier, so this is killing me.
I'm using it because.
Oh, yeah.
No, this was outside, this wasn't in here. I'm not using it.
Adjudicatory.
Adjudicatory, no.
I thought you were gonna win it.
It's still 30.
Madam Chair.
I'm gonna toss it.
Yeah.
They're like,
Those
like,
are- those are
Oh,
your
this is my
questions,
head.
those are-
this is back on my head right now.
That's my head, the red is.
The red, that was Christine trying to explain to me and.
So do you want to list
Appointing authorities.
all of the trainings that you want here in your
Yes.
charter?
I would
This
do
is
it,
our opportunity.
I would do it as a
Accountability.
limited, like including but not limited to list. Just so
John doesn't.
you're not gonna think of one that you're gonna want at some point, that's all.
We're gonna have TED Talks. So it
I'm
is.
saying, yeah, there's like one per month, so.
So you want something that said trainings will be offered on,
Yearly trainings.
Yes.
for all of those?
What did you get so far?
Well, not all of them. I mean, we could just say for trainings that commissioners
Where?
see fit or something. We don't have to name them all. That's just whatever you guys are talking about.
I mean, there's
I
a
like
place
Sean's
where,
language of
yeah.
including but not limited to
Or as.
Right,
needed.
right, right.
38 enhanced code of ethics and employee handbook.
And it could be that we just.
I like-
build
I like that,
calendar.
list that you
Yeah,
have
it's
too. So
limited,
it's not-
yeah.
Those are
So
more
what is
highlighting the
it,
ones
30?
that
Okay,
don't get us
30A.
into trouble.
so just add those to 2. Commissioners will participate in, I can work that, but it sounds like that just goes into number 2, where you're talking about enhanced ethics.
Yeah.
Okay. Not including but not limited to. Okay.
I just put whatever I heard you guys say up there.
Yeah, kind of ethics.
Okay, got it. All right, charter adoption and review.
Aye.
That's how you made a second earlier today, by the way.
Oh, yeah, you did. You did. The eye.
You have a
You
second?
have a second eye. Yeah, she voted on the
Well, when
second.
we came back to the vote, you were kind of like.
Yeah, it
am I
was
saying
so
aye
funny.
again?
Second,
Yes, that was so
I was
funny.
talking in here, that's why.
Were you on the whole beginning? Were you? here?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay,
jumped
then
just
you're
in
here.
time, like,
Okay.
when
What
you
did I
said,
do?
I said, I the wrong
she
time.
said, Commissioner Camargo, you second, there was like a pause.
Oh, and I
then
said,
aye.
aye.
That was so funny. It was good.
I'm glad you guys all went along with it.
Anything on charter adoption and review?
We want to clarify one that is just consistent with these 3 commissioners. So an affirmative vote of 3
Of 3.
commissioners.
Commissioners.
You know, that's different from when we started, when we were beginning the process, we said all 5. Well, all of us, like, about.
Oh,
us.
yeah, you're right.
So
It was unanimous.
Wait, but that's just for an emergency review.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
you're
get
saying,
one.
you're
About
saying
one.
one.
Yeah.
Because
How
that's
you
going
guys
a little
feeling about
different. I think it was
commissioners?
6 of us. It was with the ED as well and the 5 commissioners. Or was it 5?
I shouldn't get a vote. I should sign it, but I shouldn't be able to vote.
I just
How
know
you
that's
guys all
taking
feeling?
that's a turn from,
5
Right,
voting.
it's a consensus process.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with it. Well, the emergency review, got it.
No, but for number 1, the charter bill will be ratified.
But is it the ratification versus the review and having the process opened up? 2 different things?
I think number 4 stays at 3, but the question is, should number 1 be the charter will be ratified by consensus of the commissioners?
Well, let's think about this moving forward. So we all are making this document together. We're all the chefs. You're gonna have new chefs.
No, this is just the one time.
Yeah, but I just want, like, no, to always have it get a unanimous, like, even when
You
you
know, but I'm saying, this is it, like, it's just.
Number 1 is just for now.
just for now.
It's
Okay,
a
moving
one-time
forward,
deal.
it would be
Yeah.
3 or 5 moving
Right.
forward.
It's a
Right,
one-time deal.
yeah,
Just take it or
Right.
leave it, like the price is right.
but we should make that clear. Revisions will be in.
Yeah, see, I didn't understand.
No, you're right, but that means number 3, I have to say revisions will be done by the affirmative vote of 3 commissioners.
Do you want to separate out how we view 1? That could cause confusion number 1. Like the initial charter or the,
This charter, did you say this charter?
Or the overall charter or whatever.
The original, the
It
inaugural.
would be, has been ratified, because it's not.
Right, that's,
Right.
that was part of my confusion too.
By a consensus of the commissioners.
And down under number 5, you say the chair will obtain input from commissioners that want to follow the board.
We have to make sure that that doesn't violate it.
Right.
Okay.
And
All right, everyone good with consensus? I mean, it says a lot to the future
Mhm.
recipients of
Can
the
you
document.
explain like each review? What does that mean? Like we're reviewing
Sure.
this, like he's checking in with us annually to take our temperature, or
Yeah,
we
yeah.
just wait till that? Do we, like,
That one. So 2 years after it's ratified for the first time, and then 3 years thereafter.
do we need to like qualify that?
Like
Like what you just said, that language in there.
So it's number 3. The charter will be reviewed for necessary revisions 2 years after the ratification
Right.
date, and then will be reviewed for necessary revisions every 3 years thereafter. And I'm going to add, to make it clear, revisions will be done by an affirmative vote of 3 commissioners. Emergency review may be initiated at any time.
How do we initiate that? Like, what's the mechanism? Do we notify the chair? Do we, like, I know the vote will determine whether or not we
Right.
do the, but how do we initiate the need for an emergency review?
I suppose you do it at a public meeting, right? You'd have to get it on the agenda for the public meeting and then vote on it.
And then you have a whole process for inviting things to be put on the public agenda if the chair does not choose to do it.
Which we already,
We are
Have
covered.
that.
Yeah.
So should we say that? So under the emergency review?
I think you just say you need them to be explicit.
but I'm just
on
saying,
it.
we've already put in there, if the chair doesn't want to put it on the agenda, that a vote of 3 commissioners.
Right. In a way, by saying an affirmative vote of 3 commissioners means it had to be on the agenda and it had to be voted on.
That's a Robert's Rules mechanism anyway. That's not a specific.
Mhm.
So, but Robert's Rules dictates that the chair has the authority to determine, and then the body, the membership, has the ability to overrule. So, one thing to think about, I've been in different committees in the past that I don't know if you want to put it here or identify it as a potential mechanism for review too, is one, the statute gives the commission the ability to establish subcommittees. And I've been on, say for instance, a school committee that has all of their policies, and they establish a subcommittee to review those policies and bring back periodic changes to the full body. I think in some habit, again, 15, 20 years from now, that's a healthy thing to do, to say, these 2 commissioners and two representatives of staff are going to go and be a subcommittee that are going to review the charter and come back and make proposed changes and bring them to a commission meeting where it's not the 5 commissioners sitting in executive session working through it, but instead you're getting these periodic chunks of this has survived the test of time, or this kind of needs to be updated. So I don't know if you need to anticipate it here or tease it a little bit, but it's an option. And I think it's more successful.
Do you want that to be in there? That process to be in there?
Well, I mean, I think that is, so that would probably come under 3, yes? Be reviewed for necessary 2 years after reviewed. So are you saying that you want staff input, or, you know what I mean?
And actually, it could either go after 3, it could build off of 5 a little bit too. So the chair obtains input from commissioners, ED will solicit input from staff. And then you could put that the commission may elect to appoint a subcommittee for the review, or, I think
I
we
think
want
if you
to,
had may, I think that
I
that's
think we want to
fine.
be permissive,
Yeah.
not required.
Yeah.
But it teases out the mechanism where it doesn't have to be as robust a project, because hopefully by then, this is now a living document that folks are abiding by.
So the commissioners,
Is that staying like
the commissioners may elect to appoint a subcommittee to conduct a review of the charter and provide commissioners with proposals for revisions.
I'm trying to think it's, say that again?
The commissioners may elect to appoint a subcommittee to conduct a review of the charter and provide commissioners with proposals for revisions. You could say a subcommittee composed of 2 commissioners and 2 staff.
See, this is also where I want to just make sure that we're retaining this to us, because this is also what I'm pushback that I've been getting pretty, from staff. This is our prerogative. And I want to just be, we're doing this because we want to back you up in terms of your authority and in terms of how the staff, but I don't want to give ownership to the staff on this. And I think that talking about soliciting input, this, I don't mean to be sort of overly cautious about that, but I've gotten like whacked, And I just want to make sure that we don't raise expectations that this is necessarily an open process beyond what the commissioners are. And I hope I'm not being too,
I think that's fair. I think you can actually stay silent as.
I'm just saying, you're already talking about soliciting input from staff. And so I wanna keep that open. I want this to be an open dialogue with staff, because the whole reason we're doing this is to create better governance between the commission, the executive director, and how the staff functions. But I get a little nervous about,
You're bringing more cooks into the kitchen.
I've already gotten whacked by a cook, so I don't want to get whacked by a cook. I just
So
wanna
your
be-
preference is to not,
No more cooks.
is to just
Yeah.
be silent on.
Yeah, I hope, I don't mean to undermine your thinking on that, and I know why you're doing that. I just get a little bit,
Is your suggestion, did that tweak 5 or did that tweak a potential change that we did not include? I'm trying to follow
That's
everything.
fine, that's fine.
It's at 5.
I think we're already calling for
Okay.
the review.
It basically gives some detail about the process for the review.
But baked into the review, like now are you gonna bring this back to staff?
We'll talk about
So
that.
that's
yeah.
baked into it already. So why do we need to add another layer to the cake?
Yeah, but I think how I'm reading this is just kind of like, and we're talking about, adoption and review, okay.
Yes, so
Adoption.
they're gonna get an opportunity, just like when we update regs, stakeholders get an opportunity to weigh in. There's a place and time for that opportunity.
So you
which I
guys are
think is
just
already
confirming
baked
what
into
you're
the
saying.
So
system.
you want to keep it as the commissioners are making
Yes,
the.
and then there's a
revisions.
place and time for that feedback.
But we're specifically putting in here soliciting input from staff. I think that really clarifies it. And prior to each review, we're gonna solicit
That's
input
right,
from
so it's
staff.
already in there.
Yeah, I just think that I just think that creating a committee that assumes that staff is gonna be on a subcommittee to make these changes, I
Yeah,
just,
no,
I
no,
get.
I agree.
And I hear exactly what you're saying, Sean, and I hope I'm not being annoying and.
No, I think the commission can establish subcommittees.
Yeah.
Period.
Also, when I see, when I see staff, when I read it, I'm just thinking the leadership team. I'm not even thinking past the leadership team, so.
Sure.
Anything else on charter adoption review?
I don't have any other.
Okay, we made it through the whole thing. Now we need to go back over it again. So it's 12:20, it's probably a good time for lunch. And so now what you'll see is in the track changes, those are suggestions that somebody said. It's not like 3 people said that or just a synthesis of all of the feedback that I got. The one section that needs discussion because there was conflicting input is on interactions of staff and it's gonna come up when we get to staff and commissioners, I should say. It's gonna come up in roles and responsibilities of the executive director, but I'm gonna suggest that we pass on it there because it's much more articulated a page and a half later.
And how much time do we have now? And we have one more meeting with you or?
So we have today until 4:30, and then what I've done is I've asked Grace and Kate to schedule like a 2 to 3 hour virtual meeting to just finish so we get to draft final. So we should be at draft final, if not today, after a couple of hour virtual meeting.
Okay.
And then we'll go to outreach and consultation to get feedback on it, and then we'll have so I think, well, we'll talk about that more, but we've got a meeting scheduled for November 29th, and we're scheduling a meeting for December, and that should get us over the goal line.
November 29th, the day after, I have a twofold. I won't be talking much, you'll all be happy.
I can't talk to you about dentists right now, so I've got a mess. All right, so let's start from the top, from page 1. And you'll see there's purpose now, which there hadn't been. The second sentence or the second clause of purpose had actually been beneath background. And there was a suggestion to put it up front and to also include the first clause, thank you, to foster a productive work environment based on mutual respect. And the rest of that has been at the bottom of that. So can I get some feedback about having a purpose, and if it makes sense to have that purpose, whether you like the purpose that's there?
No Steve Martin jokes. I think, you got it. I think it's good, and I think it's in the right place.
Okay. So let's go to background. Background is something that you've seen a number of times, but there were a couple of suggestions. As you see it, one is to add administering the laws and regulations, as well as to add at the bottom of the second paragraph, we will also develop public awareness campaigns in fulfillment of our statutory mandate to do so. Comments on those?
One thing I'd be wary of in adding that is, otherwise that is an explicit statement of our mission on our website. So now you have conflict between the commission's adopted mission and this language.
So in both instances, to add the word and
Yeah.
regulations and that second sentence?
Otherwise, the two paragraphs as they read is the commission's adopted mission.
So that would be a proposal to not add those.
I just
Right.
flag it for discussion.
Right, to not add, we will also develop public awareness, but that's, we're statutorily mandated to do that.
But it's not in our.
It's not our mission statement,
The first two
The
paragraphs,
mission statement.
the commission.
So isn't that, could that be up for review? Add that?
But it's, what I'm saying is the commission's mission statement is these two paragraphs. So by having-
Under background.
number one.
Number one is
number
the
one.
commission's mission statement, yep.
Mhm.
When you say the commission, did they go through a vote, mission statement?
So are people okay if we don't add those so that it's consistent with the existing mission?
Yeah. I mean, I know why it's there, right? And I'm assuming you had it.
Yeah, because I want us to get that fund.
Yeah.
And I'm like, maybe if it's in the mission statement, maybe we don't get it because it's not even in the mission statement. Maybe we got it in the mission statement.
No, I know why it's there. I think we just have to find a place for it. That's just not the place for it, but I know what you're saying.
Okay.
It's kind of like what else is in the statutory language that we can get,
Right.
you know? I bet you like this sentence, there's a lot of other things.
All right, so I'm gonna, I understand that
We'll put it on
those
the
won't be included, but we're gonna look for somewhere. Paragraph 2 is just authority or authorities, because some of you are appointed by multiple people. Take a look at anything through number 7. The other addition is MGLC 941I, section 4. And I found the citation that refers specifically to the commission.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
so
Where does your language, where is that?
Which one now, the public awareness
The
or
public
the,
awareness.
that was under, was added to the mission. I'm just trying to draw attention, that's part, we have an unfunded mandate, we're statutory mandate to do it, where can we incorporate this in here?
But where is the language that mandates us to develop public awareness
In
campaigns?
statute.
It's in statute.
But I also made a side list here of other things that are statutory listed that we can do. Because like the public awareness campaign, there may be other things.
Yeah, okay.
So we have to figure out what those things are.
All right, anything on background?
Yes.
Yeah.
94I, section 4.
Yeah.
Deals with registering of healthcare providers.
Did I find the wrong one? Is there one that is specific to, 94G, section 4 and 1076, both are specific to the commission, and there was a desire to include some language, so a citation from the medical marijuana part, and I think, what is it's in 94I, I thought it was section 4, but maybe I got the wrong one.
Section 7 deals with the commission shall promulgate rules and regulations. So if you want to,
Make it so.
Thank you. Yep.
I think that's a smart idea.
What is it?
The reference to 94I, number 7, should be section 7 of 94I instead of section 4.
Got it.
All right, let's move to roles and responsibilities. The commission, let's look at, let's see, if your pages are the same as mine. Yeah, let's look at,
Oh, you got that. Okay.
1A through G. And what happens in D is what had been little Romanet 1 became Romanet 2. That's just a change of location.
What do you call it? Romanet? I don't think I've ever heard that term.
Yeah, they used it. They used to do regulation writing.
Yeah.
I just thought the same thing in my head. I like that word.
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
Oh my God, I've written so many federal regulations and Romanet 1. Oh, that's a.
What did I miss? What are we doing?
These little lowercase Romans are Romanettes.
Yeah.
Oh, how cute!
I've never heard of that
Oh
before.
my God, that's like a t-shirt.
Like Baby Yoda.
Happy to share, guys.
We learned something in this process.
Any comments or questions or suggestions for number 1, A through D?
This isn't where we put your thing here, Kim, is it?
Could we put it under B?
Maybe.
Or Romanet 3?
I just want to say it.
But are there other things like that? You know?
Well, you have it under G already. G2.
Oh, okay, well then maybe we can beat that up a little. Gee.
Don't worry about that.
Is there anything else that you can think of, Sean, like that? Do you know what I'm saying? Like
Your research agenda,
our research agenda?
like the agency's research agenda.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of those,
Other,
it exists in statute.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, A through D then?
I'm just looking at D, Romanet 1.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, review, approve, remand, non-renew, those conditions. Location changes don't go to the commission, but that's, doesn't mean that they won't. I mean, it's delegated by the commission, so I want to be respectful of that. You get changes of ownership and control.
do we have to write all that stuff? Just review, approve, remand?
And I think there's an and, is that and, should that and be there? Place conditions on
That's a lot.
ownership and location.
So it sounds like location should come out.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
it's too much.
Yeah.
review, approve, remand, deny, renew, place conditions on, and make ownership changes to applications and licenses.
But that was something that was delegated, right? That's something that was,
Location was.
But we approved change of owner.
I only, when you remove something from this list, if it's too long, it looks like it's all encompassing. And if there's anything that's not included in there, then it limits us. So,
Sort of like a sentence, like take any other action,
yeah.
any other
some sort of-
relevant action as may be required.
Yeah.
That's a-
Or place conditions on application, you know what I mean? The conditions could include ownership, location.
So I just missed that. So do you want to take out review, approve, amend, deny, renew? And just say take relevant actions on applications and licenses?
That would sound better.
Isn't this a lot though? Remand, deny, review. Why would you say, I mean, we, at the end of the day, we're gonna, even whatever is remanded, we're gonna approve it or disapprove it. So I
You're
mean,
essentially considering and taking any relevant action on license application.
Yeah.
Licenses.
yeah, exactly.
Consider and take, say it again, Sam.
Consider and take any relevant action on licenses and applications, or applications for licensure and licenses. Because that's renewals, that's changes, that's provisionals, that's denying them, that's approving them. All of those things are relevant actions.
Let me make sure I have it. Consider and take any relevant action on applications for licensure and licenses. Everyone like that?
Yeah.
Their consensus?
Yes.
All right. Anything else on 1A through D? Okay, how about on page 3? We've got one at 3, down to 1 through 3.
Commissioners, think about how you use this on your resume for your next job.
Go for, is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Responsible.
Selfish.
Wow.
Responsible for the
That's why you saw
following.
that treasurer job description
Oh
run
my
like 5
gosh,
pages.
you got it with the treasurer's thing.
My goodness.
Oh, man, I got 3 years of that.
Well, but you are, you're the founding fathers.
For those
and
of us who
mothers.
will be looking for jobs after this,
Yeah.
myself not included.
No, because I don't know what I was writing. I think I was writing a bio or something for myself recently or something, and I went in here. Because I'm like, what do we, how do I explain what we do? So,
I thought you were saying author of the charter.
no.
Don't rule it out.
Yeah.
Now that you said it out.
Charter
loud.
writer.
I didn't think about that one. I was just thinking about my selfish
It's a
resume.
good one.
Yeah, Romanet 7, develop charter.
I mean, technically, we're all the founders of the charter,
We
right?
are, you are.
Fully Romanet trained.
Trained in Romanesque.
Yeah.
But when I read these things, I try to read them that basic, that someone can look at it and say, oh, I know it.
So we try to, I did a lot of regulation writing where we had to take very legalese language and put it into simple English.
Yeah.
So people could actually
That's right.
understand them.
It's a skill.
Yeah, well, it's also like, you can't believe how much interpretation happens.
Oh, definitely.
But yeah, so that's what, this should be a document that's understandable. Everyone good on the rest of roles and responsibilities? Proud to put it on your resume?
Just to be clear, on E3, that striking the in conjunction with goals, I think that might be my recommendation. Just to be clear on rationale there, it's just the sinking of timing is my concern or my fear, where proposing a budget, say in December, doesn't square with you haven't considered next year's goals yet.
Mhm,
So the budget therefore may not reflect next year's goals. So
got it.
I just wanted to flag that. So no one thought I was trying to escape.
Can we add some language about it, like being taken into consideration, or just something that tells other commissioners that the goals and the budget are related to one another?
Say that again?
I'm saying if we add some language about taking the goals into consideration, when you consider and approve the fiscal year budget. Maybe that's one of the considerations.
What if, that instead of in conjunction with the goals, which are going to be very explicit,
Right.
we also added some language in the goals section that they should be strategic.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if the budget reflects the commission's strategic priorities, now you're tying in kind of the spirit of the strategic nature.
I think that is getting.
There's some interpretation.
But maybe Romanet 5, you could conduct assessments and performance reviews for executive director as measured again, you know what I mean? You might get.
We're trying to somewhere. in
I
here
think that the
have-
point that you're trying to make, Sean, is that the budget is the budget and your performance is your performance. And
To an extent. I'm just flagging the timing more specifically.
Yeah.
If I present the budget in December and then you adopt my goals in January, the two documents should theoretically still speak to each other, but the order of time is the part that I'm just
No, I
anxious
get
about. You could say, we agree with this budget, and then the next month say, by the way, we're revamping all of your goals. Our prospective budget may not reflect those priorities. But I think knowing that later on in the document we get to my goals and it talks about them being strategic priorities, to me that speaks to multi-year things too.
Yeah.
So there should be some alignment there.
Romanet 2 also says, establish and vote to approve the annual goals of the executive director.
So they are
Are you,
separate. Yeah.
Commissioner Concepcion, are you wanting to tie the budget to the goals in that one? Have some connection to?
Yes, I think Sean's recommendation answered, that ties it in a way.
Okay.
That is sufficient. My
Can you
concern.
say that again? Because I thought I heard you say no, that wasn't it, so we crossed.
No, I said it was.
Okay.
Sean said
So-
was, yeah.
So, can you just say what you had shown for language?
For the end of 3, so with tail with budget request that reflects the commission's strategic priorities.
you're in agreement with that.
Should we, on 5, add a little substance to it, like in relation to the annual budget and goals? Because the reason I say this is like, the next cohort of commissioners could evaluate you on your attendance, perfect attendance, or like, what are we evaluating you on? Do we need to like suss that out a little further as far as in relation to the annual budget? Is that what we evaluate you on, right? What do we evaluate you on?
It's the annual
Goal
goals.
attendance.
For annual goals, though.
So that's what I'm saying.
Conduct assessments and performance reviews for the executive
In
director
relation
against
to-
his annual goals.
Yeah, in relation to, against, okay. Because I'd love, attendance would be great.
Yeah, it would be wonderful.
Exceeds expectations on attendance.
All right, there are 2 changes, one to Romanet 3, one to Romanet 5. Anything else on that page, up to commission chair?
No, but we're gonna use Romanet as much as we can.
Oh my God.
I know, I hope they can think of me all the time.
Isn't that
As
Joe
the-
Biden's middle name, Robinette?
I don't know.
I think it is, yeah.
Robinette?
Romanet, Robin.
Yep. And he's junior too.
Wow.
Your mother didn't love you.
Moving to commission chair, and this is roles and responsibilities.
Chair behave, chair, we're talking about.
I know.
Wait, say this again, where are we?
Number
No.
2 on page 3, the bottom of the page. So some minor edits there. Okay, item A through G, and then the next page is H through K.
I had a question
Oh, sure.
about D. So there's the addition of managers' discussion and votes of the commissioners in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order. This is the inclusion of and votes. Because technically speaking, someone else could call for a vote.
Is that right?
Yes, I'm just saying, well, I mean, you guys
Okay.
can add this if you want, but I just feel like that line is just,
Okay, so
I would
remove
remove and
and
votes.
votes. Anything else, A through G?
But are they managing the roll call on a vote?
I'm trying to think of how someone else would call for the roll call. If,
I mean, somebody can move an item
Yeah.
for a vote, but in terms of scoring the vote or taking the vote,
it's whoever's chairing it.
Yeah, chair ascertains the vote ultimately.
Mm.
And then theoretically, I'm just trying to play out scenarios in my head. The chair can also, if there's a motion, then someone quickly comes in with a second, the chair can also then say, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion? Then allow for discussion, then theoretically someone can move the question.
But I hear what you're saying in terms of, but I like the word ascertain the vote.
Everyone good with that?
That's good.
Ascertain the votes of. Ready to go to page 4, H through K.
Just to go back, so on the previous page, if we want to stay consistent, in F we use initiates votes, we should change initiate probably to ascertains.
The commissioner public meeting, is that deliberate? Oh, the commissioner public meeting
Which one are you looking at?
at F.
So what happened on F, some of the feedback I got was that it wasn't clear that there was a sense that the soliciting of interest for the positions prior to the public meeting was sort of behind the scenes as opposed to at a public
I mean,
meeting.
the actual word, the
Okay,
word commissioner
alright.
as opposed to the commission. The commissioner public meeting, that's, I just didn't know if that was meant to.
Right. What I've done throughout the document in order to differentiate between the administrative agency and the commissioners is always refer to the commissioners as the commissioners.
I don't see the word necessary there, though, as far as.
Just to
word
get the
commissioner.
whole word, commissioner, just at the public meeting, or just commission?
It's everyone's public meeting, so it's the commission.
Okay,
Yeah.
so commission or commissions?
Commission apostrophe S.
I know what you're trying to delineate, but sometimes it's awkward.
Understood.
Yeah.
Well, this is one of those rare occasions where it's all in, like, this is all of our public
Yeah,
meetings, the
exactly.
agency and the commissioners. It's
Okay.
the meeting of everyone.
And is it better the commission or the commissions with the apostrophe S? Probably just the commission.
I was thinking just commission, but what do you guys think?
Yeah, I agree.
Just commission.
Because it's all encompassing.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not gonna jump to the next page until I'm sure, until I get nods
Yeah,
from
don't
everyone.
flip- yeah,
that you're
don't
ready.
flip-
I feel like I should have, because the word commissioner public meeting, it made me think that it was like only ours, just the for commissioners, when in fact it's for.
I think you're right. Yeah,
Well, that there may be other public meetings, which I don't.
Right, that
any
also,
other.
right.
That's why we go through it so many times. Pick up all those nuances. top of page 4, H through K.
The only thing I would, maybe ask here, and Sean, I'll ask you, but, Jay, you know, with the executive director, because I think that it's important that the executive director play a, and unless you don't think that needs to be there, Sean, or what do you think?
That's makes sense.
Shouldn't that also mirror what we have under the budget as well?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay, that's accurate. So it's the chair and the executive director.
K, how are people feeling about K?
Can we talk about H a little bit? So we're saying the chair, this is the chair, so right? Chair serves as liaison to the CAB and in consultation with commissioners and based on their interest determines commissioner liaisons to CAB subcommittees. Okay. Okay, no, I had to read that out loud a little bit. Got it.
On K, should the chair also work with the executive director on internal communications as well as external communications? Messaging within the something, like regulations. We're all gonna tackle that together. But do you want to be part of that discussion and how it's messaged to the commission in consultation with the executive director? External and internal communication.
I'd ask Sean to weigh in, what you think?
Yeah, I think it's cooperation, so any alignment that we can demonstrate, I think is healthy.
Which, can I ask a non sequitur question? Which reminds me, November 9th is the effective date
Yes,
of the
the law.
Are you gonna put something out that might provide some guidance to, you had said you were thinking about doing that.
It's agenda for Thursday. And there's a legal memo to commissioners that apparently Commissioner Camargo has printed.
You can have it. I'm a printing machine today.
In case somebody's off running out of paper.
Yeah, you know what?
Okay, I'm gonna let you do
Okay,
that.
anyway, I'll get that back to you, but it is gonna be out? Okay, all right.
I just have I need edification around work and project assignments. Does that include working groups?
You'll see, we're gonna get to that in working groups, so let's put
It's a
it.
staffing
Yeah.
issue. This is where we get to staff.
But actually it is germane because does she have input on that?
What do you think?
I'd suggest, and what I've suggested to you previously, is that if someone wants to work on something and there's no staff required, they can have at it. But it's, again, what we're trying to get back at is managing resources that go through him that have a sort of one commission, one voice. And that's just, again, that's how I think this functions. And, you know, I'm happy to hear people push
Well,
back.
if you are responsible for our commissioner assignments,
Mhm.
what does that mean? What's assignment mean? Is that like working, like, do they overlap? I'm just curious, like.
Having never done this before, I'd like to ask the existing commissioners how that has functioned so far and how that fits under what I see as our goal here of making sure that A, we respect his ability to manage staff. You know, I see my role as saying, Sean, these are some of the issues that people want to work on. How comfortable are you in terms of providing that staff support, and what does that mean? And if anybody else has like a different vision, but that's how I thought this functioned.
Let's say there's a working group and there's like three commissioners want it,
Mhm.
two commissioners want it.
That's ultimately why I think that this is important to do, to make sure that we're trying to get the right resources, and, you know, there will be decision-making. Again, I'd like to hear what other people
I
think.
was
I mean,
wondering if it would behoove, like, for you to have input on that, like, say
Mhm.
three, right, that goes against open meeting law, three can't be on it.
But I think that's the reason why this needs to come in
Right.
terms of the delegation of the work and the delegation of the resources in concert with him, taking the
That's what I'm
input.
saying.
Yeah.
Right, and so it starts off with works cooperatively with the executive director.
I didn't,
Are people comfortable with that? Because again, it's how I see it, but some
Yeah.
people may see it differently.
I didn't think of working groups built into the working project of assignments.
Yeah,
I saw it as, and again, off my previous experience, when we had a ED leave and we had to go out and find a new ED, the chair could say,
Mhm.
Commissioner Concepcion, you're gonna go screen candidates for us and bring us back.
Mhm.
So more to kind of particular assignments than, I didn't see it kind of interfering with our ability to ask to be in a working group or pursue a working group charter. It's more assignments. Yeah, you're gonna do the you're gonna do the ED's review next time. You're gonna do this. Commissioner is certainly allowed to say, no, I don't want to do it. I got too much on my plate over
Yeah.
here, or what have you. But just to distinguish kind of between the two.
And the cap stuff, we were sort of told to kind of,
yeah,
you were assigned to.
you were assigned.
Just, I was okay with it.
Yeah.
It was the beginning, now I know better.
But let's say we wanted to switch that policy, up to your point. How do we do that? Who do we approach?
The chair of the cab.
Mhm.
No, the chair of the cab.
The chair of the
Sean, yeah.
cab.
Well, that's it.
She's
This would change that.
yes,
Oh,
that's what I'm
we're
saying.
changing
That's
that?
what-
Wait a minute.
Yes,
When?
yes, because she is, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know if I understood that.
Oh, wait, that went over my head. Wait a minute.
Went over my head too.
That's an H.
Yeah.
So if we could close down on K first.
Does it matter?
Is everyone okay with K, given the discussion?
We added internal.
We added internal, and I'm just wondering if, does project later may point to the project charter? So does it need work and project, or is just work assignments? To take away confusion about that.
I just asked Sean really quickly if it matters. And who was-
Which part?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm back to the assignment of the committees, the chair or the ED, or the chair and the ED together.
You're talking about
This
H.
is H, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I went back, I'm
But
sorry.
this takes away that authority from you completely.
I never really
Yeah.
exercised it as authority or even thought of it. It was more of a strategy.
Okay.
I think what frustrated me the last time was what was an idea of mine ended up becoming, as far as commissioners interpreted, an assignment. So I had an approach that was, wouldn't it be interesting? I think I could get more participation out of the CAB subcommittees if there were a commissioner amongst them. But I think it's also valuable for commissioners to get other perspectives. So if there is a public safety subcommittee, it is a natural intuition to say that the public safety commissioner should be assigned to it. Flip that. And that was really a brainstorm that then turned into you're being assigned over here. And that wasn't how I had anticipated that going. So at this point, my thought is how do we find ways to preserve the chair's authority in this space to actually manage those assignments?
Yeah,
But the thing is, what this is doing is it's like codifying what happened. Because when we were essentially given that assignment, it wasn't from you, and it wasn't explained that way. It was essentially given to us by the chair at that point.
Right.
So the way that this reads is, like I said, we're codifying that. We're saying that is how we will proceed going forward.
I would just say, to me at least, and maybe this way to build it out further is, it's in consultation with commissioners though. That's the part that I think is significant. Again, whether in practice or not is probably a separate question, but the previous round, again, that was an idea that ultimately got deployed without a lot of
See,
consultation.
none of that, I think when we came here, that's when, at least I heard about what you were thinking and the fact that there's a whole thought process behind it.
Yep.
So that's interesting.
But I think as far as there is no formal
Right.
liaising to the advisory board. In fact, the advisory board sits as its own independent entity to advise the commission. But there's no actual otherwise statutory relationship back to the
Yeah.
commission.
The other part too is that we're on them right now, so like, how long do I serve in the one that I'm in? You know, what about if I want to switch and learn about, you know, public health or public safety? I think we also have to think about that too.
Like rotating them.
I brought that up at one of our meetings also, yeah.
Because I know the whole thing was like, oh, you can serve on this one because you can learn about this
But like opposite of what
opposite
you're
of
on.
what your
Right.
seat is, right? Which
Yeah.
is, I think, was a good idea,
Yeah.
but it wasn't like, no one asked.
I remember when we talked about this the last time, because you brought up something, and I thought it was a really great point, an excellent point about the reason why we're here, or how we qualified to be in these positions, give us the qualifications to be a commissioner.
Yeah, that was the ticket.
I remember
Golden
that.
ticket.
And it's like,
Golden
but
ticket.
every commissioner is
Right.
responsible and carries, you know,
The whole.
the whole thing.
Right.
And one of the ways to get that experience and really exposure to the different facets of our job is by utilizing the cab
Yeah,
and having the
absolutely.
different sort of rotating things.
Absolutely.
So
So does H get you there with the in consultation then, or?
I don't think so.
Well, let's see, in consultation with the commissioners, but we're saying maybe add a little more, or we have to,
And an executive director, constitution,
I
both
mean,
the
the-
executive director and the.
But that is a whole other situation. Yeah,
I think the cabinet needs
We
a
don't-
conversation.
you don't have to liaise, right?
Right,
Right.
It's not a mandate.
yeah.
So
It's not
maybe it's time for another discussion about how it functions. What does it do? What is the value? I mean, it's a statutory thing, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Mhm.
And does it function?
I would reserve a conversation for CAB
Yeah.
for regulations.
Okay.
I think you
okay.
can deploy it
Yeah.
really productively in the context of regulations.
Oh,
Cannabis.
really?
I think that's where it serves its real purpose.
Really? Oh, wow, that's
Um,
interesting.
I'm curious because you don't want.
Expound on that more for people.
Well, so bear in mind, it's majority ex officio or volunteer.
Right.
Coming with oftentimes very personal and one would even argue conflicted perspectives.
That's right.
It's unruly as a bunch, it's 25 members, including me.
Yeah.
I historically elect not to vote unless it's to break a tie,
Mm-hmm.
simply because I don't think it's appropriate for me to take a vote to advise you. So therefore I don't participate in subcommittees. So there's a lot to unpack with the advisory board. In the past, we've handled it in different ways. Subcommittees can present to the full commission, to the 5-member commission, or we've actually held joint meetings in the past. Again, a little can be unruly.
And they're appointed by our appointing authorities.
Some combination. So there's 15 that are members that are appointed by the 3 appointing authorities. The remaining 10, I guess the remaining 9 are ex officio, DPH, state police,
Yeah, that's right.
MMA, Mass Patient Advocacy Alliance.
Right.
But I would just be, I think frankly, there's a few things that we can think through though. I think the charter actually speaking to the advisory board sends a message to the advisory board that they're not an afterthought, which I think is politically important. Because oftentimes, again, the reason the liaison process exists is for a way for me to try to coax better attendance. I could not get a quorum of that
Yeah.
25-member body is 13 people.
Right.
I historically would hover around 11 or 12 and then desperately try to reach out to someone and say, are you around? There's people that, when I would reach out to say, I'm not on that anymore. No, you are. You've never resigned and you've been in fact reappointed. So I think liaising was an opportunity to say, you now have access to a commissioner at your subcommittee. It's also allowed me to entice people to serve as chairs of subcommittees.
Yeah.
It's like any classroom. You've got your overzealous folks that are saying, me, pick me, I want to be a chair. And you've got your folks that maybe should be chairs saying, I can't commit to that. And every time I go to an advisory board meeting, it gets more and more preposterous in some of the discussions. So
Is yours once a month?
which ones?
The cab, like the cab?
I've tried to get them into the habit of meeting once a quarter
Hmm,
and have
okay.
not been able to get quorum for once a quarter meetings.
So I want to draw us back to, I think the question on the table is how commissioners come to serve on particular subcommittees.
What if, so I've been going back and forth to the way that F was constructed. What if there was a similar sort of language used for this process too? So that way, it's not so much an assignment, but.
Solicits interest among the commissioners. I mean, that says it right there.
Right.
It answers the question.
Yeah, it does. Actually, satisfies that.
The only thing I'll say is if there's not interest and we need to fill the role, that's the only thing I
You
get.
don't want to sit on 5 subcommittees?
Well, but I mean, I don't even think it's that. I just think that this is also, I think we need to determine as a commission, does this thing function? Is this make work? Because if it's make work, then,
Chair, I got you. Regular cab conversation, regs full.
All right, but so on the purpose of this, is it, the proposal to revise it is, and solicit, so serves as liaison to the CAB and solicits interest from commissioners and based on their interests determines commissioner liaisons. Are you okay with that?
But
So
I'm just,
instead of in consultation with,
unlike the other one, which we're doing in a public meeting, again, it's back to, he's making kind of serial communication calls. Unless we want to have this conversation in a public meeting, which we could.
the point is we can have it in, I'm not concerned about having anything in public meeting. All I want is some sort of structure so that decisions can be made. Some people may or may not like it, and otherwise we need to figure out how to protect the person who doesn't like it by solving that question, because we all can learn something from all of these. And I think that you had, or at least there was a prior thought that you were stuck doing one that maybe you wanted to be on, maybe you didn't want to be on, but you were there because of your label, as opposed to the golden ticket where you can kind of learn about anything. So I just want to make sure that we have something that stands the test of time here, that you may not like this, but for this year, you're here.
Yeah.
And then we'll move it around. I mean, maybe we put in here a policy where we say people only have to do this for 1 year. And so you're only unhappy for 1 year. I just,
Yeah, we gotta talk about it.
Yeah.
We haven't had the opportunity to talk about it, so.
so, serves as liaison to the CAB and at a public meeting solicits interest from commissioners and based on their interest determines commissioner liaisons to CAB subcommittees.
I think that's still empowering. I mean, are you okay with that?
Absolutely.
I don't even know who sits on which one.
I don't
know who sits on which one.
I said on the industry.
I'm on market participation.
I'm on research.
Yeah, I think you are.
It just moved me. Hold on, I'm so sorry, guys. Don't worry about it.
All right, okay. All right, anything else on H through K? I think we got H.
You're asking?
Are there any other comments on H? Or can we move to the treasurer?
Make sure it looks really good, because I'm just gonna cut and paste this in my resume.
Cells in Microsoft, Excel, and Romanet.
Very great. It's a whole other job that we created.
That goes pretty much to the bottom of the page.
How you doing, Sammy?
Yeah, you tell if you want to take a break too. You get to vote.
you guys.
No.
That's okay, we're gonna just keep going until
In
someone
the
tells me their
legislature, when we would have all-night sessions, someone would finally go, Mr. Speaker, point of personal hygiene, you know?
Oh, my
And people hadn't taken a shower for 2 days, so.
Oh my God.
All right, it sounds like there's nothing on treasurer.
Well, I just have a question.
Sure.
Is the treasurer supposed to provide oversight?
No, they took no oversight.
Or took that out? Yeah. Okay.
We're looking at the treasurer.
I think the formal oversight part is C2,
Mhm.
That's the
That's the
statutory.
oversight. Okay, yep, yep.
I gotta stop. I don't know, a little bit.
Tomorrow's gonna go 50 though. So.
All right, everyone through the treasurer, I think we need more time to look at the treasurer section. Okay, let's go to the secretary.
Paste it.
Until ADD.
I'm like, it's 80 degrees outside. Or you were going over your section and you're like, about the weather.
So on the secretary, C Romanet 5, someone had a question about whether this is the role of the secretary, facilitate and host all required commissioner trainings with respect to ethics, open meeting law, administrative duty. And the question was, is this the role, and what about other trainings?
That's a good question.
What do you think, Mr. Secretary?
I mean, I included that only as a, the position kind of being responsible for books, records.
You got enough on your
requests.
plate, basically.
No, I'm just saying,
The
if
rule.
somebody were to ask us and say, hey, you go through ethics training, that I view the secretary as kind of that transparency record position that we would be able to point to something and say yes.
I actually, I was thinking that the chair should be responsible for this, but I think this is much more appropriate here. Somebody in this group needs to say, have we checked that box?
Yeah.
As opposed to, it's going to happen every year.
And this person works closely with legal.
Yeah. No, I think that's very good. I don't know how I'm,
You're gonna hold us to it.
I would say,
Or whoever does it.
but I just think that this is appropriate in the secretary's role.
I would also say something kind of like in collaboration with like HR.
It's under
Is
works with the legal department too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, just the legal. Okay,
Yep,
okay.
yep.
And what about other trainings? Should it say, and other required trainings? I mean, like sexual harassment training or that
Well,
kind
you
of
have
thing.
board responsibilities. And almost everything that Commissioner Camargo has put up there kind of falls under board responsibilities. Do you agree, Sean, or you're looking at that?
Yeah, I'm thinking there might be some role for the chief people officer here too.
Absolutely.
Around like the handbook specifically, the sexual harassment training. Historically, we've done unconscious bias training.
You've done that for the commission? When?
We were still at 101 Federals, would have been late 2019. So we're due.
So do you want to include something like works with the chief people officer or human resources for other trainings, or how deep do you want to go into that? Or are you thinking these are just the required ones?
I listed those as legal, but I think anything that extends into working with the chief people officer in HR might be a combination of chair and ED.
For instance, too, like, this isn't a training, but commissioners are required to do it as our most senior staff, like statements of financial interest. So that's a combination of HR manages the list. The compliance aspect is kind of illegal.
So Sean, are you suggesting including that here? Kind of, this is sort of a, make sure all of those elements are taken care of?
So there's some trainings that by statute you must do. And there's other things that are just good, healthy practice, best practice.
Okay.
So for instance, ethics training you must do annually. Open meeting law, you should, but you're not obligated to. Same thing with the administrative and adjudicatory proceedings. So I think calling it required trainings is maybe too limiting. And then I think mindful that a laundry list we've kind of been developing organically today. I think you want to put some pace to this, where it's not an actual training a month, but instead there's kind of a healthy cycle to the point like the unconscious bias. If we did that in 2019, we're doing again with building most of staff. So,
And how much of that should the secretary be responsible for making sure happens?
I think you leave the legal stuff under.
I'm also thinking of it too, there was the limitation to the secretary is responsible for making sure that the commissioners are involved in those trainings, that those boxes have been checked. Have commissioners done the ethics training? Yes. As staff, that's really a legal HR function or manager function. So, but I mean, see that as far as commissioner training.
But this says facilitate and host. So is that the function, or does it ensure that those
Host. I'm bringing food. I mean, what do we mean by host?
I think you're going to his home.
Yeah, feel free.
The cocktails.
Fenway.
I mean, I was thinking, obvious, a better word is convenient.
Yes.
could be?
Yes.
So could we say to you, Mr. Secretary, we as commissioners want to do, I don't know, I'm just going to go off the list.
Course cannabis training.
Right, with 30A. You would then convene that with the legal team.
Right. So we made sure that in that case, the right person from the chief office is on the phone with us and helping us with the training or what have you.
Is this the right list? It says all required.
I would take out required because that might limit us, but I think it's important for us to
And other?
list the ones that we have there.
Requested, required, and
And
requested.
are all appropriate, like all requested.
Topical or
Yeah.
Required and requested, appropriate, like, I'm
Yeah.
trying to cover, like,
Sorry for interruption. I'm gonna be hanging out, just to let you know, and could I get my charger back?
Oh, yeah, it's connected
just-
to my laptop.
All right, thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Bye,
Thanks,
Kate.
Kate.
Thank you. Good seeing you. Thank you for coming all over here.
Quicker travel home.
All right.
I'm going to be there on my.
Convene requested commissioner trainings? That seems.
some are required, some are requested, there's like.
Required and requested.
Required and requested. Required and requested. Sure.
And is that the list, or do we add and other?
I think
And
required
other?
and requested means other.
Required and. You think it's more appropriate, or
That's
that's.
my mind, I'm so sorry, the words are like so.
I know.
It's like now we're saying there are
Or
two
that
requirements that
meeting.
must be requested and required. I'm like, no,
Right.
that's
just channeling.
I
I'm
know.
like, we're gonna understand there's like some,
Required and some.
like the requested part's like, there's some discretion here though, right? Like
Right.
if someone comes in as like, I really want a training on
Robert's Rules of Order.
how to tie my shoes.
No, I want Pilates training.
Yeah, like, I'm like,
I don't know, the charter says you have to.
Yeah.
So how about just convene commissioner trainings with respect to ethics training, open meeting law, conducting administrative adjudicatory proceedings and board responsibilities. And it's in conjunction with the legal department. So it's not like a secretary can go off the ranch and saying, we're going to
Right.
Rapala for the weekend.
No, but
Where are we going? Wait, where are we
we
going for the
didn't
weekend?
talk about that.
You know what you can do for the next secretary too is kind of create that, I'm assuming we're gonna like create some little folder or something for these positions and then create the list in there. You know how Kate started creating folders of stuff for all of our seats? We should create folders for the treasurer and the secretary and start dumping that stuff in there.
All right, are we good with convene? Just take out facilitate and host all required and just replace that with convene.
Mhm.
So convene
Convene commissioner trainings
commissioner training.
and the rest stays. That's it.
That's it. Okay.
Okay,
I'd like that.
that's better.
Letting the word Smithers, Smith. I'm still thinking.
Yeah, but I can go with that. Because it also doesn't have anything to do with me, so.
So you're good with that?
They're a
You're
resource.
like, I had a lot to do with you, Mr. Executive Director Meetup. Look at that list.
Convene
We're gonna come
commissioner
after you
trainings
for that
and
list.
invite executive director to
You
participate.
paid for them.
Good list.
All right.
All right, now.
In Hawaii.
Over a week.
I was right.
E through G. Anything else on the?
And so y'all has to come.
Yeah, you're gonna take the minutes, right? You're
Anything
telling
else
us.
on secretary? I know
No,
you
ma'am.
guys are getting punchy.
No, ma'am.
Wait a minute, hold on.
It's okay. It's okay, Susan. I think when we're in good moods, we move past it.
Wait, where are we now?
They got
Where
to
are
D through G.
Before they got to 9.
E through G.
We're at the end of the secretary, and then we're about to get to the ED.
And they're punchy.
That's my father's word.
Punchy?
I never knew that word
We're
till
getting
Bruce
punchy.
taught me that word.
I use it all the time.
Pudgy,
Yeah, usually to describe.
And
myself.
clonking.
Flunky is my old one.
clunky, punchy, clunky.
I don't, do we need G?
The last one?
It's in the treasures as well, so I think.
It's in the,
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
you guys
fine.
wanted that at 2 discussions ago.
Don't deprive yourself.
You don't have to.
Or
I don't want
somebody
to,
else.
I don't want to deprive the commission.
All right, the executive director, number 5 at the bottom of page 5. Anything on A through D so we can all turn the page at the same time. Okay,
Sorry. You know, we use closely, but you've been changing it periodically to cooperatively. Is that signal better? I'm aware.
you want B to say works cooperatively?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we've been
Yeah, we've been using that
updating
throughout,
that
yeah.
a few other places.
Okay.
I want to be clunky.
Exactly.
Or punchy.
All right, E through L, and I'm gonna ask that we hold off on L until we get to where we'll have the full conversation about that and come back to it. So anything on E through K?
Should H, the tail end of H, be commissioner's consideration and approval? That's not just an up or down. This is relative to goals.
Do you want to repeat that?
So it would read proposes annual short and long-term goals for commissioners' consideration and approval. I think it just reads approval. It might imply yes or no. But if you consider it, then you can.
Is this, I know this is like you do this, but it's not listed here. You represent us on a national level. You like Canra and you go to like different states to speak on behalf of what Massachusetts does around regulating cannabis. I don't know if we need to acknowledge that in some capacity that, is that unique to you? Is that something we want future executive directors to do?
Question.
How would you characterize that? Represents the commission at national?
With national counter, on a national level, with national counterparts, I don't know. I mean, how would you describe what you do nationally? Yeah, I'm helping Israel.
Yeah, right. But it's, I mean, it's something that, to be honest, has kind of occurred organically.
Yeah.
I mean, when I first started, it was nothing but Massachusetts.
Right.
And then it was usually desperation outreach to other jurisdictions. So Canvas, for example, Canva is something that I helped create.
Right.
So
Yeah.
It's unique.
it is unique, but it's,
Page 6.
I'm also trying to think through, like, if there was some reference to Canva in here, I don't know if Canva survives 15 years from now, I don't know.
But let me add this.
Take camera out.
What, wait, like the future, this is about the future. So what if cannabis becomes descheduled, right? And like now it's national, there is a national conversation going on. Like, we should think of the future, like and there's interstate commerce and there's this and that, and there really is legitimate. Like, is that the role of the executive director to speak on behalf of Massachusetts? You know, I don't know. I just want to make sure, like, I think it's going to become a bigger role, not a lesser role as time goes.
Which one exactly?
It's not on there.
Oh, so I
But
mean,
but you could capture represents the commission with external stakeholder
Yeah.
groups,
Right.
participants
Local,
in
state, and
conferences.
national.
Is that on there at all?
No, but I'm
Yeah.
trying to capsulize what you're
Yeah, I
saying.
think,
serves as a spokesperson on state, on local, state, national
local, state, national.
engagement opportunities.
But he also speaks at
Yeah,
conferences,
Of course, yeah.
conventions.
yeah, state,
Well,
local.
we didn't have any sort of language like that. I'm trying to find that.
Yeah, I don't know where it is. I don't know.
There's some in the communications
No, it's also in your,
section.
yeah, but it's also in your evaluation, I feel like. We've talked about it so
Yeah.
much,
It
you know?
was, right, that's where it was,
Okay.
that, a goal was to be a nationally recognized.
A world-class
World-class
agency, which is
agency,
different.
yeah.
That's like,
That's the
Yeah.
resume.
That's the goal.
Seriously.
that's a reputation. The world-class agency is a reputation. I'm
Okay.
talking about the spokesperson on a national level or regional.
You've got me playing a little bit of devil's advocate on the, like, not in my own best interest here too. Which is you may want to bind the executive director there a little bit of,
Not,
So if I'm
not
with-
doing,
let's to
stay
your-
silent.
not so much to stay silent, I think, so playing this out to a future executive director,
The guy we don't like, go.
right?
Right.
But I think you want to think through the scenario where there is a national platform that I happen to enjoy. I usually use it in furtherance of our mission and agenda, so I try to extract and bring back information. But I'm also worried, like to your point about, let's say that there is federal rescheduling. To me, that requires, if there's going to be any outreach relative to that, that's going to go through the legislative and executive branch outreach approach. I shouldn't be able to go to Capitol Hill and testify saying, hi, I'm Sean Collins, a nationally
Right, right.
recognized expert.
Right, right.
Let me tell you about Massachusetts. There should be some opportunity for commissioners to engage in that. I think you want to make sure that you don't give anyone the ability to sort of run with this.
But if we stay silent and it's the guy we don't like, he wants to talk about horse cannabis and he's gonna go out rogue talking about horse cannabis. I think we need to maybe say, to your point, in line with commission goals and
I mean, yeah, consistent with,
consistent with, because
Consistent
if we're
with.
silent, there's also a lot of latitude.
Hypothetically speaking, we could always, so using like the executive legislative outreach strategy, we could, in one of these conversations, say, how about our strategy is for Sean? Sean being the spokesperson instead of us as individuals. I'm just saying hypothetically, if there's a federal thing going on or something that we want him to be involved in, you sort of
Right.
utilize that so
Right.
that he is in a position to carry on that message.
here's a good example.
I'm
The
just,
state of-
I don't,
the state of Maine's medical program, and so I promise this is topical. I'm not going to.
We're not going to weeds on weed.
I'm actually restraining myself. But this is, I think, a case in point. A good hypothetical is the state of Maine asked me at one point, a couple of years back, maybe 2 years ago, to come up and testify to their legislature about their medical program, which the agency was trying to fold under a regulatory regime and the industry was resisting. And at that point, the request was for me to come based on my experience. And I thought, I can't put this agency, I can't separate or divorce myself as policy thinker from my role as executive director. I'm not crossing a literal border and going into another jurisdiction saying this is how you should do it. I demonstrated restraint in that moment.
Right. With the next guy?
Could I have done that? Based on, exactly, I think that's, I'm sure I could have, I probably would have gotten feedback had I done it, but yeah. We might have had to use some of the accountability measures laid out in here, but there have been opportunities to go to other jurisdictions and testify and share that
Can you
expertise.
wordsmith what you think is appropriate,
Yeah.
given that this guy we don't like?
But
We
I'm
don't
sensitive
trust,
to,
we trust you.
I mean, I would, the balance there, because this is the future, this is the future you, so whether we like the person or not.
I would hope you like them, you would have hired them. At the same time, I think you also want them to know what their expectations are.
Right, exactly.
And I'm just making a joke. I mean, I'm just.
No,
But I think if you can wordsmith that what you think
John,
it
do
is.
you want something like this in there? Do you think it's important to have?
I got serious for
that in
2
there?
seconds.
No, but I think his point is well taken. I
Yeah.
think that we're writing this for the future and
I would do, and I think if we stay silent, there's too much room for latitude and interpretation.
Well, also, if
and-
someone is also marketing themselves for
That's
something
the thing,
new.
you go on the Today Show, whatever, and.
Yeah.
This, I mean, so I'm kind of talking myself into adding something simply because otherwise this feels like a very bureaucratic job.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, if I'm just reading this, now granted, I'd be reading this next to a job description. If I were applying for this job today and I read this, I guess to be fair, I don't know that I want this job.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know if it appeals to me. Whereas I don't know that I'm actually putting my mark on.
Can I ask, what
Policy.
is not appealing to you as the next
Like paper
candidate?
pusher type
So
of thing?
this feels very bureaucratic. This feels like I
Just as-
develop a budget and I implement it,
Paper pusher.
period. One of the things I'm actually, so thank you for triggering me a little bit more. I don't see anywhere here where I advise commissioners on policy matters.
Yeah,
I think that's important here.
Mhm.
And I don't want to derail this topic, but I think this
No,
is
it's important.
healthy.
no, this is why we need to
doing
take
this.
time, this is a big position. This is-
But I think that's a good example of,
Susan's the only one trying to save us money here.
Mhm.
No, I mean, we can get this done. There is a whole job description that has a lot of other.
That's a major part of your role.
Yeah.
That was the thing, is that the job description has a lot more than
It
this.
does,
And
yeah.
I was wondering if we should be drawing from that into here.
And is here the right place, or is it your job description that's going to attract that next great candidate?
so a lot of this pulls right from the statute, which is, that makes sense. It should not conflict with that. But I think you want to, where you build out the role of commissioners really robustly about as public officials, I think you may want to think through calling some of that out for the executive director
think
too.
so.
where one, I think it's clear that the executive director is appointed by the commission, that there's no debate about that. It's clear that they develop a budget and that they propose goals but then I think there's a lot more to it. There's sort of like the reading between the lines. And where
What do you think is missing?
So I definitely think some discussion relative to policy development and advice, but making it clear that the job is not to set policies, to advise on policy.
Right.
There is language relative to implementation, which I think is an important distinction.
I think those three things are what we're missing. There's more, but I think I highlighted.
And you may want to think about embedding the policy advice after, like almost bumping down C. So from B goes, so works closely or cooperatively with commissioners to carry out the mission, then adding some policy advice and counsel there, because then it's clear that from that advice and counsel comes the implementation work.
So advises and counsels commissioners on policy development.
It's that.
Yep, sure.
And what about this one as spokesperson representing the commission?
Yeah, I don't know where that, which doesn't put you in a box, but doesn't give somebody else extreme latitude to go rogue.
Well, or to come in right with their own brand, essentially. I just don't know where cannabis is still so young. There's not your traditional trade. There's no NCSL for cannabis. Canada is it right now, but I don't know where it evolves to.
Represents the commission on a broad range of local, regional, and national
Like, is it platforms? Is it?
topics in line with the commission's mission and
Or
I think
represents,
you want to bring it
or
back.
represents the commission, you know what I mean? You represent the commission. So in essence,
Right.
it implies that there's some agreed upon message.
Because I've served on,
Represents the commission on a broad range of local, state, and national
local, regional,
platforms.
and national global topics.
I wonder if, in this new C, you know, if there's a way to fold this into the policy advising and council, and that's based off of the information you've gathered, you know, from, you know, national, like, conferences, from these other, you know, kind of folding it in, because I know when I speak with you, the information that you're able to gather, that's what I find really valuable, and that's where it really comes into play. It's like when we're talking about sort of different developments and some other, like, that is where I don't know if you guys have the same sort of interactions.
Yeah.
I think that's why I draw on your experiences.
Oh, yeah.
But it goes back to that wording of subject matter expert,
Right.
like serving and representing the commission as a subject matter.
Right. And I feel like you can, if you develop that right, you can infer from that he is gathering this information and actively being engaged throughout, outside of Massachusetts.
And how do we keep it in line with the goals of the commission? Like, how do we tie that in so we don't have the next guy, girl, go rogue?
Right.
Like, how do we, is there a way to envelop that language?
So putting that in there, like, serves and represents the commission as a subject matter expert.
Okay, there it does. There it
Means,
does.
means that the next
There's
person
alignment.
has
You
to
just want
have,
alignment.
it means that the person you hire next has to have that expertise, right?
or if they don't represent the commission. They're doing that. And I think that's the
Yeah.
hook of, if you're gonna
Good
go to a
point.
national platform,
Mhm.
or go to another jurisdiction and start talking about the Massachusetts experience,
Mhm.
you need to do it as a subject matter expert, not just as the executive director of the commission.
And do you want serves and represents commission as a subject matter expert on a broad range of regional, national, and global platforms? You want that in there?
I did
Local.
zoom into Malta last year.
You did. You did.
I was the only
Gonna
one.
be at the
zoomed in.
G Summit.
I was the only one that zoomed in.
Like that, so you want all that?
It is cool.
Yeah, why not?
I want to go there.
I have another one, and it's not directed at you, it's for the bad guy we don't like.
Right.
Poor
And-
girl. let's-
So don't.
I already take it personally.
Right,
Last
not
feeling,
into you.
come on.
But I think it's important that the executive director serves at the will and pleasure of the commission. Because nowhere in that.
Look at you.
I thought
Do we need to step outside?
Sean, I'm gonna help you with your resume.
You know how we were just trying to make the job appealing? Like, who's Will?
Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy.
No, but my prior job served at the will and the pleasure, right? It's
Yeah,
like that
all of us
is
have in those
embedded
jobs,
in,
yeah.
yeah, like we serve at the will and pleasure of our appointing authorities. And
Are you saying that language is not here anywhere?
I don't see it.
Yeah, because it's not really a role and responsibility, it's just,
Maybe it's in the job,
Is it?
in the job.
It is a
I think
role
it's
and
in the-
responsibility.
I think it's in the
serve at,
description.
is that to serve at the will of the commissioners? That can be a role
I
and responsibility.
captured that. Perfect.
You absorb it, you get
I
it.
captured it too.
Okay, we'll put that in.
That might be my favorite
Oh, I
Sean
know.
response. That might be my favorite.
I don't read it like like, it's not you.
They would remind us of that at the DA's office all the time.
See,
We serve
thank
the will and
you.
pleasure of the district attorney.
See, it's where I came from, I'm sorry.
You want will and pleasure or just will?
Well, I mean, it's, I've seen it written in the will and, I mean, it sounds weird, but however you want to put it.
Will's okay.
Will's good.
It sounds like what they
No, but
say
see,
to every
you heard that at
cabinet
the
member
DA's
before they
office?
get
Yeah.
back.
The sheriff's
No, but I
office.
mean, he's got a,
I'm sorry, it's where
you've got a
I came from.
contract though, don't you, or do you? Do you have a contract? No contract, serves it well?
I just
That's-
can't afford to piss three of you
Not sure we give you a.
off. Well, two, apparently.
Yeah.
With
I
those
know.
votes,
Oh my
Roy,
God,
with those votes.
yeah.
So I would just say, let's also look at the job description and see if there's anything else from there that we want to pull and make it so that there's consistency and excitement about that.
Mhm.
Well, you always say it, I gotta keep three of you happy
That's right.
all the time.
That's why two of us are
So
always
I'm just
upset.
codifying.
That's why two of us are always upset.
You've seen the scoreboard. in softball.
Chalk marks.
She's moved to red, she's over to green.
That's probably real. Trust me.
Okay, team.
All right.
Public meeting agenda setting.
Only two,
Okay, let's get
have
through
2
this.
hours.
You guys are watching this recording. Just look at you, sorry.
Public meeting agenda setting. I think we've been over that a bunch of times. Seemed to be okay to everyone. The only change for future was that an issue that arises may not be ready for the next public meeting, so future. Okay, all right, anything on that section?
Commissioner Stubbins, I know I asked you this before, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask you again. The thing that you were working on, and I think we talked about this, you and I, but
Yeah,
does that have anything to do with this? Your section, is that the, is it the, it's not the new business section,
no, it's not the new business section.
what do you call it?
It's,
What do we call it?
like agenda planning.
Commissioner's agenda planning. You know what I mean, I'm just,
That calendar thing?
yeah. Not the calendar per se. I guess maybe it's called, this is why I'm asking, what is it that we're calling it? Kind of like the one place on the agenda that if we wanted to come up with topics to discuss and
Right.
so we avoid open meeting law, blah, blah, blah. But he's still working on the final thing for us to see.
Yeah, but I think I think it's where it might fold into F. That during a public meeting, commissioners may request that item be included on the agenda of a future public meeting. But I also know that the ED is mindful of, kind of the agenda being weaponized, so to speak.
But that thing, we voted on that, right? Team, have we voted on that yet?
No.
We haven't voted on it yet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Discussion.
Okay, so maybe after we vote on it, because it's a different section
It is,
that
yeah.
the chair has to manage as well. You know what I mean? When we're creating the agenda for the month. So, but we haven't voted on it, so it's a no. It's a no right now. It's a nothing burger, that Commissioner Roy says.
Yeah, I mean, it's clunky. And I didn't want to revisit the conversation until we kind of talked about this
Okay.
in governance. The one thing I would like to build in here, which at least for me in the early months of my tenure here, was trying to understand what staff might be responsible for certain agenda items. Because it was a running around saying, are you doing this? Are you doing this? Or, so maybe somewhere on G, staff circulate a draft final version of the agenda. I want to say, with assigned staff or with don't know, Sean, do you have like lead staff or however you call somebody who's
Sponsor, sort of.
sponsoring staff or responsible staff for that agenda item?
We started doing
That is a practice now.
With
Yeah.
staff?
it, their name,
Yeah,
On the
except
agenda.
there hasn't been a staff member responsible for an agenda item.
That's what it
we had talked about that, and then we basically put, but I think Commissioner Stebbins, you're talking about something else.
So like the DIA report we're gonna get, like, how is that, who's responsible for, like, how?
It says access and equity work group
Oh, so it was,
in the actual item.
so it was attributed to them,
Yeah.
that's added to them, okay.
So maybe that's just making sure that's incorporated into whatever agenda, whatever agenda. we
I would
get.
actually, yeah, that's fine. We did
We started.
implement that. I would actually add it as C,
Okay.
because that way it's the run up.
You're
Yeah, each and every
talking
day.
about the item. Got it.
Yeah, I didn't get it first either,
Okay.
yeah.
So are you saying like including the staff sponsor or what's the term?
So in other words, I guess maybe we can help wordsmith it. So let's say the agenda says fiscal 24 budget proposal, in parentheses, CFAO. And then if it said, of course, cannabis, how did that get there? It might be executive director, it could be Commissioner Roy, but identify the source of that topic. So that way, one of the things I suffered through for now, probably the majority of the 5 years that I've been here, has been really trying to suss out where is this coming from? And it's usually feedback from commissioners saying, why are we talking about this? What are you asking us? And in reality, I wasn't the one who actually put it on the agenda. It might be another commissioner. But now at least they know there's a source commissioner. So one is I better be careful who I talk to because of open meeting law concerns. But normally they would just talk through me, but it was usually with the first tone of that was with like a frustration of where the heck is this coming from?
And so what's a good word for that? Is it
Sponsoring
the-
commissioner
is it
staff?
the Sponsor.
Sponsoring?
So I wrote both sponsoring and responsible.
Mhm.
So in other words, I see would be identifying those. It doesn't really read well, sponsoring or responsible for each item.
So draft final version of the agenda, including topic lead or topic sponsor?
Commissioner Stebbins, does that satisfy the bigger question? Because can I ask you can I tell you what I think you were talking about earlier?
I think topic sponsor to answer your question is the better.
Topic sponsor,
Yeah.
thank you.
Can we add it to C instead of D though? That just gives you more lead time.
Yeah, okay. So that
Weeks
is-
running up to.
No, but I
yeah.
think there's something we can build into F that I want to think about to your point.
Can I ask you?
Yeah, you can ask me.
Yeah. So that's what I was gonna, are you seeing this, what's missing? Are you thinking about the larger list of sort of what you have mentioned in the past of like, sometimes we don't know what staff is working on? Or
Well-
whatever you have you've asked that before. It has nothing to do with this, right? It's two different things in terms of like the lists or who's working on what so that we're not.
So what this is reflecting is kind of 1 month to the next.
Yeah,
I think where we, in the kind of assignment of staff or whoever the sponsor is, kind of helps
Yeah.
us understand, oh, if I have
Who's
questions
working.
about this,
yeah,
where can I go? To think through, what are the opportunities for us to ask about an item or ask an item to be
Yeah.
included. It's also to look ahead at
yeah,
future agendas.
yeah. You said that before, yeah.
But at the same time, to avoid weaponizing the
Yes.
agenda and
Yes, yeah.
building in some language, maybe we need to wordsmith this, not
Yeah.
wordsmith something else, but building in some language that to cover that future agendas,
Yeah.
but also to probably the ED's concern is what's a way to prep it so it can be brought.
What was the last part you said?
thinking it through, instead of just,
Meet
and
it broad.
I think Commissioner Concepcion was talking about this too, instead of us using that part of an agenda for, gee, let's brainstorm and roll
Yeah, yeah,
grenades
yeah,
on the table.
Yeah.
What's a thoughtful way to do it, to look at past the next month?
Yeah, I got you, yeah.
But also to make sure, as I think we all try to demonstrate, is it shouldn't come before us until something is
Right.
ready to be considered.
Mhm.
So
Not right yet.
it's not,
What about this? During a public meeting, commissioners may request that an item be vetted for inclusion on the agenda of a future public meeting. Or prepared.
Be considered.
The vetted means you're then going to see if it's, yeah.
You have to like,
that's vetted is running the tracks. Vetted
Right.
is.
So is it prepared? Like that is.
No, I'm saying I like vetted.
oh, you like
vetted,
that?
Yeah, I like it. That's good.
So may request that an item be vetted for inclusion on the agenda of a future public meeting. Does that get at it?
Yeah.
We were just doing, we're on public meeting agenda setting, and we're revising F so that during a public meeting, commissioners may request that an item be vetted for inclusion on the agenda of a future public meeting. Okay.
And it doesn't hold us to a timetable, and make sure that all the i's are dotted, t's crossed, or whatever it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Great, thank you, Bruce. And
Thank you.
Works
Thanks,
done.
Commissioner Kamara.
thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Anything else on public meeting agenda setting? All right. Do people need a bio break, or should we do one more section before bio break?
I would enjoy a bio break.
I don't know, but he's kind of stuttering. I think we've gone over.
no. Okay, we can take
I'd like a bio break.
All right, I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to the executive director goals. Starts at the bottom of page 6. Goes to the middle of page 7.
No goals for Sean.
I have a sound bite in my head now. Well, look at you. It's just in my head. I just love it.
He's like little Sean.
No, the sound, you know the sound bite? It's a little snippet that plays over and over, and it's gonna just go, look at you. It's my favorite.
Oh, yeah. It was like a stab. It was like a.
Was that to me when I said
that? Yeah.
Oh, God.
It was totally to you.
Isn't that the line in Elf
Little Sean in it, what?
where he comes in and the editor calls the book guy or book idea person an elf?
Oh, yeah.
He goes, look at you.
Elf.
That is one of the
Little
funniest scenes ever. Of course, when she said your purpose, all I could think of was, Steve Martin. I'm like, oh my God, it's still.
Wait, that's an elf.
Should I assume that executive director goals are like?
I'm sorry.
Or
Sorry.
boring?
He's like,
No, let's go back.
If you just see me just randomly laughing, it's just because this is replaying. It's just-
Let's get back
wait a
to
minute, now, to
serious.
my defense, before you move on, we spent like an hour on how to get rid of all of us.
Not you.
And actually, we didn't spend any time on the getting rid of part. It was an up to, including.
None of you will ever find this.
It's the ones we hate.
Root out the person who you don't.
Commissioner Roy is no joke.
Here for it.
Hear ye, hear ye.
All right, executive director goals,
Okay.
Okay.
Just sit back and.
comments?
I kind of made you a national spokesman alone too, didn't I? So big resume.
Enough room.
See how Sundale's writing that one.
He told me he doesn't include everything.
Parentheses, like banter.
But just so you guys
Include,
know.
your Pilates reference stuff.
Oh, you
Any
got
other requests I get included.
Pilates.
On behalf of staff.
Just so you know, though, his transcripts everything we're saying on the side right now, which is funny. I saw it
Oh, meaning that's voice capture?
as well.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Okay, send me swear words.
Anything on executive director goals? Yeah, we spent a lot of time on it. All right, this next one is sort of the big one that we have to talk about. So, look at the highlighted, points. And I just want to, well, why don't you take a look at it, but I think we can break it down. There's staff support, and there's significant staff support and one-time staff support. And then there's the request for information. But why don't you take a look at it, and then we can see what needs to shift.
It's just on first five, or?
Yeah, why don't we stick on?
Well, read also 6, because it's kind of, there are a bunch of things wrapped into each other, and I think if we sort them out, it'll be easier to get where we want to go. And you see there are some choices, and then there are some contradictions in the feedback that I got. All right, so starting with 4, commissioners have direct access, meaning you can directly contact the executive director and the direct reports, chief people officer, chief of investigations and enforcement, chief financial, et cetera. And then department heads through the executive director, which means that you can contact a department head, I suppose with a CC to the executive director. Let's just stop there. Is that agreeable to everyone?
Are department heads and direct reports different?
So I included in your materials org chart, because I thought that might help us understand who we're talking about. And Sean, so I understood from our conversation that the chief people officer was also a direct report,
Yeah.
but not on this.
That's right. So
So that's a change.
CPO would sit at the level to me, so it'd be 5 direct reports.
Okay,
CFAO is not the direct report, she reports to the chief operating officer.
okay.
I have a question where, when we said the list kind of boxes us in if it's too long.
what if we add, next year you decide you need a new direct report? Have we limited ourselves with listing them all, or should we put all direct reports to the executive director? Because you may add 2 more direct reports. I think we're kind of boxing ourselves in.
So I had a question about that, because if you use a term like direct report in a charter, how does the reader know who that's referring to?
To the executive director.
I guess I'm just asking, it could just say direct reports is not like a term that, like if I was picking it up, I wouldn't know that was what that really meant.
Direct reports per the org chart or something.
Direct reports to the executive director?
Or per the organizational chart.
But that's not, so Susan's question, like that doesn't.
No.
Think, like take yourself outside of the commission.
Right.
Like that's not a
It's a vague
phrase.
term.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
So even if you had an org chart somewhere else, they might not be referred to as direct reports.
Or if, I was wondering, what does leadership team point to?
It's just not concrete. I just.
And like, for instance, like, what's Julie's title? Is she like,
She's Director of Research.
is she directly reports to,
Alyssa is the Chief Operating Officer.
but we feel like we have direct access to Julie, right? I feel that.
Is she
I
a
feel
department
that.
head?
She's the department.
She's a department head. That's why I wanted to bring this chart so we could all see together who are the direct reports, what's the leadership team, who are the department heads.
Are you comfortable adding research? I mean, it feels like that is sort of functionally different than a lot of these other positions. So I'd like you to opine on that a little bit.
Well, so this is kind of the rub. What is the outreach? Is the outreach, Julie, can you run and do this research for me?
Okay.
And if that's the request, then I would hope that there's at least a consideration for who manages her work.
Okay.
Because she's working against, and she's a good example where early on, especially in the regulatory development phase, as soon as she was hired, she was like a sought after asset for Julie. Give me every white paper that was ever written on insert topic. As we get into a regulatory round, I envision that's going to be that runs the risk again. But she's in a pace and a schedule now based on resources and her own team, where I've got twice a year, she should be producing comprehensive research reports that are consistent with our statutory mission. If we're going to start missing some of those deadlines because commissioners have gone to her, I may not meet a goal.
Yeah.
And so I want to be careful about that level of engagement, what it ultimately leads to. That's my concern.
So how, when there is this significant resource that has a bundle of information that, a lot of people like, how do you want people, do you want them to go through, Alyssa, or do you want them to go through you? You know what I mean? How do you see that? Because this was the question, sort of the big question we asked before, is that rather than having you be the bottleneck, how comfortable, are you, and are your direct reports comfortable with getting timely responses to everybody?
Well, they'd have to be, right? I think that's just the expectation we would set from this.
Yeah.
And it might also be, and I hope there's at least an open-minded or receptive approach to, can we probe this question a little bit? What are you actually asking versus I want this, I want it tomorrow. Well, to do that, I'm going to have to pull her off of 3 things. Can it wait until next week? And I don't always get that universal feedback that there's a willingness to engage. And this is the other, and I'm not trying to divert the conversation, it's sort of like stream of consciousness a little bit. Is she the right person to handle it? Is that more of a policy question for Matt's team? Where it's one of the things I've actually asked Matt to do is when a question comes in from a commissioner about, can you run this research down, this policy research? Like tell me what states have these protocols or this requirement. Dump it all into a folder and make it universally accessible. So when another commissioner asks the same exact question, you're not starting from scratch.
That's right.
You can send a link. And now you're opening up that access to information.
I think we might go back. We jumped over your question to like your statement that was valid about the list that we have here also.
Right.
I'm also concerned about the titles being used
Yeah,
because
that's-
those titles change
Exactly.
also.
I'm feeling we're boxing ourselves in.
It's a great point, actually. I've restructured once in 5 years. I at one point had 12 direct reports. It was just far too many. It was unwieldy. And so I consolidated. And obviously that caused some angst with commissioners at the time and even staff at the time, which is why though you have chiefs reporting to chiefs, which is why you have directors as it's not been seamless, but it's also, I had the chief technology officer reporting to me alongside the chief operating officer, and I consolidated that into administration.
Oh, yeah.
So it's, again, it's not been perfect, but chief financial officer now reports to the COO, but at one point she reported to me. I didn't punish people in the restructure.
Title.
So let's just, because I want to separate out the easy case is request for staff resources, right? So who should, because that's different from information, which is a more complicated question.
So it's the
Right.
funnel. How do we funnel it? The request, the ask.
But
So
let's first answer the question, how do we funnel the request for staff resources?
that's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
So is it appropriate, Sean, like if all the requests go, like start the request with the executive assistant and then she goes to you or the department heads, like, cause that's how, like Kate is, that's why we have her to help us. And some, so like, if they want a meeting with Julie, I don't go directly to Julie. I go ask Kate to help me. I don't know what she does with it from there. Like, what do the EAs do with it from there when we request from an ED? Like, I need a dynamics refresher. I ask Kate, hey, can you help me? I don't know what happens after that. It's like magic, the magic button behind the scenes. I don't know what happens.
Yeah, it probably leads to me having 3 meetings about why are commissioners asking about dynamics. So that's like, that's a real scenario in fact. But the simple answer would be if someone just asked me at the outset, hey, can I get a refresher in dynamics? We might be able to talk through, sure, I can arrange for that. Let me then contact the person who at least, and this is the other, like I wrote down somewhere in here, is it the right person? I think I know who oversees or manages dynamics for us. Because sometimes I think the question spooks people and then staff overreact. They get like jumpy. It's a commissioner asking, so I have to report out to everybody. So I don't know what the right system is. We haven't found it, I can guarantee you that. But
Do you find that it's either, usually when I have a question about something that involves a non-direct report, I will speak either in my meeting with the direct report about that, or like I do use Kate for that as well. Do you think going through the direct reports is not the best course of action?
I think it is the best course of action. I think, because every department head, if they're not a direct report, every department head reports to a direct report. So you're getting, and also you're not cutting me out. I don't want anyone here to interpret it as me thinking that. In fact, I don't want to be the traffic cop in some instances. If it's a simple yes or no question, or if it's going to be a long-term engagement where staff are being distracted, then I'd like to know and be in a position to say, and I think we've worded some language around if a commissioner request couldn't be honored, that we'd work on alternatives. And I think that's a respectful way to handle it, where I just can't sacrifice that staff member for the extended engagement. But can I put you next in line, or can I offer this as an alternative? If it's a yes or no question, can someone simply answer this? I don't need to be that intimately involved. We just went through all of the.
So you feel like every commissioner request gets back to you in some way, shape, or form?
Not always.
No? Okay.
Well, it might come from the commissioner when the question's not answered.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, maybe that's a fair way to put it.
Yeah.
It might come up at some point, sometimes after it's too late,
Yeah.
sometimes when it's already been or become an issue, sometimes when it comes in directly as staff have been talking, and now we've created this level of suspicion about what is this commissioner up to. And so, yeah, I think it may come back to me, but it may not get to me as intended. Or it may not get to me into a sufficient time. Exactly.
The telephone game.
It warps over time to
Yeah.
become something. which is structural. In a lot of ways, there's just a level of engagement of commissioners that I don't think organizationally, I don't know how you budget those resources.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect example was what you said, like some of us have asked for dynamics training very innocently to our admin or to, let's say, the chief, but you kind of heard that we were requesting for it. And now it's like a thing. Why are they requesting that? What's going on?
I didn't know it was.
Because I was told we needed to know how to do it.
Yeah, I didn't know it was a
But
thing.
that was
You're
part
like,
of
this
our
is,
onboarding.
But to his
So,
point,
yeah, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say, but to Sean's point, it's kind of like something like that, because the culture's still cooking. It's easier to just say, hey, Sean, we want this, and then Sean kind of then becomes a traffic cop with this staff and says, they want this is why they're asking, and he's able to calm,
I can soften that.
we can solve it.
So
But do your
Yeah.
department, sorry, I mean, if, would your department, I mean, your direct reports, 5,
Sure.
if we asked them to use the example of dynamic, if we went to, I guess it would fall under,
I don't
Yeah.
know who to ask.
It would go to Yastin. Yeah,
so,
yeah, probably Mercedes specifically.
It is
but
Mercedes.
if
What's
Kate,
the question?
but if Kate went, if we asked Kate or we send Yao an email saying, I'm interested in dynamics training, can you set that up for us? That doesn't create the, why are commissioners asking us for this? Reply back to you.
Right.
Because they feel empowered to be like, okay, a commissioner is asking for this. I don't need to panic. I can do this.
Using that exact scenario, if one question came through Kate, another question came through Mercedes, and one question came through Yao, and it's all the same question. And it's 3 different commissioners.
Mhm.
Now that game of telephone starts with, commissioners are up to something. Why is dynamics a topic all of a
I hate to
sudden?
say this, this is a culture issue. This is something that has to be managed. Because it feels like there's so much back channel good that the people, I mean,
But in some ways, that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, no,
right?
I know,
We're trying to
but-
create a system, you know.
trust me.
But I just want to ask the question, so the proposal, as I hear it, is that.
I know, so this is simple. Yeah.
But it is that you all go to the direct reports, whatever we're gonna call them.
Yeah.
Is that,
That's what you
I
want.
think there's 2 things, if I can add a suggestion.
Yeah.
So the direct reports, either we're doing it directly, or we make sure that Kate understands that if there's a request that we've gone through with her,
That's true.
she circles back with the direct reports as well, or you know what I mean, just so that it's all.
so she knows
going-
the right of trust. So
Exactly.
you send the request to her, but she knows that it's.
And I think maybe that's a missing.
But should we be CCing Kate and in my case Grace? I mean, should we be CCing them on these requests to the direct reports? So at least
Probably,
there's.
oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It
for
probably
scheduling.
is.
I don't know, Sean, I don't know if you're not speaking, but I feel like this is making you nervous. But I kind of,
No, go ahead, sir.
no, I kind of drew it out here because now we're talking about 3 people. We're talking about you, the direct reports, and then Kate and Grace, that's 4 people.
And that one, I don't need to be involved.
Mhm.
I can step up.
But so, because this,
Fine,
Sean,
you can put
remember, in the previous draft, it said Sean would come up with some ideas, and
Right.
Sean's idea was direct reports, that's where.
Right.
So
Okay,
he's,
that's
he's
the-
okay with that.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So
That's
we're,
also
so
clarification.
I did, but what I want to ask is that enough? Like, does that mean all commissioner requests go either to Sean or to a direct report? And does that solve the problem? Or do you want access to department heads for some reason? And then there's also, we want to be able to contact key staff for presentation of agenda items. Like,
Susan, can I clarify? So,
Yeah.
because we're talking about a lot of people here. The direct reports is the chiefs? Is that what we're using?
I think
So-
so.
so if you look at the organizational chart,
Yeah, so
Right.
those are what we
it's
consider direct reports.
those
Okay.
4 plus chief
Okay.
people officer.
So
Yeah.
technical requests, direct reports, CCU, CC are admins.
You don't even need to CC me on those. I'm saying if you go to direct report, I'm comfortable. I don't want to be an added layer. I guess frankly, the sympathy for me is don't clutter my inbox with things that you should have access to.
Yeah, but is that real? Are you being for real?
I am, absolutely.
What does IT report to?
Alyssa, COO. Technology, information technology.
So, all right. So think about that one.
Yeah.
Think about which one?
About IT.
Yeah.
Um,
Every IT is usually urgent, right? You're in the middle of
Right.
something and something crashes.
can you give noodle that a little bit?
We have a help desk that is for every IT issue that you come across.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's, to me, I think that's why we built a help desk. You get a ticket, you get a response within minutes.
I just sent
Someone's
something
not
to Paul. Where do I go?
I'll give you
Tell me what that is.
I'm like, Fran, like.
I bothered Paul on Saturday night expecting a reply by Monday, the next thing I know.
Yeah. Oh, he's very
Bruce-
fast.
Bruce does a Saturdays. Sean, but I'll give you an example. So we're like at 11 o'clock at night talking to each other on Teams. Sean, so perfect example, I ask RGC about the list of regs from staff, whatever, list of topics for regs from staff. Her and I are in a conversation and she sends them to me. But you don't know she sent them to me, you don't know I have them, and then I'm the only commissioner that may have them at the time, or she did send them to everybody.
Who's RGC?
RGC, General Counsel.
Our.
Our.
PC.
Oh, I'm like, who?
Sorry.
Rebecca.
So Christine, you know, so that's like a real, that's like a real thing, right? And it didn't become a big issue, but like you didn't know what I had in my possession, for example, and then who knows if you guys already had in your possession. And, you know, so that was like a little bit of a, you're not knowing what I'm asking for. Christine's not sort of, she doesn't have to, but she's not telling you, oh, I just sent this to Commissioner Camargo. But it would have been nice for you to know that I had that and other people have it. So that's a perfect example
Yep.
of
In that
this situation.
scenario, my issue was not with your interactions, with how she handled it. And that's what was addressed in the aftermath was, you need to tell me these things. And then secondly is the list you got was actually not a staff-based list.
Yeah.
So there, to me, there were two issues as far as how it was coordinated.
Yeah.
Because it was not, it was also something I had never seen before.
Yeah.
So, but that's not, I can't fault you as a
Gotcha,
commissioner
gotcha.
for engaging it. It's the responsibility of the direct report in that
Yeah.
instance to keep me apprised.
Yeah, yeah. Like now I'm paranoid, right? Every time someone sends me something, I'm like, do all the commissioners have this? Does everybody know about it? You know, like I'm
That's not your
self-policing.
problem.
No.
But
It's
this
not,
sort of-
but-
This sort of shifts, it
But it
shifts
can be,
responsibility.
Because then they'll say Commissioner Camargo got this and I didn't get, you know, so.
But this sort of shifts responsibility from the commissioners to the direct reports in
Yeah.
terms of letting Sean know what's going
Yeah.
on.
And then my only other piece just to kind of add is, and I know we're figuring this stuff out, but here where it says, and Shannon, to your point, the culture that we're trying to shift here, you know, we write, and will not directly contact staff unless cleared through the department heads or may contact key staff involved in presentations. So this, and will not directly contact staff unless cleared through the department heads, like, that's a pretty strong blow, but I know.
These
we
are
need
two
it.
proposals. They're
Yeah.
antagonistic to each other.
Yeah.
So they're for discussion, conversation.
Okay. Like, I know that has to be the thing, but I'm kind of like, damn, if I'm staff and I'm reading this, like, I'm gonna be really even extra paranoid to even talk to a commissioner. You know, so I'm just saying, like, yeah, we know that we have to manage our interactions with staff and make sure that they're in the right place, you know? But that, you know, whoever reads this from the outside, you know, this reads, like, I know they're up for discussion, so I'm very concerned about this one.
You could put a period here. You could put a period, commissioners have direct access, meaning you can contact directly the executive director, the direct reports, and department heads through the executive director, period, and cross the rest out. So it doesn't have that kind of language, but you have to agree that you're willing to not contact staff, and that's been the question.
I see.
But-
Yeah.
And that wrestles the big issue around culture, that also, for me, and I added the language, may contact staff, which is, I think, tends to be our tension in this point is, we have a meeting on Thursday, I have to talk to Kyle, or I have to talk to somebody who's got an item on the agenda. This gets
Yeah.
back to assigning people
Yeah.
an agenda item. I'm hoping you would feel comfortable enough that if somebody is part of a meeting in 2 or 3 days,
Yeah.
that they could take a question or a call from us, knowing that they're assigned to handle that agenda item.
Yeah.
And I think that's
Yeah.
where we get back and forth with this. I
Yeah.
want to call somebody, well, is it
yeah.
a call
I mean,
related
can
to
it be with
something
with
that's?
like permission or with like, you know?
Well, I think that, and I'm hearing you both, say this, and I agree. I think that the issue is that if I want an answer to a question, I don't want it in 24 to 48 hours. And this is the sort of, how do we know? It's like, it's 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm working on something right now. How do I know that I'm trying to get this done and I have a deadline in 2 days that without, and this is going to be something incumbent upon the department heads. Like, I might have a quick question and I might want to ask Matt, hey, did you meet with, you know what I mean? How do we deal with those quick, like, I'm not asking really for resources. I'm not asking Matt to do anything. I'm like, hey, Matt, has anybody here met with Dan, Donnie? You know what I
You
mean?
can't walk by his office.
Right.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It's this sort of quick, how do we
So
deal with that?
let's just,
Oh, let's Sean.
I just want to balance that, because what I've heard is I want a quick answer to an easy question.
That's right.
And I hear Sean say, it may not be such an easy question, and
Yeah.
I want to make sure you get the right answer.
Right.
Yeah.
So that, let's
That's fair.
just take that as the
Mhm.
framing
Yeah.
and figure out what's the process
That's fair.
for you getting a good answer, the right answer to the question that
Mhm.
you want answered
Yeah.
really quickly.
No, I hear you.
Well, because in
Yeah.
truth, using that example, there's a good chance that Matt may not know if a commissioner's met with Rep. Donahue because they didn't tell him. That's our reality sometimes.
But that's not a good example because he's not gonna know that answer and we're not, you know what I mean? I'm just saying like a quick, just because he doesn't know it, doesn't mean that I don't get the right answer.
But do you feel like you can't text, you
Well,
can't?
no, but this is what I wanna sort of clarify is
He's a department.
how.
Who's the department head?
Yeah, who's the department head?
Oh, all right, so we can do, all right, department heads and direct reports.
So he's a department.
When you say department head through the
Oh, then I don't
executive
necessarily know
director,
we can talk.
does that
I have a
mean,
better example.
hang on, when you say department head, is it direct access to department heads, or is it a CC to you?
And I think to the chair's point, if it's an urgent priority, you're gonna wanna tell me.
Yeah.
I can move mountains here. I can call Matt and say, I don't care what you're doing. She needs an answer today. And so I can motivate folks, but if I don't know that the request, what I often get is the feedback that someone didn't get back to me in time, or someone didn't get back to me with enough time. I can't fix that after the fact. If you tell me at the same time, or if you just call me and say, can you get an answer for me? I can call someone.
But I don't think I know who's on our list. Matt's on our list?
Director of Government Affairs and Policy. That would be a department.
Oh, I just see, so are all of these people here directors?
Each of these are departments.
But all of these light green people are direct?
They're department heads.
Okay.
They're department heads.
I'm
So
good.
we have a director of testing,
Problem solved.
a director of investigation,
Look at you.
an enforcement counsel.
That would be the, I'll tell you, I was reading this differently though. When I saw that through the executive director language, I thought it meant it needed to be cleared with you before. we speak
I
with
view
them.
the chiefs is unfettered access to, I have no issues at all. And when I say chiefs, I want to be clear, those 5. So like Adriana,
Unfettered access.
unfettered access.
Uh-huh.
And to be clear too, I've not vetted this by them. So in fair, like this is and the language is, by all means, I appreciate the feedback as far as the signal it said. The chiefs, as far as I'm concerned, unfettered access, I don't need to be in the way of that. Anything below that, I'd appreciate a heads up. Especially where some of those inquiries can sometimes be, for lack of a better term, kind of misplaced.
Yeah.
So a question about, and we talked about this in these meetings, a question about conditions on a license may originate with Kyle, but in reality, they should go legal. So if I know of it, I can kind of redirect and intervene, especially the week of a public meeting.
Thank you, because conditions are so time sensitive, right? We need to get them in, say, tomorrow. We're in here, like, all day, right? And I'm gonna go home tonight and work on them, like, so Thank you, and you're very responsive, but when it's conditions, we need responsiveness like big time, because they're so time sensitive and we only have, so there's certain things that are like up here for, so I appreciate that,
And
so
I
you
think
want
those
them all
have
to go through
generally-
you?
No, I'm saying just if there's a
Question on
need,
one,
copy me on it, and that way I can,
okay,
but again, that chief level, I don't need to be copied on those things. And I think I trust you to manage those questions. I trust them to keep me apprised of what I need to know. But if they don't do that, then it's them that get held accountable for that, not commissioners. So I think it needs to just be, I need to manage that process.
Yeah.
So I think the example that Commissioner Camargo used, that's my responsibility to manage, that if something didn't meet my expectations, I need to identify that.
can we be mindful, though, there are exceptions, like one of us could be driving to a press event and unsure of a detail, like, I gotta call Tara directly on the way, because Tara's the one that set it up. So like, I don't know if they go in the front door, the back door, the side door, whatever, you know what I mean? There's gonna be like weird exceptions where you're gonna have to call
I didn't even think of her. Like, I bother her all the
all the
time.
time. You're right, so there are exceptions like this, so I'm just, real world.
Well, let's, because the more exceptions there are, the more problems with the implementation. Let's just, so if we could just
Still
take,
not sure who's on this
If
entire
we-
list.
all right,
What is
if
her
we-
title?
Right, she's.
We're not on the list, but we need to access her directly.
So the who is communications, digital media and press that I'm assuming I can talk to?
That's Mary Alice, right? Is that Mary Alice?
So actually,
Yeah, I don't know the name.
that group is actually under a bit of a restructure as well right now. Breaking out digital media and breaking out traditional comms. So normally, yes, that would be Mary Alice, and then it would be Anne Marie as the digital side.
But you see my point, like,
Yeah, Tara's not even.
so let's just start. Is number 4 okay if we take out chief financial accounting officer and put a period after through the executive director? So you,
I don't think so. I know the wording is what I.
okay, conceptually.
Yeah, conceptually. yes.
Okay, all right, and then how do we, is it, and department heads with, what's another way to say that? I had it, put on my head.
Authorization, permission.
I don't think you
No,
need that much, but it's more like with,
Notice.
with notice.
It's noted.
With notice to the executive director. Okay, so is that okay for, let's say, the vast majority of
read
states?
it now?
Yeah.
How it would be.
Commissioners have direct access to the executive director. The direct reports to the executive director and department heads with notice to the executive director. We should say, and to department heads with notice.
I thought we said we didn't need to notify you.
For department heads,
Department.
not for direct reports.
Okay.
Okay, does that solve a lot of the situation? And then we can talk about what it doesn't.
It solves a lot, but I do think that your example is
Okay, well, we're gonna do
as
that.
for
I just,
restructuring, because
right,
I don't get calls back, so like, you gotta be, this is part of the culture, is that people have to return phone calls. And
but we have
then,
to figure out
yeah.
who you can call
Yeah.
and expect a response from,
Mhm.
right? So let's just, is it, yes, that we have the vast majority of stuff covered with direct reports and department heads.
I know we're removing that last bit of language.
We're
about
removing that.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so
IT, remember we all need
you have the help desk.
the help desk.
The help desk, that's just, okay.
So
Now,
we're taking off make contact, assigned staff. with-
yeah, and now we're gonna talk about what's left
Okay.
when you have access to the direct reports and the department heads. Okay, so we heard about what happened. It sounds like there's an urgency before public meetings, right? So how should that go? Sean, do you have a thought about how that should go?
I guess, I think we need to acknowledge with that urgency, sometimes comes chaos,
Mm-hmm.
where imagine being Kyle the week of a public meeting, never mind being a commissioner the week of a public meeting. So there can sometimes be a frustration with a lack of responsiveness. That lack of responsiveness can also just be sheerly drowning in stuff. So I still don't know that I understand the need to dig deeper or lower in the organizational chart in advance of a public meeting,
Mhm.
when it's those direct reports that are ultimately accountable and responsible.
Kyle's on the chart.
And Kyle is on the chart,
Mhm.
but it's that if there's a need to dig lower or more, kind of you're piercing now 3 layers of an org chart. So again, it's that my boss's boss's boss is asking me for something right this moment.
Mhm.
But have you gone to my boss or my boss's boss or my boss's
Yeah, yeah.
boss's boss first?
Yeah.
If the answer is no, I guess I don't want to be that employee because I don't know what to do. So,
And what I was suggesting was, I offered that edit without seeing what you agreed to. So I feel more comfortable with that. I'm also thinking of if I'm delving in a hypothetical, I'm Olivia and or wherever RVT lives now. We have an RVT item on the agenda.
conveniently it's with Kyle.
Yes, they kind of- So, but, or if, is there, let me ask this different way. Is there, can you ever foresee a opportunity where somebody below your department head level would be presenting something at a commission meeting?
Well, that's what's happened in this meeting, access and at the group for,
Yeah.
DIA.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
but in that case, we know who it is. We know who's going to be making that presentation. In that case, that narrow case, can we contact them directly, or you still preferring we go through the department head? They've been identified. They've probably talked about and vetted every issue with you, their department head, your direct reports. But if we have a question about something that's going to be presented and we want to take the opportunity to talk to them before a commission meeting, are you okay with
We refer
that?
to that person as the sponsor of the agenda item,
Yeah.
right? We did that. So the question is, can a commissioner go to a sponsor of an agenda item just prior to a public meeting?
To a degree, yeah, I don't want to be dismissive of it. I think it may depend on, for instance, using access and equity might not be a great example because it's actually a group of them.
Right.
But let's say it's a research report.
Right.
And Alexander is presenting. I guess by all means, I don't mind the outreach to Alexander, but I'd hope there's at least some consultation with Julie as well, as his boss. And I think, and I'm hopeful this, I'm not trying to be petty about this. It's really trying to manage the interaction such that you get the information that you need in as timely and official a way as possible without leading to more confusion or headaches for me, which those headaches for me can usually become the follow-up where, well, Alexander told me.
Yeah.
And it's me going, well, that wasn't his answer to give. And now I'm also the week of a public meeting scrambling to get to 3 other commissioners and saying, that shouldn't be something that's on your plate just yet.
So could I just turn it back at the commissioners and say, is it problematic just before a public meeting to send an email to the department head that says, I'd like to talk to Alexander in the next day or so because I have this question, so that you're respecting this, go to the department head. Is that problematic?
Sometimes we get full meeting book like 5 days, and we have to go through literally, if you went through every document, it's thousands of pages. If you go through all the SOPs,
500 pages.
well, no, I mean, then if you
Yeah,
drill down
right,
on
right,
mass CIP and you go
Yeah.
through all the SOPs, we're
Yeah.
talking thousands of
Yeah, yeah,
pages. And sometimes we're not afforded that luxury of,
So your concern is that the department head won't see your email quickly enough to get you to say, yeah, sure, just call
it's time
Alexander.
sensitive around public meeting.
Yeah.
And there is a sense of urgency because there's so much material to go through. So that's all I'm trying to.
Yeah,
convey.
you're right.
Well, here, I mean, so we've got a difficult situation, right? I mean, let's think about this together. You need the information. Sean wants you to get the right information and he doesn't want his staff getting messed up along the way. So how do we address it?
But-
What's the answer?
I mean, maybe it's communicating with, trying not to step on the landmine, which is the bigger issue of causing chaos and confusion. At the same time, setting an agenda where, if I'm Alex in this case, I know I'm presenting something. I've been preparing to make whatever presentation I have. I would hope there's a level of comfort that if a commissioner called me, knowing that I'm responsible for something, I can answer those questions. And at the same time, a little bit of culture coming in here. If Alex doesn't have an answer, know an answer, or feels something is above him policy-wise or what have you, that they're feel free to push back. Again, I think I'm trying to think this through in a way that people who know their team members that know they're going to be on the spot because they're on the agenda and respond, as opposed to some of the other things that we're trying to figure out. We're trying to get to a source. To your point about not causing that chaos and confusion.
No, on the flip side, it's also beneficial for those staff that are presenting because then they're aware of.
There's
what's
certainly more.
anticipated.
They don't want to get, they don't want to get embarrassed in the
Well,
meeting.
Yeah.
So you kind of have a mechanism in place, right? They presented to us the other day, and we were to submit all questions by XYZ to Kate.
That's it.
By today, and I want to submit 2 questions. I haven't had 2 seconds to do that. Is that a good so we know it's on the agenda there, and so if we have questions around it, to submit questions, that's how you've done it the past couple of times.
That doesn't prevent you from generating a question tomorrow, and it's really to try to organize, to make sure you get fulsome answers. It's not, we're trying different things.
Mhm.
And I hope that's seen as being responsive to concerns that have been raised over the course of the last 2 years, year, whatever it is, as far as give us more information sooner when you have it,
Yeah.
provide us an opportunity to engage. That system is a response to that environment.
Yeah.
And I think it's also helpful for staff to know, I think to the chair's point, that we don't want to get embarrassed publicly, or I joked earlier, it feels like most public meetings are like a pop quiz sometimes,
Yeah.
where it's like not having the very explicit answer can be embarrassing
It can.
potentially, but it's also like, I'm also not going to go after a commissioner publicly and say like, well, that's not exactly the right question. So it needs to be a professional presentation. And I think access and equity is a good example where actually that was supposed to be done in September.
Mhm.
We are in November.
Mhm.
So they need more time. I'm generally coming around to the idea of if they're sponsoring something that's on the agenda, that availability, accessibility, my only request is just please respect the fact that they work for people that are trying to manage their days, and please understand that historically it has caused chaos. And maybe it's I would plead this to the commission that sometimes no has to be the answer. And it's not always been the case. It's a no, well, come on, you can really turn this around, right?
Well, what do you mean by that? I mean, this is a fact-based question. Like, and when you say no is gonna have to mean no, I don't know what kinds of questions you're thinking that commissioners are probing for a yes when the answer is no.
Can you give an example?
Yeah.
I wrote the op-ed on the social equity advisory board because I wanted to get out the word. I wanted to create awareness and let folks know about the opportunity at a high level. And, I I was here in the office one day and I sat here all day and wrote it and tried to get it to the best of my ability. I sent it to the comms team and they're like, we're gonna let you know if we can, work on this. We'll get back to you. That was like I sent it like a Thursday morning, and then I think they get back to me on Friday and they're like, Commissioner, we just don't have the capacity to help you with this. So I'm like, okay, but can I still do it? Because I really want to get the word out with, my time here, my purpose at the commission. I had to make a conscious decision of, do I go and do it on my own without the support of the commission? It could be half-assed, I could have a typo in it, all kinds of stuff. And then who am I going to pitch it to? Like, who am I going to reach out to? My contacts, who, right? So when they said to me that you can't do it, I said, okay, well, I need to think about this. And I don't know, Shauna, I don't know if I spoke to you, who I spoke to in the process, everything happened so fast, but I'm like, well, whatever, I'm gonna put it on my LinkedIn if I have to. I just wanna get the word out, I wanna talk about it. And then the next day I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it to the best of my ability, I'm gonna edit as much as I can and do what I can. And then the team said to me, Commissioner, we just can't help you. And I said, okay, I'm gonna have to figure out my plan A, plan B, but I'm letting you know that my plan A is I would love to get it published. My plan B is I'm gonna break it up and put it on my Twitter, on my LinkedIn, wherever I can send this out, my email serves, list serves, whatever I can. So I'm letting you know what I'm gonna do. And I said, once I get there, I'm gonna let you guys know what I was able. So I literally I was pitching myself, I was reaching out, editing everything. And then finally I got someone and they're like, hey, we'll put it in. We'll put it on Sunday. And I was like, oh my God, that's so late, whatever. Long story short, they come back and they say, we'll put it on the next day before 12 on Twitter. And I was like, perfect. So then that's when I ran and kind of emailed all of you all and said, hey, I'm doing this, which is what we do, which is what comms does. Anyways, if we're writing or working on anything, they'll give us a heads up, a couple of hours the day before that this is happening. But for me, that was a moment where I was like, damn, I understand why they can't help me. I get it. I didn't push back. I didn't, I wanted to understand what was on their plates. Like, we've talked about their form. Like, explain to me a little bit just so I understand what's on your plate that this
What
is
was
not
on their plate that they couldn't help?
a lot of stuff that they were working on in terms of editorial, and there's only one person in communications right now in terms of press secretary. So I understood it, I got it. But I had to make that choice and that decision to sort of move forward, notify you all. And, I'm at the end of the day, it worked out because I was able to publish it. But in another situation, right, like I might have not been as lucky to get it, and then I wouldn't have had that.
But I think they I think that's a slightly different situation. I think it's when we're trying to find, you're trying to deploy staff time, right? And the staff said, we don't have the time to do this on your timetable. And you had your timetable and you wanted to do it, and you did it. I really think it's kind of taking it back a little. It's not so much, I would like to do this, help me with this. And I think that's when you're, and I think that it's when you're not going to get the staff help, but if you want to go out and do something, you're going to go out and do something. But I really think that it's kind of it's the information that we can't do some of these things ourselves. We don't have the information. It's locked in there. You could go out, I could go read an editorial, I'll get that in tomorrow, but that's what I can do for myself. It's how, as commissioners, and I think it's just getting some more clarity from you that when that information is here and we can't get at it and we need it, how are we doing it? So I get your example, but I don't think that it's necessarily, you could get that done. They just weren't going to give you the staff resources on your time.
Are you saying, how do I access that information when I need it immediately?
Yeah.
Or is it when I want that information?
See, but this is what I'm saying is that, sort of to get back to your point, when no is no. What I'm hearing is no, meaning you want information about something, and you're going to say no is no. No was different in your case. What do you mean by no is no? Can you give me an example?
I'm thinking of scenarios where it's the push for staff resources.
Yeah.
The information piece, I'd like to probe a little bit more as far as no. I'm not sure I follow.
I have an example of a no. I asked, at one point, I was going through sort of how applications are evaluated by our licensing team. And I was told that there's like a grid. There's some sort of like a chart that's used when evaluating applications that staff kind of sort of follow and abide by. I said, oh, well, I'd like to see that chart. I want to kind of see what you guys are using and how you're evaluating it. And I was told no. And I was told the reason for the no was because by giving you access to this information, I then have to give it to the entire commission, and then this becomes a thing. So the response is no.
Yeah. So why can't all the commissioners have that?
Because it becomes a public document and they don't.
Which it
I
can
didn't
be,
even
but
get that far.
We have
Could
it
be
already.
for you already.
But that's my example of no. So
So here's what I'm curious about, because it seems like
maybe that's what it was.
if the question for information goes to a department head, like why when can't you go to a department head and say, I want this information, right? And
That was a conversation with the department head.
right, so that's in bounds with what we're saying here, that you have access to, Sean, to direct reports and to department heads with notification, right? So that sounds like you can ask for the information, whether they give it to you or not, it's another story, but that's not about access.
Right.
But then there's the question, is the urgency. I need this information now before a public meeting.
Yeah.
And that's what I think there's a bit of a rub on. And Sean, I did hear you say that you're moving in the direction of access to a sponsor of an agenda item prior to a public meeting. And here's a suggestion about this. If that's okay with you, and we write that up and we say, this is a proposal, we want staff feedback on this. And so when we do the outreach and consultation, we say, this is a result of the conversation. Someone introduces that piece and says, here's why, it's a complicated question. It really is a complicated question. Here's where we landed and why. How could you staff, how could you direct reports and department heads imagine this working? And let's get their feedback, because we're sort of trying to do something with only one half of the people in the room about it.
With a heavy layer of culture that has been created. No fault of anybody, it's just, that's what it is. And I mean, we talked about this a couple of times ago, right, a couple of months ago, but it's like, everyone really respects our seats, our authorities, us as people, there's I mean, I shared this with you when we spoke the other day. It's like, I didn't realize, like when you first get here, you're like, oh, I'm a commissioner. You don't, until you're really not doing the work, you don't really see yourself as a commissioner in terms of how people see you, the staff, how they respect you, how they are afraid to talk to you, how they're afraid to push back, how, not afraid, but just intimidated, and it's like, that is really there. One, because of the role, just because it's of the role, but then the other piece of it is because of the sort of situations that have happened in the past. Like, it's still here, and COVID didn't help because everybody's home. We have not been able to build a relationship amongst ourselves, right? Imagine we haven't been able to build a relationship with staff in person and have the fun and have the laughs that we have here to then have hard conversations, right? It's just a reality of where we're sitting. But I think also what I've learned in this job is that there are some things, and Christine and I were in this room for 2 hours because we happened to be in the office and we were having our weekly meeting or our monthly meeting or whatever it was, and we had this conversation. And my point is that there's some things that this job, I don't know if it's just natural or if it's just a part of the culture, but it's like, don't ask, don't tell. So there's so much that we still don't know. There's so much that we're still looking for. There's so much information. I stumble upon stuff and I'm like, oh shit, did you see this? Did you learn this? And it's like, sometimes I go at it with Christine because I'm like, but you didn't tell me that. And it's like, she didn't know to tell me and I didn't know to ask. So there's so many of those situations, so I'm just saying it because I know that this is a really hard topic. And I think that I'm speaking for us as commissioners, but also understanding our teams and where they're at in terms of staff, and trying to find a balance. So for me, the time of during public meeting, I unfortunately, have to run to Sean, CC Sean and everything, call Sean, whatever it is, because I already know I come with a lot of energy and I know that narratives have been created around me for whatever reason. Camargo's doing this or she's doing that. So for me to avoid some of that stuff, I just cut through the shit and I'm just like, Sean, this is what I'm looking for. Heads up, I'm gonna go speak to this person. Because then it puts me in a situation, so I'm just saying that.
But now you're getting that.
Yeah.
By finalizing this, we're
Yeah.
permission.
So I just have a question to clear up some ambiguity. Tours. What's one of us stop one of us from going into Kim Roy's Cannabis when we drive by? Nothing, right? We can go in. Why are tours like, in other words, labs? We want to go to more labs. That's a focus. But it's a thing. Can you just talk to me about tours? And there's nothing to stop us from just I could say, meet me next Tuesday, we're
You
going
can.
to whatever lab.
Can I echo what you're saying? Because this was a conversation I was having with Celia and Cedric. And I was asking them about the 2-driver thing and they pushed back. And I'm like, I'm surprised at your perspective. And I was talking to them and the word that came up was propaganda. And it bothered me because the staff is much more informed than than most people are. But ultimately, our judgment, and this is what I said, and I had a good conversation with them, I think. I said, I think propaganda is a bad word because it's assuming that all of these people that you don't agree with their position, that they're somehow trying to lobby, and maybe they are, but you have to trust me that I can be lobbied and I'm going to come to the right decision. And I said this to you, it's hard for us to both be in the adjudicatory position, but also we have to vote on policy and we got to learn stuff. And there's so much stuff I don't know. I learned so much by going to meet with, Peyton Filbert. I mean, it was just boom. It was Schubert, I'm calling him Filbert. But I learned a lot. And and I feel like the staff really is very suspicious of us being there. And I understand, and I've now learned more about the adjudicatory role, and I actually appreciate now more after one of the training sessions I had last week. I really do. But I think you've got to help us be able to be educated without violating that responsibility. And I do think that this is culture because how do we get them to push back a little bit if they're going, oh, I can't do that. I mean,
I got myself in trouble 2 weeks ago with that.
But to Kim's point, I just wanted to add to this though. It's just, we are trying to work, in accordance with, the team. Exactly. And so we don't want to go outside and.
Right. But if we're gonna tackle labs, I'm not gonna get into policy.
No, I just want to give Sean a chance to
But
answer.
sorry,
Don't make
Sarah,
me-
yeah,
yeah,
maybe
yeah,
the
let's
last
not
time.
Sean a chance.
All right, all right. I just
Okay.
want to forward.
It's like 4 points. Let me put them on the wall.
Towards
Well, let me
eight.
just remind myself. I think I
It's
serve
almost
at the will and pleasure of the board. So.
Look at you.
Oh, no. Removal of the
James,
commission.
respectful of that.
Sorry.
Yeah, and I appreciate, and, I always, when I'm thinking about going on a tour, run the traps with Rebecca, because I don't want to walk into any place that's like totally on our hit parade. Now, that didn't stop me the other day from while I was in Cambridge, just poking my head into Yamba,
Right.
but I felt pretty confident that there wasn't anything they were doing that was wrong. But it's a good safety valve. I will say having Rebecca join us on a tour or a visit is helpful because she can play bad cop and not put a commissioner on the spot. But, that type of engagement, I do worry about sometimes somebody invites me out someplace and there's a slowness in kind of getting back to them and scheduling that.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
But there's
Thank you,
also,
Felicia.
and we're following, the going to the direct reports in that case. But I was also told the other day, I could meet somebody for lunch as long as I'm not visiting their facility. And I'm like, that caught me a little off as well.
All right,
But
Sean. All right, Sean, go.
All right, Sean.
look at you.
Yeah.
Don't worry about this. This is just my brain on weed.
I'm trying to follow a lot of this.
There's a lot.
I mean, but I'm feeling somehow responsible for a lot of some very puzzling reactions that you've gotten, like the lunch thing's weird to me. So the tours thing, let me try to touch on that briefly. I don't care if you're going tours, I don't care where you're going tours. I would hope that you'd ask to see if there's any issues before you go on a tour,
Oh, we have.
but
Yeah.
but I don't care that you're going them. It doesn't phase me
Whatever.
one bit. But you go on tours. Commissioners are going on tours constantly. I'm approving reimbursements constantly for tours. All the time. Like, at least several times a month, I'm approving reimbursements for tours.
There seems like there might be a lapse in communication then, because this is a request that began.
Months ago,
Oh my gosh.
months ago.
Beginning of the year.
Yes.
We got a problem with lab tours that we need to.
So maybe there's just a disconnect there about.
Like, we have been
what's
trying
happening.
to get towards of labs under our belts for a long
Then
Time.
there's clearly a disconnect.
But does this come back to you being aware of their interest in going on tours?
I'm aware of the interest, but I'm not aware of the stalling of it. So,
It's
or I
being
shouldn't say
stalled.
stalling.
Not
that-
stalling.
No,
it's-
it's accurate.
I'm not aware of it not happening. The core thing for me is the mindful that anyone that you go visit is at some point on your agenda.
Mhm.
No matter, and that's a guarantee. You're going to renew their license every single year. There's a risk that if there is something that's active, I think to the chair's point, it's trusting you
Yeah.
to know the distinction of if someone comes up and says, hey, this thing that's currently pending before the commission, it's a problem for my business. You're wrong, the commission's wrong in accusing me of something.
Back to our
It's
38.
trusting
right?
you to say,
Yeah.
can't touch it.
Mhm.
So obviously, the way to avoid that risk altogether is not going, but I have to trust you to handle it professionally and according to that 38 prospect. So that's me saying to you, I don't particularly care.
All right,
What
I'm
the
gonna,
other
I'm gonna bring us back. It's great that you took some time to have a discussion over some difficult issues on how things operate. I want to go back to see if we're in agreement on this section, because there are a few different ones. So we've got 4, is 5, request for staff support made by appropriate department heads in coordination with executive director. That's number 5.
Susan, I'm so sorry,
Yeah.
but can you read 4 again? Because I feel like I don't know
Yeah.
where we're at with it.
4 is commissioners have direct access to the executive director. The direct reports to the executive director and to department heads with notice to the executive director.
Period. Okay.
Period. Okay, and then number 5, now I don't know, I'm curious, do we even need 5 if we just have 4?
Yeah, put that there.
So for request for staff support made to appropriate department heads in coordination with the executive director.
I mean, that's what we just spent 20 minutes talking about right now.
Yeah, just because you kind of have access to the department heads in number 4, but this is
Yeah, but
specific
this
to
is-
staff.
This is the
More
rub.
explicit.
All right, Sean, are you okay with 5, the way it's written?
I don't know what staff support means.
Okay,
Well, either way, it goes via appropriate department heads in coordination with the executive director.
Yes, I'm reading 5 next to 6 on this page.
all right, 6 is commissioner request for long-term engagement of staff resources will be made to and approved by the executive director. Commissioner request for limited one-time staff engagement may be made to the appropriate direct report.
What's long-term engagement?
I don't know whose language.
This is confusing.
Well, it's needs to be processed, that's all. So what do we want it to say,
Well, I
right?
think, right, and bear in mind that this language predates the change we made before.
Right.
A one-time staff engagement sounds like a one-time staff meeting or like a one-off
Well, it sounds like
conversation.
Bruce
too.
asking a question.
Right, so, okay. And that's different from staff support.
Well, so I think the idea is that if it's not that you need someone to let go of what they're working on, because now they're going to spend a significant portion of their time, then that can go to a department head. But if it's something that is going to have the effect of them not being able to do what their boss needs them to do, then it's got a longer tail to it, so to speak.
But at the beginning of this conversation, we said that what might seem like a one-off question to us. So that is sort of like
It's
Right.
not how they're received.
we're conflicting, we're rubbing up against each other now.
Well, so that's why if commissioners have direct access, I presume they have direct access in order to get staff resources or questions answered. So that's my question is, do we just need 4? Because then you have direct access to Sean, you have direct access to his direct reports, and you can contact department heads with a notice to the executive director. And so whatever your needs are, that's what you do. Whether it's staff support or
So you're saying eliminate 5 in its entirety?
eliminate 5 and 6 in a way.
Create it, yeah, because it's already.
So I give a scenario for
But I think
6.
we have,
Just that might be a case in point, is a commissioner has a request someone asked for a meeting. And it's outside the agency, the person's outside the agency. And the commissioner says, I should really have someone from enforcement council with me for this, just to take notes or just be a witness, right? And then that meeting turns into okay, so we're gonna follow up on X, Y, Z. And then the commissioner turns to the enforcement council staff and says, can you actually follow up on X, Y, Z? And then now we're starting to dole out assignments to staff. But I'm counting on that enforcement council to get out a letter of enforcement intent and read over something else and something else. And then I follow up with them and say, hey, where's this thing that you promised? Oh, you know that meeting I attended with the commissioner? And I knew about it because somehow it followed the right process. Everything up until that point was exactly as we just discussed. It's just that follow-on. I want it to be fair, like that's a live synthetic. In that scenario, as a commissioner, I think I would say, innocently enough, can you follow up with them and just take care of that?
Yeah.
That's how this can kind of spiral potentially. And maybe it's just that we need to be self-policing about those circumstances. And it's a closeout of the meeting. I'm really trying to anticipate perfectly innocent circumstances that can get conflated to be someone's assigning me work. Because, and I hope from an appreciation standpoint, I'm pleading a little bit here. How you intended is not always how it gets sent back to me.
Yeah.
So, and it's that game of telephone, I think Commissioner Moore, you touched on that during the course of that telephone game, it's gonna, I'm not saying commissioners are getting villainized, but it can turn into that, oh, that commissioner told me to do this,
But I mean,
versus
also,
politely asked.
But also, I mean, the simple shit, like I've asked somebody to follow up on something in a meeting, like Bruce and I were in a meeting recently and we were working with someone. I was like, hey, can you find that out for me? Can you find that out for us and get back to us, right? There was something on the regs, for example, when we're talking about Framingham. But like, that's a perfect example.
It's actually the example I was thinking of.
Are you serious?
Exact example I was thinking of.
There you go.
Because then there was a request for another meeting, I think, with Framingham to come back and circle back.
Oh, there you
So
go.
it's turned into a project now. Innocent enough, I can
Yeah.
see how that would happen.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, from.
Not as it's a problem. I'm
Yeah,
saying it's
yeah,
just
yeah,
work
yeah.
done.
No, but that's actually a really good point. And yeah, that's a good point.
but that is just to pick up on that, because I'm probably guilty of some piece of this. Connection with the department head, but we lost you probably in the follow-up.
Yeah.
But in some of those cases, or at least in that case, I was open, and I think Matt in this case did a good job of pushing back and
Yeah, he
saying,
did.
we don't need to do this, or let me fill you in on another conversation.
Yeah.
So this comes back to this culture thing of bringing staff to push back on us a little bit. And again, I understand that it's this current group of 5 happy commissioners who don't mind
Yeah.
being pushed back on. But
So let me ask you, here's some language. After commissioner use of staff resources for activities approved by a department head or a direct report, commissioners will not request additional tasks without.
But I think using this perfect example.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's,
Sorry.
I know what you're trying to do, but
I'm trying to picture this in reality. It's like there's
Yeah.
a lot of it's hard to follow.
Like this one, for example, here is, when you're saying it, I'm like, I wonder what he's talking about. 'cause I'm actually-
I don't know how you say you can't ask for follow-up. You know what I mean? I mean, if there's some, see, this is the thing, is that it's how do we police ourselves to not create additional burden and work that doesn't go through the natural chain of responsibility and takes people off from their goals and ultimately Sean's goals. But I think that enunciating after you've met with someone and someone's asked you to do something, you literally can't ask for help because I don't think you can
Okay,
wordsmith that.
all right.
But I think that it's culture.
But can I ask a question though? Like, in using this example, because it's a perfect example, and I haven't looked at the emails too much, but I remember that we were gonna meet, we had a prep meeting and compliance, and I said to compliance, can you get me this answer like by tomorrow so I know while we're in the meeting? So that, I asked them for a follow-up from our prep meeting to be prepped for the actual meeting, and then whatever we asked for in terms of other stuff. But for this example, what would we have done?
I'm not saying that anything went wrong.
No,
at all.
I know, but using this sort of process right here, like walk us through a best scenario on that, because if, you said it's become a project, but like, that's our
context.
that's
Like,
our job.
were there department heads in this meeting or was it staff?
Yeah.
There were department heads
It-
in the meeting. Oh,
To quickly recap, Framingham reached out to me. They said, we're having a challenge with the licensee. We have some questions. They make cannabis infused product. They want to have space for non-cannabis infused product. That's not our bailiwick. Our bailiwick is over here. But Framingham just wanted some clarification to this. So connected with Matt, our governmental affairs guy, department head. He pulled in, or also copied
I was nosy, so I wanted to be in the meeting.
Yao, who assigned it to somebody else. So we had a call. Framingham at the end of the call still had a lot of questions. Or help us get through this.
There's stuff.
I thought we kind of resolved it, or at least given but they were having an issue with another department. So,
and then the additional request was made to the department head or was it made to a staff?
I don't even know.
the follow-up, I reached out to Matt, but probably where my fault was again, not keeping the executive director in the loop. So
I'm trying to apply this to what happened. So it
Yeah.
sounds like you're still in line because you're still communicating with the department
with the department
head.
head. But now,
But now you're not notified
I
of it.
think I've taken him out of it.
Okay.
And
That's
how this works here in this castle is that by us removing Sean, not to make you the king, but by removing Sean, then, yeah, right, then the perception is, oh, the commissioners asked us to do this, now it's become a project, now it's taken us from something else, now we're
Right.
chasing MDR and.
But Sean was
Da-da-da-da.
aware of the meeting, the initial conversation.
I think so.
I think
Yeah.
so. I think so.
And like I said, to Commissioner Toronto's point, I don't know that anything went wrong
No,
necessarily.
but,
It's that a single meeting becomes multiple meetings.
Yeah.
Or a single topic requires multiple meetings that then has some follow-on work that needs some follow-up.
But see, now applying that here, so line 5 says that staff report will be made via the appropriate department heads. You were talking to the department head.
Mhm.
So technically speaking, that's in line with the
Right.
proposal.
You did in coordination with the executive
But I lost the
director.
coordination in
You
the
did lost the
second.
coordination.
but,
Yeah,
but,
I was responding, I was putting that in the context of 6, which is, it's a limited one-time staff engagement that
mhm.
I don't think you can really say something's gonna be one time
Mhm.
when you just don't know the circumstances going in.
That's
So
right.
I'm finding myself sitting at this table being very sympathetic to
Yeah.
a lot of, I'm also trying to think, Susan, to your point too, trying to make this, what's readable, digestible, survivable,
Mhm.
durable in a document where, and I'm also mindful of our audience is also our staff here.
Yeah.
So the more times we say commissioners will or will not, or
Yeah.
shall not, or
I'm
won't.
sorry. I don't want to lose my train. I'm trying to follow this course now. So then you found out from your department head.
I think actually you and I connected on it again at a check-in.
But it's become a project, right? That's the,
But somebody somewhere is viewing it as.
Just a continuation of project, that's all. And I'm not even saying the negatives. I'm honestly putting that scenario it started off as a one-time staff
Okay.
engagement.
Got it,
Can I have access? And I'm actually not looking at it through Matt's line, but
got it.
the associate enforcement counsel that was assigned is now engaged in multiple meetings.
Got it.
That's not a one.
I'm trying to figure out where the lapse is, because it seems like there's still
But it's not that
communication
fundamental.
because you were informed about it. That's what I'm just trying to pinpoint where.
And I think Sean's saying basically 6 doesn't work, right? Is that, so it's, the lapse is that
I
Sean
think-
wasn't involved. But I think what I hear,
Now, like at some
Right.
point, you're just saying the point was not.
what I hear Sean pointing to as the problem is that the assumption was this was a one-time engagement, and it's not.
And it's not.
But, so almost defining the two doesn't make a difference because you can't determine what's gonna be short-term
Right,
versus long-term.
right.
But
So
the
I,
hard part here is, this is our job. To kind
But
of,
that wasn't a request,
Keep
as
it moving.
we're looking at whether we're gonna reword or eliminate 6. My original request wasn't for a long-term
Exactly.
engagement,
Right, I have a question
so
though.
it's like what to do after.
Where did the tension come from? Is the tension
no
coming from,
tension, there's no tension.
from
Honestly,
you or from staff saying now this is 2 or 3? Like, where is the
I-
tension?
I think we're taking the scenario and turning it into something that it's not.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't think there was a lapse. I don't think there's
Okay.
a tension here. I'm using that as an example of what probably could have been billed as can you join me for this one meeting?
Has become,
It's a lingering, it has the potential to become a project
mhm,
that is also perfectly appropriate, frankly. Again,
mhm.
we should be responsive to a community. I think the staff that are involved should be involved. I'm just saying, I don't know that we can pin commissioners down to saying, see, but you told me one time,
Mhm.
you don't get a second go at that.
But that's,
It's not enforceable as far as I'm
Mhm.
concerned.
This was just a proposal that came up, so it sounds
Yeah,
like it doesn't work.
it
So let's
doesn't
just-
work.
I think that his point is that,
Yeah.
that this
Just get rid of
language,
6.
just get rid of it because you don't know what's gonna be long-term. and
6
short-term.
doesn't work.
Yeah.
So we're left with
So we have
4.
examples.
Yeah.
and the other thing is that 6 and 5 were just, one's about department heads, the other one's about direct reports. I'll just listen.
Number 4 is about direct reports and department heads.
Right, and I was referring to 5 and 6.
Right.
5 was about department heads, 6 is about direct reports.
I think we should just settle on one, what the layer is. I think department heads was it, so,
Mhm.
right? Like, I'm saying that we're
For
not,
staff support.
right.
Okay.
Them first.
So 4 and 5 and 6 is out.
Department heads.
That makes sense?
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. All right, we're gonna stop here. Well, let's see. How about 7, 8, 9? 7 through 13, I wonder if we can
If we
finish
use no
this.
examples, we can finish it.
Well, these are,
Don't do hypotheticals. We'll be out of here.
these aren't big changes, I don't think. So I
Oh,
do
it's
have,
good. It's good to
I
talk
have
about it.
a question. There are working groups, there are project charters. Are they working group project charters, or are they project charters, or are they working groups? They working group project charters?
Thank you.
Yeah. No, because I kept changing it.
Right into
Their
it.
project.
They're project charters, but then you refer to, people are used to the term working groups.
Working groups have that historical regulatory context. That's all internal, but every project gets a project charter.
Okay,
As
so
to
for
who
the
is on the
purpose
group.
of this, we're just gonna call it project charter, and a
Correct.
project, okay. All right, I'll make that change. Anything else on the balance of that section? And that was hard work, so that was a really.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
And thank you, Samuel. You good over there?
Thanks, everyone.
All right, I'm gonna stop looking at the draft right now, because I want to go to what some of our next steps are. So I've asked Kate and Grace to schedule a virtual meeting so that we can finish going over this language. So, and I think 2 to 3 hours, and we'll have our draft final, essentially. And what I'd like to do is I'll revise this and get it to you with the changes. I'll accept the changes that you accepted and have track changes for anything that's new or different.
Can I ask why, I don't know how it was suggested, a virtual meeting. I mean, I do find value in all of us
It's,
being in the same room.
so it was impossible to find another date before November 30th for us to all meet. Like the time is getting really tight because people are on vacations and the holidays are coming up.
But we're still meeting.
So, all right, let me tell you what I'm thinking, okay? So if we take 1, 2, or 3 hour meetings so we can finish this, there's really not a lot. If you look at what's left, there's not a lot of, we've gotten through the complicated issues. So I propose just a short virtual meeting to get through that because I would like us to get to outreach and consultation. And so remember we've been doing some direct outreach and consultation where you've spoken with general counsel or the chief financial and accounting officer to build this. But then it becomes time to get staff input. And so in a conversation with Sean's suggestion was that we bring in the direct reports for a meeting to go over the draft with them and get their feedback. And so the idea is when to have that meeting, and then we would need another meeting in order to reconvene to go over the feedback that they gave us.
Is that without us or with us?
With you.
With you.
Yeah.
With the direct reports, that first one with the direct reports.
That's a big deal.
So what do you think of that as a?
And that's in person or
mechanism for-
virtual?
In
That'll be
person.
my first time.
The
seeing
only
all of it in
virtual is
person.
just like the 3 hours to go over the 3 pages.
I have a suggestion.
Mhm.
You guys are gonna laugh, but I'm being very serious. I would schedule, whatever time we schedule us, I would schedule like a meet and greet before. Like us come in like 30, 40 minutes earlier, just have breakfast and coffee. It'll be the first time that we're in a room together.
Yeah.
So,
And there's something to be said about it. And that's just my suggestion. It's a, it's nice, it's good. We've never been able to do this with them and them with us. And this is very heavy stuff. And they have things to say they may not want to say in front of us. That's why I'm asking with us or without us. So in order to soften the blow a little bit, we should do a little pre-dating before.
So do you like the idea of having a meeting with them to get their feedback?
Yes.
Is that a good,
Yes.
is that a good
Yes.
mechanism? Okay, and what I would also say is the framing of the meeting is to look at the charter as the future forward. That it's not about, talking about old situations that happen or fears of what's going to happen,
Right.
but how does this charter chart a future that, gets to some of the issues that have been problematic. So that would be the framing of it. And we would walk through, we would figure out how to present, who would present section by section to get feedback from them.
And when is that?
So if you're agreeable to the virtual 2 or 3 hours to just bring this so that you've looked at all of the language, then that could actually happen at our November 30th meeting. And then we would have one meeting in December that's to be scheduled.
It's November 29th.
Is it 29th? Maybe it's the 29th.
So it's on the-
My 2 plus day. That's all it is.
Is it the 29th?
The 20.
Okay, sorry, so that would be the 29th. And then we would have a meeting in December, would be scheduled, to go over the feedback and finalize it.
We think, Sean.
I appreciate Commissioner Camargo's response or thoughts on the meet and greet. I think that's healthy. I would also convey to the direct reports that ultimately this charter is the commission's decision. And I think that's important for them to understand. At the same time, I hope you can see the value to me of them feeling included in this process.
Of course.
And also, I'm sure you can see that I try to serve as an ambassador for them, but I don't always have that. I'm walking between both worlds. So I think it's really critical that you hear from them directly. And I think I'm sensitive to the fact that I've not reported out on these discussions. So they know that they're happening, but I gave you my word I wouldn't report out on it, and I have not. So this has now become a mystery to them.
Maybe some pre-work.
So that's my responsibility, is to
Yeah.
prep them with their expectations of what we're asking them, which is to participate in this. I think as soon as we can get them a draft in advance too, so that they're not reading live, I think that would be valuable. But I guess if nothing else, I think just making sure that they feel included helps with the rollout and adoption of this ultimately. So that, again, is the commission's decision.
So I don't want to force things. I mean, we could meet again November 29th and polish it. And then meet with them in December and then have another meeting after that. What are your
I
thoughts?
think you
about
want
that?
them to see it polished, don't you?
But it's pretty polished. I mean, I think that after, if we can do a virtual meeting for a few hours, we've gone through pretty much it. But if you don't want to do a virtual meeting, then we won't do a virtual meeting. We'll do another in-person meeting.
Can I just like visually walk through this? So we're gonna meet them, we'll meet virtual, which is fine. We'll get through the last couple of things. And then you're gonna take the dirty draft still kind of like, and you're gonna work with your leadership team to show it to them before the 29th? Is that what I'm hearing? Kind of in that scenario?
I think Susan is gonna
Or
distribute.
Susan,
it
whoever it
to
is.
Everyone.
You would distribute
Well,
it.
so the question is,
For the
that
December
what
one.
Sean raised is, do we give it to them so they can read through it before they come to the meeting?
Yeah, and we absolutely should, even if it's not in the best condition. I guess that's my question. So that sounds like that's what we're saying. And then we would come all of us together on the 29th in this one scenario.
December.
29th, the November 29th.
Is the
November
meeting
29th.
together?
Would be together.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you're talking about a virtual before the 29th?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
Virtual-
That's why I don't think I can
Oh,
sign
I'm
you on that.
sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I didn't
clear.
catch that.
29th
Yeah.
is the virtual.
No, just to give us a few hours to tighten up this, there are like 3 pages.
It's gonna happen quick in the next 3 weeks.
One thing I think I'd make a point to the staff about is the version you're reading is close to final.
Working draft.
But exactly, because I think if they come in and think that, well, so this is ceremonial, you're just asking me to read it, that's an issue. So, but I think, I don't want to leave we're going to reopen all these issues either. So I think how that gets pitched to them as, I think you're right, this is a complete working draft of a document that is now ready for your feedback.
Will you be doing the pre-work with them or the whatever communications to the team? Who would be
Saying you don't
doing?
trust me.
Not that I don't trust you, I do trust you, is that it comes different when it comes from Susan.
So that's 2 commissioners.
Well, there you go.
I think she's,
So
but I think she's
your
helping you.
suggestion
Sean.
is
I
that
think
I
she's
send it
helping
to
you.
I'm
them.
always trying to help
and
them.
that- Your suggestion is that I send it to them and I frame what it is.
I think you frame it.
From you is better than him.
Yeah.
having
Somebody's
to
trying to
get
help.
it in the middle. I've already-
I'm always trying to help.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Everything you do.
I can
I
do
can
that.
do
What
it.
I might
Yeah,
do,
I'll
Sean, is I might run a draft email because you know the tone that you're.
No, but I,
Yeah, I'm fine to do that. I think that's fine. And have them call me if they have any questions before the meeting.
I may be like a
Yeah.
paranoid mom right now, but this is a big deal. And I don't know,
Right,
I
I'm
don't
a
know
little
if-
worried about about being blasted. I'm a little concerned about that.
no, not just that, but this commission has gone through a lot. There's a lot of trauma. There's a lot of real emotional trauma, baggage, all kinds of shit, divorces, all kinds of stuff. And this is a big sort of sign of hope, I think, for us, for the team internally, the leadership team that has never been in a room with us together. This is a big deal. And I think that they needed enough time to understand it, digest it. It come from you. You have a great way of delivering things. And then it kind of takes Sean out of the way. I mean, this is all organizational.
Do you have any
Development.
sense when you look at what's there of how it will be received? Like, do you feel that it covers the kinds of concerns that they will have raised?
And again, I hope I've done their feedback to make justice in this process, where they see themes that have been raised incorporated. And I think some of the choices the commissioners have made around word choice, how things get organized, I think they'll see the value I think even just starting with the purpose like we did
Mhm.
that's a big deal. And I think speaking to sustained commitments to work with mutual respect and I think the work that this table has put in is consistent with the themes that I've heard about. So if I've done my job effectively in serving as that ambassador, then they're not going to agree with every single word. I haven't agreed with every single word. Everybody here doesn't agree with every single word.
Sure.
Right.
But they'll see that it's a constructive process that's been inclusive.
Right. And then the other piece that I suggested also is that there be like an implementation plan and period, right? So that it's, there's some standard operating procedures that are pointed to here that need to be developed. So that's part of an implementation plan. And also that there be a place where, the charter says this and so did that. And so there's a space to say, okay, let's take these situations and see what might have happened. We're all learning how to implement this new document so that it's doesn't hit on that PTSD of like, no, they're still doing it, even though they said they didn't. So we just introduce it as people are going to need to take time to get used to it.
Exciting.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, let's see, it's, job descriptions. When we first started, you said you wanted to do a commissioner job description and review the executive director job description. So I propose that I take what's in the roles and responsibilities and dump that into a job description with what you usually put around Cannabis Control Commission job descriptions and send those out to you for feedback. Question, do you want to include roles and responsibilities for the chair, the secretary, and treasurer in that, or do you want to just keep it generic to commissioner?
I think we've vetted,
Didn't we do that?
yeah, I think we vetted that enough in here.
To include it?
No, I'm just saying, I think it's already in here. I don't,
I think we did the secretary and treasurer.
Yeah, but were you saying?
No,
it's a
for the job description.
Separate
Right, there's a
document.
separate document, you wanted a job description for the commissioners. Unless you want to forget about that.
That's not really
I
it.
think we've kind of done it here, haven't we? Or
I mean, I would say
Okay.
if you, my opinion, if you can do it as part of your capacity, it would be good to have in the file.
I mean, all I would do is cut and paste,
all right, well then,
essentially.
if it's not gonna be like an extra,
Okay. All right, and then I want to look at the executive director job description. Yeah,
Is that a job or is that an assignment? It gets real, so that's a job, executive director, commissioners are a job. No, these are assignments, elected assignments.
oh, you mean the chair?
Why is that in a job description?
Well, not a job description, it could just be a description of the treasurer's or secretary's roles and responsibilities in a separate.
Isn't that in the charter though?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary.
I don't think
I would just say
I don't think it's
refer to
necessary.
charter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just leave it
I
as,
think we
yeah.
vetted that.
So we'll just do the commissioner and then the executive director. I'm gonna look at that one and see if there's anything that should be cut and paste into these roles and responsibilities.
Shows
And,
that the will.
Yeah.
Totally, that's totally good.
Let me
And
just
then,
see if I can find notes.
What I might do is add some of these into the existing one, and then again, send that to you for feedback. So we can get those done and, okay?
Thank you.
And I think thank you, Susan.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. So you're okay with the virtual meeting before
Yes.
November
Yeah.
30th? Okay, let's finish it up.
Right. 2 questions on it. I'll have to ask Kate.
All right, you need to just close us out of executive
Oh,
session.
that's right. I will entertain a motion to adjourn, Commissioner Stebbins.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in, no, Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Unanimous vote, the meeting is adjourned.